Lightning crackled across the dark purple sky as a towering structure crumbled to the ground. The moment they spoke of it, the moment it truly happened, words no one dared to utter finally came to life. The battlefield was soaked in blood. The war was lost. All eyes were fixed on the collapsing tower. One warrior, unable to bear the weight of defeat, turned his back and walked away. Shame clung to him like a shadow. There was nothing left to fight for. A cane struck the earth with fury, the sound echoing like a final cry of defiance. Sun Wukong, his right arm lost, roared in sheer rage. "This isn't over," he bellowed. But the man approaching him simply watched and repeated, "What kind of victory is this if everything around us is in ruins?" Hercules, draped in the skin of a lion, knew the truth. No matter how unyielding Sun Wukong was, he couldn't afford to lose himself, not with an external god standing before him. As he faced the warrior, the hero of Olympus realized that their location would soon be discovered. His gaze flickered to the glowing blue sphere hovering in the air. Perhaps they'd already been found. The magical orb pulsed once before hitting the ground, its energy crackling behind the men as they argued. Footsteps interrupted them. Slow, steady, unshaken. Kim Yu-won approached, his black suit pristine despite the chaos, silver chains draped over his chest. The moment they turned, the warriors froze. They hadn't expected to see him. He lowered himself onto a nearby stone, head bowed, an unsettling silence filling the space between them. Blood stained his face, smudged along his shirt collar. No one spoke. No one dared to ask. But the answer was clear. They were all dead, except him. The magic sphere shuddered before being swallowed by black smoke. The air grew thick with unease. Hercules, barely holding Sun Wukong back, felt the weight of despair settle in. The furious warrior struggled in his grip, unwilling to accept what had just happened. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won's eyes remained locked on the distance. He had learned one undeniable truth today. Internal ones cannot defeat external ones. A blue portal ripped open in the sky. A robed figure emerged, arm outstretched, voice like a prophecy carved in stone. "You cannot win." Kim Yu-won's empty gaze flickered to the glowing doorway, his mind racing. There had to be another way. Kronos, gears shifting and turning in his palm, stepped forward. "Go back," he said. "Return to the previous world line. Start over." The mechanism in his hand clicked and whirred, an intricate dance of small and large gears. At its core, the hands of a clock. A price had to be paid. The existence of Kronos himself would be erased if they turned back time. Kim Yu-won stared at the device, struggling to believe it. Was this truly possible? Could something so absolute simply cease to be? Kronos brought the gears closer, his voice unwavering. "With or without me, the result remains the same." Kim Yu-won clenched his fists, forcing himself to shut his eyes. He couldn't afford to grieve. Not again. This was his last chance. The warriors watched him in silence. They already knew his answer. He was the only one who could walk this path. The only one who could bear the weight of time itself. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply, then lifted his head, locking eyes with Sun Wukong, whose fury burned brighter than ever. Because he too was strong, Kim Yu-won had been chosen. The answer was clear. He was the only candidate. The reason? Unlike the others, he had entered the tower later. Yet, despite arriving late, he had adapted faster than anyone. He had fought side by side with them, climbed to the highest floor before anyone else. He had proven himself. A man stepped forward, reminding him of an important truth. Creatures from the upper floors faced restrictions when descending to the lower levels. Hercules continued the conversation, explaining that the tower could only be changed from the bottom up. There was no other way. Another warrior, clad in armor, approached from behind. He warned that their bonds wouldn't remain the same once time was turned back. If they met again in the past, they might not even remember each other. Leaning on his cane, Sun Wukong smirked. "Well, if someone forgets, just give him a good smack," he joked. The man in black let out a dry laugh, thanking him sarcastically for the inspiring farewell. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked away. Kim Yu-won raised his hand toward the floating mechanism. The gears, once steady, spun chaotically above his palm. He had only one thought. He would try. The mechanism hummed, and time began to unravel. Gears clattered to the ground, swallowed by a burst of blinding light. Then silence. Kim Yu-won blinked. He looked down at his hands. Something fell off. His body felt light, almost weightless. His stats, his mana, gone. His fists clenched. They hadn't sent his body back. They had reversed time itself. As he tried to process what had happened, a sudden blow smashed into his face. Staggering back, he barely registered the guy in a school bomber jacket grinning at him. A lighthearted jab? A joke? The stranger playfully poked his shoulder. "You good?" Kim Yu-won barely had time to react. His mind was spinning, but then his gaze locked onto the Chong Seoul University emblem on the guy's sleeve. Recognition hit him like a tidal wave. He knew this place, and he knew this guy. The blonde troublemaker swung again, aiming for another hit. But this time, Kim Yu-won's body moved on instinct. He dodged effortlessly. His attacker's smug confidence faltered. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply, rolling up his sleeves. Enough games. His cold stare locked onto the blonde as he asked, "What's today's date?" The guy hesitated, clearly not expecting this reaction. Instead of answering, he swung again. But Kim Yu-won was faster. A precise uppercut caught his jaw, sending him stumbling backward. Ignoring the gasps around him, Kim Yu-won grabbed a nearby phone and checked the screen. December 31st, 2019, 8 p.m., 9 hours before he enters the tutorial. He was back. The city of Hongdae area stretched out before him, its streets glowing under the night lights. High-rise buildings stood tall beside small residential homes. Restaurants overflowed with workers unwinding after a long day. The buzz of life filled the air. Among the crowd, a man in a black mask and a Panama hat scowled at the sheer number of people around him. He clearly wasn't enjoying the lively atmosphere. At a nearby table, a group of friends spotted him and called out, "Kim Mi-young-hoon." He strolled over, grabbing a drink the moment he sat down. One of his friends smirked and, as a joke, scribbled down a fake fine for his lateness, 50,000 won. Kim Mi-young-hoon scoffed, flipping them off before downing his drink in one go. His friends laughed, already deep in their celebration. The night was just getting started. Kim Mi-young-hoon scowled beneath his black mask, his clenched teeth barely visible as his frustration simmered. He slammed his empty glass onto the table and motioned for another pour. The drink flowed, and the conversation took a sharp turn to Kim Yu-won. His anger flared at the mention of him. He could still see it. The guy in the bomber jacket lying on the floor, wiping blood from his mouth, while Kim Yu-won loomed over him, calmly talking about how little time was left. Kim Mi-young-hoon had envisioned countless ways to make him pay for that humiliation. But instead of admitting the truth, he smirked and lied to his friends. Probably in a hospital, half dead by now. Laughter erupted around the table. They clinked glasses, mocking their fallen rival, tossing around ideas on how to break him even further. The drinks kept coming. Time passed. One of the guys glanced at his watch. It was getting late. The city streets were still packed with people, the air crisp with the chill of a long holiday weekend in 2022. They were already deep into their second round of drinking, and a third session was being planned. Kim Mi-young-hoon exhaled sharply, steam rising from his breath. He was already sobering up. "Let's move," he muttered, eager to drink more. Then, the sound of suitcase wheels rolling against the pavement caught their attention. Their eyes followed the noise, then froze. A lone figure in a black suit walked past, dragging his luggage behind him. Kim Yu-won. Their laughter died instantly. They hadn't expected to see him here. Kim Mi-young-hoon ripped off his mask, his expression twisting into something unreadable. He didn't hesitate. He took off after him, calling out to his back, "Hey, Kim Yu-won." The dark-haired man didn't stop. A group of friends quickly closed in, surrounding Kim Yu-won before he could pass. The guy in the Panama hat scoffed. "What are you doing here?" Pedestrians moved past them, unaware of the rising tension. But Kim Yu-won? He barely spared them a glance. Instead, he raised his wrist, eyes locked on his watch. "Almost midnight," he murmured. His voice was calm. Too calm. "Let's enjoy these last 3 minutes to the fullest." Then, he removed his watch. Kim Mi-young-hoon's brow furrowed. "What the hell are you talking about?" But Kim Yu-won wasn't listening. He crouched down, calmly unzipping his suitcase. Kim Mi-young-hoon took another step forward, then stopped. His breath hitched. His body went rigid. His friends, who had been ready to taunt Kim Yu-won, staggered backward, faces drained of color. Inside the suitcase was a small black backpack and an arsenal of bladed weapons. Axes, knives, machetes, enough to arm a small war party. Panic spread through the group. They shoved Kim Mi-young-hoon away, suddenly desperate to de-escalate. "Hey man, just chill. We were joking, all right? Just forget it." Kim Yu-won didn't even acknowledge their words. He calmly picked up an axe, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and turned toward the street. His mind was set. This was the moment. The watch, now lying abandoned on the pavement, let out a single, sharp chime. Midnight. Then chaos. Lightning streaked across the sky. Violent purple rays erupted, engulfing the city in a blinding glow. Screams filled the air. People clutched their heads, staggering as reality itself twisted. But Kim Yu-won? He walked forward, unshaken, unbothered. Kim Mi-young-hoon stared at him in horror. Why wasn't he affected? Why wasn't he in pain like everyone else? A blue digital screen flickered to life above the city. Text scrolled across it, cold and merciless. District 2031. Population, 12,140. The tutorial begins. Survive the zombie invasion. In 30 minutes, all creatures will be eliminated. Kim Yu-won exhaled slowly, tightening his grip on the axe. The dead were returning, scanning the streets. He quickly calculated the number of incoming enemies. It all made sense. The difficulty of the tutorial scale with population density. More people meant a higher level of danger. And here, in Hongdae area, the streets were packed. Lightning crackled again. A blue holographic screen, sparking with electricity, appeared before him. Kim Yu-won smirked. It begins. A faint glow flickered near Kim Yu-won's palm. The system interface materialized, mapping out the designated escape area. Except there was none. No matter where he ran, no matter which path he took, zombies would be everywhere. The streets would soon be drenched in blood. A rusted knife appeared in his hand, along with a notification prompting him to check his health status through the system window. He ignored it. His focus was on the weapon, if it could even be called that. With a scoff, he tossed the useless blade to the ground. Reaching into the backpack strapped to his back, his fingers curled around something far more important. For the old him, that knife might have been enough. But now it was nothing. Kim Yu-won pulled out a strange bottle with a red cap. With a flick of his finger, he popped it open. Droplets scattered into the air, glistening for a brief moment before vanishing into the chaos. Catching his reflection in the polished surface of his dagger, he tightened his grip. Then he moved. With precise, calculated swings, his blade sliced through the necks of the undead. Their heads dropped, bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A system notification flashed. Plus 100 points. Experience increased. Blood splattered across the pavement. The corpses piled up. Kim Yu-won's movements remained swift and relentless. Another notification. Level up. His body felt lighter. Faster. Stronger. The next wave of zombies lunged at him. He didn't hesitate. With smooth efficiency, he struck. Heads flew. Limbs were severed. Torsos split apart. His blade never slowed. Another level up. Nearby, a small crowd had gathered. They watched, stunned, as Kim Yu-won tore through the undead with inhuman precision. Wait, are they really that weak? Someone muttered. Should we try? Another asked. Before anyone could stop him, a man in a vest charged forward, axe in hand. I'm going to kill them all, he roared, swinging his weapon with confidence. It barely made a scratch. His triumphant expression twisted into horror. What the hell? Why didn't it work? A heartbeat later, the zombie lunged. Its teeth sank into his flesh. His screams tore through the night. Kim Yu-won barely spared him a glance. He had already known ordinary strength wouldn't be enough. His blade flashed again, cutting down more of the undead. They were slow, weak, but relentless. They felt no pain. They never stopped, and their bite was lethal. His frustration grew as his knife struggled to cut through their flesh. It wasn't enough. He needed more. With a swift knee strike, he sent one of the creatures flying. Had the effect already worn off? Reaching into his pocket, his fingers brushed against something, a familiar flask. His mind raced. What is this? Without hesitation, he sliced the flask in half mid-air. For a brief second, he remembered a moment from his past, sitting inside an unfinished building, the cold air biting at his skin. Beside him, leaning against a rusted pipe, sat a blonde-haired man. Unlike Kim Yu-won, he had no talent. And yet, even if he wasn't comparing himself to Kim Yu-won, or even to others, the truth remained the same. He wasn't special. The eldest always survives, he muttered. But his companion scoffed. You're just lucky. His voice carried a hint of bitterness. You stumbled onto something insane in the first tutorial. Do you even remember what you were doing before ending up in this damn tower? Frustration flashed across his face as he grabbed a nearby jar of murky liquid. Salt mining, he said through gritted teeth. Then, with a sharp exhale, he added, and these zombies? Their weak spot is salt. Kim Yu-won's mind clicked into place. A moment later, he was cutting down zombies faster than ever. New achievement unlocked. Incredible result. Kill 100 monsters within 10 minutes in the tutorial. The notification flickered in his peripheral vision. He barely glanced at it before another one appeared. Plus 3 free stat points earned. Unlike standard level-up points that increase stats at random, free stat points could be assigned however he wanted. A valuable resource, but only during the tutorial. Once it ended, they would be randomly distributed. Standing amidst a sea of corpses, Kim Yu-won stared at the system banner hovering above him. So free stat points can be earned in the tutorial. Huh? He reached out, his finger hovering over the interface. Should he use them now? A second passed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the banner. No, not yet. Spending points recklessly just to kill zombies wasn't worth it. He needed to save them for when it truly mattered. His gaze lifted toward the sky. The system notification still glowed overhead. Hey, over here, a voice shouted. The Kim Myung-hoon spun around just in time to see one of his allies strike down another zombie. Then, snap, his knife shattered. Terror gripped him as he stumbled backward, weaponless. The zombie snarled, its decayed hands reaching out. Too close. Too fast. He barely had time to react. His arms flew up instinctively, shielding his face as the undead closed in. Then, before the attack landed, the creatures crumbled into dust. And in that instant, they all saw it. The Kim Myung-hoon's breath hitched as he took in the scene before him. Why did they suddenly? Before he could finish his thought, a man with a bowl cut interrupted, eyes locked on the sky. Wait, is something falling? A thick layer of strange dust swirled above them, descending like ash. The blue-eyed man hesitated before stretching out his hand, letting a few particles settle on his fingertips. Curiously, he brought it to his lips. It was salty? Is this salt? He murmured. At that moment, another notification appeared. Level up. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Kim Yu-won moved swiftly, leaping across rooftops. With every kill, another notification flashed before his eyes. The rooftop beneath him cracked under his landing, sending debris tumbling down. Then silence. Tutorial complete. Survivors, 477. Kim Yu-won exhaled, glancing over his shoulder. So many had died. Below, the surviving participants gathered, their faces a mix of exhaustion and disbelief. His notifications continued to pile up. Final reward calculated. Total enemies killed, 1,427. Points earned, 1,427. Additional stat points received. Strength +1, endurance +2. Free stat point +1. Another notification appeared. Highest kill count achieved. Bonus, +500 points. Kim Yu-won's expression hardened. He let out a slow breath. New achievement. Incredible result. Bonus, +1,000 points. His fingers tightened slightly. How many more of these notifications were going to pop up? A final system message displayed his total. Total points, 3,000. Considering he had started with only 10 points, this was an insane amount for the first tutorial. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Kim Yu-won prepared for what came next. Second tutorial starting soon. His eyes narrowed. No time to rest. Before he could process his next steps, a sudden voice echoed across the sky, startling everyone. Congratulations on your survival. The survivors froze, confused. They looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Kim Yu-won's thoughts had already shifted to the next tutorial, but now something fell off. The voice continued. There are too many of you. A low murmur rippled through the crowd. Kim Yu-won's gaze snapped upward. A 6. The realization hit him immediately. His body tensed. The voice pressed on. Normally, this would be revealed after the second tutorial, but an exception has been made. Someone reached the threshold too quickly. Panic spread. A man with a cut across his cheek stammered. Is he going to tell us how to get home? Another, a man with a scarred nose, growled. Shut up and listen. The voice ignored them. Now, then, let me tell you how to spend your points. A vivid projection flashed before their eyes. Items, weapons, rare artifacts. There are two primary ways to use them, the voice explained. The first is a store. Perhaps you'll find things there beyond your wildest imagination. A golden image of shaking hands, surrounded by floating coins, appeared. The second is currency. You can trade points with anyone. Kim Yu-won lowered his gaze, deep in thought. With enough points, you could become a god. And that wasn't just an empty boast. The store, it wasn't just useful, it was everything in this world. Kim Yu-won glanced over his shoulder, eyes narrowing. From this moment on, the real struggle began. Points and levels weren't just numbers anymore. They were survival itself. The voice echoed once more, smooth yet merciless. Time's up. I trust you all enjoyed your little vacation. At the heart of the zone, a golden sphere flickered to life, rapidly expanding. The alerts are complete. Now it's time for the next battle. A sudden notification rang out. Safe zones are forming in the center of each district. All participants must reach the safe zone. The moment those words appeared, panic set in. People ran. Another message followed. 100 points will be awarded every 3 hours inside a safe zone. Second tutorial, begin. Multicolored zones pulsed across the landscape, radiating outward from a central purple area. The crowd hesitated at the edges, unsure. Is this really safe? Someone muttered. Among them, a man with a buzz cut grabbed Kim Myung-hoon's shoulder. The Kim Myung-hoon had been clutching his face in silence, lost in thought. Come on, we need to move. Kim Myung-hoon slowly lowered his hand, saying nothing. His comrades glanced around uneasily, whispering amongst themselves. Where's Chang-ho? Dunno, another muttered. His expression darkened. Probably dead. A tense silence hung between them. A cloaked man turned to the blue-eyed warrior, eyes sharp. What's wrong? What are you looking for? The man hesitated, then shook his head. It's nothing. But another spoke up. Where the hell is Kim Yu-won? At that moment, Kim Yu-won was already leaving. He moved with purpose, silently breaking away from the crowd. The cloaked man tracked his movements, muttering under his breath. With the way he fought earlier, he's not normal. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Could he have some kind of talent for daggers? Before he could dwell on it, Kim Myung-hoon noticed Kim Yu-won slipping away. Without hesitation, he followed. "Where are you going?" Kim Myung-hoon called, his voice firm. His men hesitated, unsure whether to chase after him. Kim Myung-hoon didn't stop. He caught up, grabbing Kim Yu-won's shoulder and spinning him around. "Where the hell are you going?" Kim Yu-won barely looked at him. "You heard the announcement. We're supposed to stay in the safe zone." Kim Myung-hoon pressed. He forced a smirk. "Come on, elder. Shouldn't you look out for your unlucky younger brother?" But deep down, he hated admitting the truth. He felt safer near Kim Yu-won. If he reached out first, Kim Yu-won wouldn't refuse, right? But the dark-haired man simply exhaled. His voice was calm. "I know." Without another word, he pulled Kim Myung-hoon's hand off his shoulder. "I have somewhere to be." Kim Yu-won turned, stepping away. "You stay here." Kim Myung-hoon frowned. That was it. Before he could respond, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. "If you want to survive," Kim Yu-won said evenly, "stop sucking up to others." Kim Myung-hoon's expression twisted. His brow furrowed. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Kim Yu-won didn't turn back. A sharp anger flared inside Kim Myung-hoon. His fist clenched. His teeth ground together. Who does he think he is? Kim Myung-hoon stormed off toward the safe zone, frustration simmering beneath his skin. As he passed, one of his comrades stumbled and slammed into a wall, struggling to keep up. Kim Myung-hoon barely noticed. His mind was elsewhere. Would he really be safer in the safe zone? Or would it be better to stay with that bastard? Just then, the Kim Myung-hoon turned around. A sudden scream caught the Kim Myung-hoon's attention. Someone was stuck. Even after being told to enter, the person was unable to move, trapped. Panic surged through the crowd. Then, something flashed above them. A system notification. Safe zone capacity, 2000/2038. The blue-eyed man's gaze locked onto the message, his expression darkening. This place has a limit of 2,000 people. And that was exactly half of the remaining survivors. That means the rest. The thought barely had time to settle before the screams began. Beyond the protective walls, the ground erupted. Massive worms, grotesque, writhing monsters, burst forth, devouring those left outside. Buildings crumbled. The land split apart. People begged for salvation. But there was none. Inside the walls, the blue-eyed man stood frozen, watching in horror. Meanwhile, a dagger sank deep into a monster's neck, its agonized shriek piercing through the chaos. Kim Yu-won pulled his blade free, flicking off the blood before shifting his gaze sideways. The agony, the death, the destruction. It had begun. He descended the stairs with calm precision. Another notification flashing before him. Earthworm defeated. Plus 300 points earned. Plus 2 random stat points awarded. Another message followed. Strength +1, agility +1. Kim Yu-won's eyes darkened. These things, they weren't visible until the moment they struck, burrowing deep beneath the ground before launching their attack. He exhaled sharply. Then I won't rely on sight. Closing his eyes, he sharpened his other senses. Listening, feeling, a distant, low rumble, a slight tremor beneath his feet. The earth cracked open. A worm erupted beneath him, its gaping maw snapping at empty air as he launched himself upward. Now, he dove downward, blade first. A clean strike to the head. Its shriek was short-lived as its body convulsed, then fell still. Another notification. Level up. Strength +1, agility +1, intuition +1. The ground beneath him fractured again. 2 creatures in, and he had already leveled up. Descending further into the tunnels, Kim Yu-won slowed his pace. If I push myself, I can rack up a lot of stats. He took another step, then suddenly stopped. His gaze flicked around, sharp and calculating. Behind him, the blue-eyed man peered around a corner, observing in silence. Earthworms settle underground. They dig their own tunnels. That meant this was their nest, the perfect place to hunt. A notification popped up. Hidden dungeon discovered. Hongdae Area Station. Plus 100 bonus points awarded. Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. A nest means one thing, endless prey. Flipping his dagger in his hand, he steadied his stance. Now I just need to reach level 20. A monstrous screech tore through the tunnels. A worm lunged, its massive jaws gaping wide. Kim Yu-won didn't hesitate. With a single leap, he cleared the creature's head, then cut it down mid-air. Green blood splattered the walls as he landed seamlessly, already moving toward his next target. The state of flow took over. His daggers became an extension of himself, striking down the creatures one by one. Fast, precise, unstoppable. Then, something shimmered within the carnage. A sphere tumbled from a fallen worm's body. Kim Yu-won's blades flashed once more as he reached out, and thought, what is this? Kim Yu-won turned the bead over in his palm, studying it with quiet intrigue. So these can be obtained here too? A small chuckle escaped him. He found it amusing, almost charming, in a way. Raising the bead higher, he allowed the dim light to reflect off its surface. A small smile played on his lips. "Apologies," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "But I have my reasons for wiping you out." Outside the safe zone, the night was filled with horrific screams. The worms continued their relentless slaughter, devouring people one by one. Inside, fear had settled over the survivors like a thick fog. No one spoke. A hushed voice finally broke the silence. "This is hell," another person, trembling, muttered. "If we're going to die anyway, maybe it's better to bite our tongues." Before despair could fully take hold, a system notification flickered to life. 3 hours have passed. 100 points awarded. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. People stared at the glowing message in disbelief. What is this?" someone stammered. A realization dawned. "It's like money," another whispered. 100 points? That's a lot. But before relief could settle, another notification appeared. Red zone inactive. Safe zone capacity reduced to 1,500. The area began to shrink. People froze. What? The next message hit like a death sentence. If the safe zone exceeds capacity, individuals will be randomly expelled. A ripple of terror shot through the crowd. The ground beneath them trembled. The zone was shrinking. "What the hell is happening?" someone shouted. A scream rang out as the first unlucky survivor was thrown over the edge. He barely had time to beg for help before the monsters descended on him. Panic exploded. People ran, shoving and pushing to stay away from the walls. The counter was ticking down. Another was thrown out. And another. And another. Outside the safe zone, death waited. 3 hours left, someone gasped. The mass of bodies surged forward, everyone desperate to stay inside. A black-haired man suddenly shoved a younger guy, his fist slamming into his chest with force. "Out of my way," he snarled. The younger man stumbled, gasping for air. "You want to die in my hands instead?" the man growled. The crowd became a chaotic mess. Some people fell, trampled underfoot. Others screamed, demanding space, desperate to push forward. "Let me through. Why are you blocking the way?" Then, "Shut up." Kim Myung-hoon's voice tore through the chaos, silencing everyone. The survivors turned, startled. The aggression in his eyes was unmistakable. A cruel smirk tugged at his lips. "Since this is how it is," he said darkly, eyes gleaming with something twisted, "let's decide who dies in my place." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd changed. Kim Myung-hoon's face twisted with rage as he roared. "That's right. We choose who dies." His fists clenched as his gaze swept over the terrified faces around him. At this rate, he thought, I can make it out of here. His cold stare locked onto a trembling man standing opposite him. The old guy looked weak. Easy target. Kim Myung-hoon grabbed him by the collar, his grip tight. If I offer him up, I'll survive, he thought. The man's eyes widened in terror. He was powerless, helpless. Around them, people screamed in horror. What is he doing? He's lost his mind. But Kim Myung-hoon didn't care. His teeth clenched, determination burning in his gaze. I'll kill this old man if I have to. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-won's blade flashed. A monstrous maw opened, snapping shut, but it was too slow. His dagger tore through flesh. The creature's body split apart, severed cleanly. Green blood splattered against the ground as he moved forward. Swift, precise, unstoppable. His weapon shone with a blinding light. Then, he swung. Kim Yoo-won's axe crashed down onto the monster's open maw, silencing its furious shrieks. The creature's jaws snapped shut, trembling, before its entire body went still. Without stopping, Kim Yoo-won walked forward, head low, expression unreadable. Behind him, the severed remains of the beast twitched, its limbs still reacting even in death. A system notification flashed before him. Level up. Agility +1, endurance +1, intuition +1. He had finally reached level 20. Kim Yoo-won exhaled, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. The weight of all his trophies settled against his back, but his body felt lighter than ever. His hand tightened around his axe. A new stat had just unlocked. He wiped the blade of his knife with his free hand, then shut his eyes for a brief moment. 3 whole hours. That's how long it had taken. He was exhausted, but his increased stats made it almost unnoticeable. A new achievement window flickered into view. Hunting rewards earned. +3 random stat points. +1 free stat point. Kim Yoo-won tapped the screen, hovering over the prompt. Use stat points. Yes/no. Without hesitation, he confirmed. A surge of energy coursed through him as the system reported his latest increase. Mana +5. His mana, the foundation of all his future power. Stepping over the earthworm corpses, Kim Yoo-won's thoughts sharpened. Right now, nothing was more important than this. His mana stat had reached 18. A huge head start. Even among the few who received the tower's blessing, The average starting mana was only 12. This was the difference between the weak and the strong. As he walked further, axe in hand, Kim Yu-won's gaze flickered upward. Then he stopped. His eyes widened. He wasn't alone. A wide crack stretched across the ceiling above him. Something or someone was there. Without looking away, Kim Yu-won spoke. What are you staring at? Silence. Then, a voice responded. How did you know? Kim Yu-won gripped his weapon tighter, scanning the shadows. You were too focused on me. It was obvious. A chuckle echoed from above. Then, the voice asked, not entertaining enough to look somewhere else? Not really. A figure descended, dropping gracefully from the crack above. Thanks, she said casually. You made my usual job a little more colorful. The woman landed lightly, her eyes filled with amusement. She tilted her head, studying him. Level 20 already? She murmured, almost in disbelief. It was Lackey. Kim Yu-won's grip on his weapon remained firm. Just got lucky. Lackey scoffed. There's no one worse than people who say that. She twirled on the stone beneath her, grinning. So what do you want? Kim Yu-won met her gaze. I need to visit the store. Lackey raised a brow. Shopping already? Not exactly. Her grin faltered slightly as she narrowed her eyes. Then what? Kim Yu-won's voice was steady. I want to buy a skill. A huge holographic window materialized before him. Lackey let out a slow, impressed whistle. Well, the first person to purchase a skill in the second tutorial. Her lips curled into a smirk. This is getting interesting. Kim Yu-won reached for the holographic panel, his gaze sharp. Choose whatever you want. Lackey reminded him with a smirk. His fingers flicked across the display. The store had too many options. Too many skills. Scrolling through them all would take forever. His brows furrowed. Was this really all there was? These are the only skills available in the tutorial, Lackey confirmed. Determination flashed in Kim Yu-won's eyes. Lackey tilted her head. Looking for something specific? No, he replied, but he would keep looking. Drawing too much attention to himself now wouldn't do him any favors. His eyes landed on a particular skill. Monkey Eyes, 2,000 points. He selected it. Lackey let out a small chuckle. That's not exactly a top-tier skill. The system deducted 2,000 points from his balance. Without looking at her, Kim Yu-won simply said, it has a cool name. A notification flickered in front of him. Skill acquired. Monkey Eyes. Before the display could disappear, another skill appeared. Inferior Mono Sword. 1,500 points. He purchased it without hesitation. Lackey hovered around him, chattering excitedly. Nice pick. The inferior magic sword makes up for a newbie's lack of attack power. Kim Yu-won, already irritated, ignored her. Sensing his mood, Lackey waved him off. All right. I'll leave you alone. Enjoy yourself. As he walked away, her voice followed him one last time. I have high hopes for you. Kim Yu-won glanced upward, mulling over her words. So they were watching him, studying him. Not that it mattered. He had earned his place here. There was nothing for them to suspect. His only concern was returning. But would they figure it out? His thoughts drifted to Kronos, the man who had handed him the artifact. The winding watch, the very tool that allowed him to go back. It had been created by Odin himself, and as punishment for using it, Kronos had been erased from existence. Kim Yu-won clenched his jaw. No ordinary examiner would be able to track his return. But what if someone did? A thick yellow smoke coiled around him as he activated Monkey Eyes. His vision expanded. His 5 senses sharpened. He stepped forward, blade in hand. His goal remained unchanged. As he passed the earther, his glowing yellow eyes cut through the darkness. This skill's real power lay elsewhere, and he needed to level it up quickly. A sudden scene stopped him in his tracks. A horrific sight. Toothy creatures devouring people alive. Screams. Flesh torn apart. Blood painting the ground. And then, a lone figure appeared in the distance. Standing still, staring at the monsters. His gaze piercing straight through them. A system notification blinked into view. Time remaining, less than 30 minutes. Kim Yu-won stood before the monstrous creatures, his inferior magic sword gleaming in his grip. His eyes burned with determination. There was enough time to finish this. Spreading his stance, he raised his flame-coated weapon. The intense heat flickered in the darkness, casting long shadows. Then, he felt it. A powerful presence. A massive, purple creature emerged, its enormous maw stretching open in a bone-chilling roar. Kim Yu-won's gaze sharpened. The boss of the second tutorial. The mother of worms. He let out a slow breath. So, this is where you were. Slamming his foot into the ground, he sent a deep shockwave rippling through the cavern. The force echoed, shaking loose small rocks and debris. His boot landed near the creature's tail. The rough, scaly texture met his soul, a direct challenge. The mother shrieked. Fury radiated from her grotesque form as she reared back, her rage palpable. Kim Yu-won lifted his gaze, studying her massive frame. Unlike the lesser creatures that mindlessly devoured humans, She had a different kind of intelligence. A mother's instinct. She wasn't fighting for herself. She was protecting her young. The realization barely had time to settle before she lunged. Her gaping maw snapped shut, sending a spray of stones in all directions. Too slow. Kim Yu-won had already leapt high into the air, his blade flashing. As he soared toward her, he pointed his sword forward, his voice unwavering. I'll end this now. His axe and sword struck in tandem. With a brutal arc, his weapons carved into her massive frame, slicing through the thick outer hide. A piercing shriek erupted from the mother of worms. Thrashing wildly, she tried to shake him off, but Kim Yu-won was relentless. Blow after blow rained down. His gaze hardened, a small grin tugging at his lips. What's next? She tried to throw him. A sudden jerk sent him airborne, tumbling midair. But instead of falling back, he charged. His sword gleamed brighter, the blue flames roaring to life. He twisted his body, flipping above her, and landed another devastating slash. Madness and determination flared in his eyes. This isn't over. The mother of worms, now covered in wounds, let out a final, desperate roar. But Kim Yu-won was already moving. With a single, unstoppable strike, his blade cut deep, splitting her massive form in two. Her death wail echoed through the cavern. Landing gracefully, he stood amid the carnage, watching as the flames flickered across her severed body. Yet, something inside him knew this was only the beginning. Meanwhile, Kim Myung-hoon stumbled backward, his breath ragged. A trembling hand grasped at his leg. Please, help me," a desperate voice croaked. He looked down. A man, half buried under debris, bleeding, reached for him. Kim Myung-hoon's expression twisted. Without hesitation, he ripped out a knife. "Shut up." His voice was cold, ruthless. The old man's eyes widened in horror. Kim Myung-hoon's grin widened. And at that moment, the true monster revealed itself. "Stick to the plan." Kim Myung-hoon's voice echoed, sharp and unyielding. His knife gleamed in his grip. "We all agreed to this," he spat, glaring at the old man in front of him. The crowd erupted. "No one agreed to this," someone shouted. "This is insane." But Kim Myung-hoon didn't care. His fury and desperation burned in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, pointing the knife at anyone who dared step closer. "Don't even think about stopping me," he hissed. "I'll kill you." The mass of people parted as he walked through, their faces twisted in horror. A system notification flashed. Time remaining, 30 seconds. Panic set in. 13 seconds left. People wept, scrambling for cover, but there was nowhere to hide. They weren't just running from the monsters anymore. They were running from each other. And yet, in Kim Myung-hoon's eyes, there was only one goal. Survival. His fingers tightened around the knife, his breath ragged as he scanned the area. Then, something changed. The system froze. The timer stopped. Time remaining, 3 seconds. It didn't move. Silence fell over the crowd. Every pair of eyes turned to the holographic display. Time wasn't ticking anymore. Kim Myung-hoon's chest rose and fell sharply. His gaze darted back to the screen. Safe zone will no longer shrink. A single bead of sweat slid down his face. "We survived," he muttered. Then it hit him. His lips curled into a sudden, wild grin. "We survived," he roared. The crowd erupted in a mix of relief, exhaustion, and disbelief. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won watched as the system displayed his new rewards. 600 points earned. Time remaining until tutorial completion. 15 hours. He silently tucked a small jar into his sleeve. Lackey, hovering nearby, beamed at him. He only sighed. "I tried." Perched atop the lifeless body of the mother of worms, Kim Yu-won sat calmly as the dust settled. The trustee fluttered around him. "Want me to heal you? If it's a reward, I'll pass," he replied. "With my stamina increase, I'll recover in no time." Lackey tilted her head, intrigued. How did an ordinary person get this far in just 2 tutorials? She twirled in the air, eyeing him closely. This is insane. Kim Yu-won barely acknowledged her, his mind elsewhere. 30 minutes ago, he had killed the mother of worms. She had appeared later than expected. That meant her death had severely disrupted the tutorial's ecosystem. This wasn't something the Sixes, the ones overseeing the tutorial, had accounted for. There had been no predetermined reward. That meant the decision would have to be made now. Sitting atop the colossal corpse, Kim Yu-won turned to Lackey. "What about my reward?" he asked. Lackey's playful expression flickered. She crossed her arms. "You figured that out pretty quickly. So there's one." She sighed, spinning on her sphere. "Well, since you seem to understand how things work here, I suppose I can't leave you hanging." Her voice dripped with amusement. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. "Then tell me what it is." Lackey grinned. "You get to choose." With a flick of her wrist, 3 options appeared before him. The first, she announced, is the right to skip ahead to the 5th tutorial. Not only that, this choice also granted the full rewards from clearing the 3rd and 4th tutorials. Kim Yu-won's gaze flickered toward the display. Lackey watched him closely. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. This was a trick. With his current level, there was no reason for him to stay in this tutorial. They weren't offering him an advantage. They were trying to send him ahead prematurely. Lackey, unfazed, continued. The second option is points. His expression shifted. Then what's the third? Kim Yu-won asked. A hologram flickered to life in front of him, displaying a mysterious location. Standing before it, Lackey's tone grew more serious. The third is a connection to Olympus. Kim Yu-won's eyes widened slightly. Lackey studied him. I'm guessing you don't fully understand yet. She wasn't wrong. She continued. The tutorial? It's just the beginning. Her usually playful demeanor hardened. The tower houses countless powers and beings, some who hold authority equal to the gods themselves. Kim Yu-won's mind flashed with images of the gods, mighty, untouchable beings ruling from above. Lackey smirked. Olympus is one of the greatest authorities in the tower. If you accept, they'll recommend you. Her voice lowered. With their backing, you'll be protected after the tutorial ends. Kim Yu-won absently ran his fingers over his leg, deep in thought. He hadn't expected this. He knew Olympus held enormous influence. Kronos was one of their rankers, after all. If he had their support, his climb up the tower would be safer. Faster. But, no. He stood up straight, his decision clear. I'll take the points. Lackey froze. Her eyes flickered with genuine surprise. You're sure? A notification flashed. 10,000 points earned. Lackey sighed, waving her hands. Fine, but at least let me explain before you waste them. She stepped forward, her voice warning him. You should choose carefully. You clearly don't know enough about Olympus yet. You'll regret this later. But before she could continue, Kim Yu-won cut her off. He slung his backpack over his shoulder. If you're just here to deliver orders, then do your job. Lackey stiffened. Kim Yu-won's gaze sharpened. You didn't clear this with the other 6, did you? Her expression shifted. You didn't even check with the manager. Lackey's smile faltered. For the first time, she looked uneasy. Kim Yu-won took a slow step forward. What's the deal, Lackey? His voice was calm, but piercing. Was it just Olympus that bribed you? Or was it heaven? A flash of anger crossed her face. A gun materialized in her hand, the barrel aimed straight at him. But Kim Yu-won only smirked. Thanks for running your mouth. Now, he knew exactly what he had to do. A new prompt appeared. Offer. Private meeting with the manager, 1,000 points. Kim Yu-won's finger hovered over the button. Lackey darted around him, panicked. Wait, what are you? Transaction confirmed. He stepped down from the corpse of the mother of worms, leaving her behind. His gaze hardened as the notification flickered. The manager has accepted your request. The tutorial and the tower, they had to be kept separate, and if he wanted to face Olympus, he had to make his own way. Then, a blinding light filled the space before him. Kim Yu-won squinted, shielding his eyes. A portal split open, and from the void, a single leg stepped through. A low, quiet voice echoed from within. So, you're the one who arranged this meeting? A bandaged hand reached out. A deep, amused laugh rumbled from the portal. So, you paid only 1,000 points for this meeting? The voice carried a mix of amusement and curiosity. Stepping through the portal, the bearded leader fixed his gaze on Kim Yu-won, his towering presence undeniable. You called for me? He asked. Kim Yu-won stood his ground, meeting the giant's gaze. I'm a participant in the tutorial. The leader's lips curled into a grin. A participant who slaughtered over 1,000 monsters in the first tutorial. As the massive figure fully emerged, the ground seemed to tremble beneath his weight. His sheer size was overwhelming. The destroyed land surrounding them, the crumbling buildings, and the eerie atmosphere only heightened the tension. Floating nearby, a creature resembling a terrifying clown, its bloody, clothing drenched in past carnage, watched in shock. How? The clown muttered, his grotesque grin faltering. So many dead in just the first tutorial? The tutorial manager, the true overseer of this realm, studied Kim Yu-won closely. He had heard of him. The rumors surrounding this dark-haired warrior had already spread. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Ow, the giant rumbled. Did you figure out how to request a private meeting? Kim Yu-won, unfazed, simply looked up at him. All tutorial information must be discovered by the participant alone, without interference from the manager or the tower. Crossing his arms, the tutorial administrator listened carefully. He could see through lies within his domain, and this boy was telling the truth. His red, glowing eyes flickered with interest. Kim Yu-won remained motionless. His voice was calm yet firm, but instead of staying neutral, there was outside interference. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Lackey still hovering nervously nearby. She had witnessed everything. How Olympus approached the Sixes, how they tried to offer him support as a so-called reward. And now, she was terrified. The clown-like figure flinched as the manager's fury turned to him. With a single, bone-crushing slam, the giant's hand smashed down, pinning the Olympian's arm to the ground. A crack, a scream. Blood dripped from the trembling hand beneath his palm. Do not extend your reach where it isn't needed. The warning was absolute. The tutorial manager shook off his hand, his rage simmering down as he turned his attention back to Kim Yu-won. Kim Yu-won exhaled. This is the second rule of the tutorial. The manager's fiery gaze softened. He said nothing, only listened. Kim Yu-won continued. All actions and achievements of a tutorial participant must be rewarded according to their exceptionality. Turning slightly, Kim Yu-won admitted, that's why I called you. He had spent his own hard-earned points. He had exposed the sixth corruption. Now, standing before the towering manager, he asked plainly, what's your opinion? The lower creatures, twisted monsters with razor-sharp teeth, had already been tested, and yet, no abnormalities had been found. The manager scratched his thick beard, deep in thought. Kim Yu-won said nothing. Though it wasn't by his own hand, he had eliminated a six, of being close to a ranker, and that had happened within the second tutorial. The giant leaned forward, his red eyes flickering with something unexpected. Amusement. Then, he let out a thunderous roar of laughter. Incredible, he rumbled. A feat like that deserves an honorary reward. With a snap of his fingers, the air vibrated. A list of rewards flashed before them. The manager studied Kim Yu-won for a moment. I assume you don't care about more points. Kim Yu-won nodded. The giant smirked. Then, I have something else for you. Extending his massive palm, he reached toward Kim Yu-won. Take it. Kim Yu-won hesitated for a moment before extending his hand in response. The gesture was familiar, the same one used when exchanging points. At first glance, there was nothing extraordinary about the reward. He had hoped for more. Then, their hands met. A violent vortex of air erupted around them, spiraling with raw energy. A notification flashed. Skill acquired. Master of Mana. A sudden warmth spread through Kim Yu-won's body. His mana recovery, resistance, and induction power all subtly increased. His total mana pool rose by 5 units. His eyes widened. The tutorial manager watched him curiously. So, what did you get? Before Kim Yu-won could answer, lightning cracked through the sky. The tutorial administrator turned away, glancing toward the lower creatures lurking in the distance. They need to be taught a lesson, he muttered. He looked back at Kim Yu-won one last time. We'll meet again, once the third tutorial ends. Then he was gone. Kim Yu-won stood alone. The dead six lay at his feet, the ruined building surrounding him in eerie silence. He lifted his hand. A faint blue vapor rose from his fingertips. His breath hitched. S+ rank skills exist in the tutorial? A single drop of cold sweat slid down his face. Clenching his hand into a fist, he understood his skill was still at 0. But this was mana control. And in the tower, mana was everything. A soft glow intensified in his palm. A moment later, a sphere of mana formed before him, swirling, unstable. The colors shifted chaotically from blue to violet, flickering like a living entity. His gaze remained fixed on it. 26. That was his current mana pool. But as he held the sphere, the unstable energy dissipated, its form breaking apart. He waved his hand in frustration. The entire building trembled. Cracks deepened in the floor beneath him, groaning under the force of his movement. Kim Yu-won clenched his fist. The skill was unstable, but it was a start. He exhaled sharply. Did he owe Olympus for this? No. Even now, it wasn't enough. It wasn't just about retracing his steps. He needed more. More power. More leverage. And he had no time to waste. A swarm of eyeless, fanged creatures surrounded him. Kim Yu-won darted forward, blade in hand. The second tutorial had 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 11 seconds remaining. Hongdae Area Street, safe zone. The surviving crowd was split into 2 factions. Some still clung to hope, believing that higher powers wouldn't abandon them. Others? They knew better. There's going to be a third, a fourth, and who knows how many more, someone muttered anxiously. In the growing tension, a panicked man suddenly lost control. Hands grabbed his shirt, jerking him back. It was Kim Myung-hoon. Get together, he snapped. You're coming with me. We need to gather the next supply team and move. The man stared at him, wide-eyed. Kim Myung-hoon exhaled. Look, thanks to you, a lot of people who were supposed to die will survive. So don't fall apart now. The man gulped and nodded. Kim Myung-hoon turned back, hurrying the supply team. Then, someone spotted something. A lone figure, dressed in black, walked slowly down the empty street. The crowd murmured. Who is that? Another survivor? Then, a scream. Kim Yu-won's footsteps echoed against the broken asphalt. A faint scraping noise whispered beneath his boot. His eyes flickered downward. The ground shifted. Something was moving. A terrible eyeless creature erupted from beneath. It lunged. The creature lunged. But before it could strike, a shadow descended. Kim Yu-won landed first, his boots slamming onto the worm's head, crushing it into the ground. The crowd in the safe zone stared in stunned silence. Mouths hung open. The timer flickered above them. Time remaining, 5 minutes, 12 seconds. Among them, Kim Myung-hoon expression twisted. Shock, anger, recognition. The brunette in black, covered in green blood. There was no doubt. Kim Yu-won, he muttered. Kim Yu-won, still standing over the fallen monster, barely spared him a glance. Just ignore me, he said casually, wiping away the green slime from his face. Keep talking. A system notification appeared. Stats increased, except intuition, which decreased by 2. Kim Yu-won stepped off the corpse. He had no intention of staying. He was only here for one reason, to collect his reward and move on. Then, someone called out his name, a familiar voice. Turning slightly, Kim Yu-won saw Kim Myung-hoon approaching, the red-haired man, the so-called leader of the group. His hand landed on Kim Yu-won's shoulder, grip firm, almost friendly. I thought I lost you, Kim Myung-hoon said, his voice oddly light. It took forever to find you. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. Disbelief. This guy, his enemy from university, was suddenly concerned about his well-being? The murmuring crowd watched closely. Above their heads, the population counter for the safe zone flickered. Then, the supply group arrived. And immediately, conflict. An unwelcoming figure blocked their way, knives in both hands. Kim Yu-won's gaze sharpened. Hostility. Kim Myung-hoon waved a hand dismissively. Ignore them. He grabbed Kim Yu-won's wrist, dragging him forward. But Kim Yu-won suddenly stopped. His expression darkened. People were thrown out for this? He asked, his voice dangerously calm. Forced to carry food? Kim Myung-hoon sighed, exasperated. They were going to die anyway. This way, at least they're useful. Kim Yu-won's entire stance shifted. He didn't like this. Not one bit. Kim Myung-hoon, sensing Kim Yu-won's growing disgust, barely contained his own frustration. Pointing at the crowd behind them, he snapped, You think you can survive here with norms and morality? His voice rose. You have to be ruthless. Selfish. His teeth bared in irritation. Even you, the great Kim Yu-won, can you really adapt? Kim Yu-won's gaze hardened. His voice was low, steady. Don't cross the line. Kim Myung-hoon blinked. What? But Kim Yu-won was already walking away. A notification flashed. Second stage completed. 500 points and new equipment awarded to safe zone survivors. Kim Yu-won barely acknowledged it. With a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the panel. I won't take part in your version of survival, he said, voice firm. And I sure as hell won't give you advice. Kim Myung-hoon stood frozen, watching him leave. His brows furrowed. What line was he talking about? Then, another notification. Third tutorial begins. Kim Myung-hoon stared at Kim Yu-won's back. A creeping thought entered his mind. Is he bluffing again? But before he could dwell on it, movement stirred in the ruins. Worm-like creatures slithered through the remains of the buildings. The next hunt had begun. 50 more kills to go. Time limit, 72 hours. The entire area was now swarming with creatures. Zombie-like monsters, a massive spider, and a boar with razor-sharp tusks. A system notification appeared. The area will be destroyed after 70 hours. Gate activation, 70 hours remaining. At a major intersection, every imaginable horror crawled, lurked, or hunted. The people in the safe zone watched in growing fear. The monsters had returned, and this time there was no end to them. Among the survivors, Kim Myung-hoon's gaze sharpened. His mind was already working. A pathway. There was a way through. A twisted smile crept across his face. He had an idea, a way to trick the others, to manipulate them. If he played his cards right, they'd kill the monsters for him. He'd just collect the necessary 50 kills without lifting a finger. His expression darkened. With a calm, yet chilling voice, he gave the order. The glass ball fell from his hand, reflecting an ominous pink glow. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won, crouched on one knee, hurriedly formed orbs of mana. He dropped his backpack, patting his pockets. Too many monsters. His gaze flicked across the battlefield. How many could he take down? Raising his palm, he quickly checked his remaining mana. The creatures advanced, climbing the stairs, closing in. His mind raced. He had been lucky to get essences from the second tutorial, but it still wasn't enough. Mana condensed around him, flickering wildly. A notification appeared. Mana concentration complete. Skill registered. His eyes burned with determination. He swung his hand. A thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the monsters before him. Small lightning bolts crackled in the air. It worked, but then his hand trembled. His mana was completely drained. Controlling it had been difficult. Too much energy spent on concentration alone. Still, as his stats and skill level increased, it would become a powerful asset. He sank onto the steps, catching his breath. The building had suffered heavy damage from the blast. Fingers tightening around the mana spheres, he muttered to himself. This technique determines the scale of mana control. But even as he said it, he knew this wasn't like him. The creatures around him trembled, barely clinging to life. Kim Yu-won didn't hesitate. Pulling out his cold steel blade, he stepped forward. His knife glowed blue. His eyes burned orange. No more wasted time. A timer flickered in his vision. Time remaining, 22 hours, 43 minutes, 22 seconds. Second day of the third tutorial. A group of 3 survivors wandered through the ruins of a collapsed building. Han Lim Joyan, walking ahead, tried to keep his fear in check. In just 2 days, their group had dwindled from 1,400 to only 400. The once massive Hongdae area station was now a wasteland. They tread carefully, hoping, praying, not to run into anything. Han Juno, trailing behind, suddenly froze. Something wasn't right. Peering past a crumbling concrete pillar, his eyes landed on a flickering neon sign. A convenience store. Excitement rippled through the group. Food, one of them whispered. The moment he spotted it, a young man in a red jacket took off sprinting. Kong Sang-kan and the girl behind him laughed, watching his excitement. For the first time in days, a moment of relief. Han Lim Joyan, still on edge, turned. Then his body stiffened. A massive shadow loomed above him. He didn't even have time to scream. The monster struck. Its jaws snapped shut. Blood splattered. His headless body crumpled. The boy in the red jacket crumpled to his knees, headless. His lifeless body remained still for a moment before collapsing onto the cold pavement, surrounded by the very creatures that had killed him. His friends stood paralyzed. Lim Joyan hands flew to her mouth, stifling a scream. Their shock was instant and absolute. Then, the monsters moved. Panic set in. They gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies trembling. The Lim Joyan darted between the creatures, closing in. Could they win? The answer felt like no, but they had no choice. The first monster lunged. Steel flashed. Her blade sank deep into its flesh. Moving on instinct, she twisted the knife, and Kim Yu won it free. She kept swinging. One after another, the monsters fell. Sian Chan, wielding a massive hammer, crushed zombie heads with sheer force. But it wasn't enough. Even with caved-in skulls, the creatures kept growling, kept moving. One finally got through. Sharp teeth tore into Sian Chan's arm. His scream echoed, but he didn't stop. He kept swinging. Lim Joyan heard him cry out. Her resolve wavered. Would they all die here? Her knife slashed through another creature, severing it in half. But then, she froze. Her eyes widened. Something was there. Or rather, someone. A voice muttered from behind a shattered glass door. Man got woken up. Kim Yu won. A soda, kin in his grip. Lim Joyan heart pounded. Impossible. No matter how strong someone was. No matter how high their stats had risen. What she saw defied logic. She watched in stunned silence as Kim Yu won casually swung the can. Crack. The aluminum crushed the monster's skull like paper. Blood gushed. Lim Joyan ducked her head, eyes blinking in disbelief. Did he just kill it with a soda can? This is too much. Then, Kim Yu won moved. Lightning crackled. Electricity swirled around his hands and blade. A spider lunged. He cut it down instantly. The second never even got the chance. Kim Yu won's foot shot out. The kick severed its head from its body. Green blood splattered across the pavement. More bodies fell. The fight ended as quickly as it began. Kim Yu won lowered his leg, turning to the group. Silence hung in the air. Sian Chan clutched his wounded arm, his breath ragged. Lim Joyan instinctively pressed closer to him. His gaze remained locked on Kim Yu won. The tension in the air finally snapped when Lim Joyan stammered. Thanks to you, we survived. Kim Yu won didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his pocket. A small container of ointment flew through the air. Lim Joyan fumbled to catch it. Put that on his arm first, Kim Yu won instructed. It's good medicine. She hesitated, then quickly opened it. Kim Yu won's eyes flicked towards Sian Chan. How much stamina do you have? Sian Chan's expression shifted. 17, he muttered. Kim Yu won exhaled, his voice unreadable. Then you won't die. Sian Chan's stomach dropped. But before relief could settle, Kim Yu won added. But there's a chance you'll never use that hand again. Sian Chan's face went pale. Without wasting another second, he rolled up his sleeve and smeared the ointment across his arm. Kim Yu won barely reacted. His hand pressed against his own neck. He shut his eyes. Had he really slept for 6 hours? The exhaustion had mostly faded, but he still felt like sleeping a bit longer. Memories of past battles with monsters flashed through his mind, reminding him that this was the first time he had gotten any rest in 3 days. No wonder he was so worn out. The scene in his head shifted to when he had finally collapsed after purchasing powder to mask odors. He realized he needed to buy a sleep aid as well. Furrowing his brows, he glanced to the side. He hadn't expected any unexpected interference. The group of people nearby watched him tensely. Without a word, Kim Yu-won turned and started walking away. A girl called out after him, asking if he hunted in this area often. Her gaze was sharp as she warned him that losses were more frequent here than in the upper levels. If he was unlucky, he might run into an underground snake. making this place extremely dangerous. Kim Yu-won casually responded that he wasn't here all the time. Glancing over his shoulder at the group, he mentioned that there was a cafe and a rest area nearby. Si Chan frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Kim Yu-won explained that, unlike other hunting grounds, the concrete staircase here was riddled with cracks and water had pooled in a hole on the floor. The group stood up, taking in their surroundings. Si Chan examined the cave, noting that the dungeon was actually two-story. He added that the entire structure looked completely different, more like a proper hunting ground. Si Chan gripped his sword hesitantly, trailing behind Kim Yu-won. The young man studied his blade for a moment before speaking. There's something more important right now. He turned to the group. Why did you come here, knowing how dangerous it is? The girl hesitated before answering. You've been underground this whole time. You don't know what's happening outside. Kim Yu-won turned to face her. She continued, her expression serious. Upstairs, it's chaos. No one trusts anyone. People are killing each other over the battle of entities. Without another word, Kim Yu-won kept walking. The others followed. So, you were attacked, Kim Yu-won said, glancing at them. The girl nodded, confirming his guess. He added, even your pursuers didn't dare come underground after you. Kim Yu-won suddenly stomped on the ground. You barely made it out alive. The girl flinched at the force of his kick, wind blasting through the cave. Before she could finish thanking him for saving them, the pressure of his presence alone made the group tremble. Their gazes locked onto him in fear. A strange sound echoed through the air. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. What was that? The wind howled around them as the girl stammered her words of gratitude. Kim Yu-won met their eyes coldly. And what makes you think I won't kill you and take your essence right now? The group tensed, instinctively stepping back. The girl gripped her weapon tightly, her hands shaking. It hadn't even crossed their minds. He had already saved their lives. But now, standing before them, he was far more terrifying than either the monsters below or the chaos above. Kong Sankan spoke cautiously. With your level, you must have gathered more than enough essence by now. There's no reason to kill us. Kim Yu-won's gaze darkened. And what if I want more? Kong Sankan swallowed hard but held his ground. I still don't think you will. Kim Yu-won's piercing stare bore into them, his presence overwhelming. Kim Yu-won spoke calmly, his tone unwavering. Even if I don't kill you, this place will. He paused before adding, and you already know why. The girl's lips tightened as she stared at him, a hint of fear in her eyes. Something about this felt off. If he really intended to harm them, why say something like that? The group stood tensely before him, exhaustion and wariness written all over them. Then, as if a realization struck her, the girl asked, what do you want from us? Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a faint smile. The others exchanged uneasy glances, confused by his reaction. I have a good deal for you, he said simply. They listened as he explained his proposal. If they performed well, he would share the essences with them. Without waiting for a response, he turned and motioned for them to follow. Before they could process his words, a deafening hiss echoed through the cave. A massive serpentine monster lunged, its jaws gaping wide. Kong Sankan's face went pale. This is your idea of a good deal, he shouted, sprinting for his life. His panic cries filled the cavern as the beast chased him down. His mind flashed back to an earlier moment. Kim Yu-won, standing before them while they kneeled, asking, did you hurt yourself much? Kong Sankan had shaken his head, still catching his breath. My leg's fine. Good. Kim Yu-won had replied, giving him a faint smile. Then you should run. And now here he was, running for dear life as the monstrous snake tore through the cave behind him. Kim Yu-won, blade in hand, soared through the air. In one fluid motion, he plunged his sword deep into the monster's throat. A torrent of blood sprayed as he propelled himself off the beast's body, using the force to launch himself toward another approaching threat, a towering red lizard. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Kim Yu-won's blade slashed through its thick hide in a flurry of rapid strikes. Within seconds, the lizard's massive frame collapsed, its body splitting apart. Si-chan dropped to the ground, gasping for air. His heart pounded as he looked back at Kim Yu-won. His attack speed is insane. As more creatures fell lifeless behind him, Si-chan couldn't help but wonder just how many essences had Kim Yu-won collected. How powerful was he? Nearby, Kong Sankan reached for one of the fallen essences, his fingers trembling as he held it. Could the difference in monster levels be affecting the drop rate? He thought. No, the percentage of essence drops is just ridiculously high. Glancing at the glowing orb in his hand, he muttered, in just 2 hours, we've gathered 50 essences. His gaze shifted back to Kim Yu-won. This man isn't just strong. Kim Yu-won's blood-soaked hand grabbed another entity's essence, his grip firm around his equally blood-covered sword. He turned, locking eyes with Kong Sankan. Kong Sankan swallowed hard, a chill creeping up his spine. He's on a completely different level. Taking an uneasy step back, He stiffened as Kim Yu-won asked, "How many have you collected?" Kong Sankan hesitated before replying, "We've got another one, so that makes 6 total." Kim Yu-won nodded. "You can keep one." Still shaken, Kong Sankan handed over the essences, his mind racing. The monsters aren't appearing fast enough to keep up with our hunting speed. Rising to his feet, he studied Kim Yu-won carefully before asking, "Where do you plan to use all these essences?" Kim Yu-won's expression remained unreadable. "My ally is a little late, but she'll catch up soon." Kong Sankan wasn't sure what to make of that answer. His curiosity finally got the better of him. "What's your level?" he asked. Kim Yu-won lowered his head slightly, but said nothing. The cave was silent, save for the distant echoes of monsters lurking in the darkness. "With a hunting speed like yours, your level must be insanely high by now," Kong Sankan muttered, still trying to wrap his head around it. Kim Yu-won responded calmly, "My level has pretty much stopped growing." Kong Sankan's face went pale. He froze in place, struggling to process what he'd just heard. If his level had stopped increasing, just how high was it? Kim Yu-won continued, "I'll raise it again in the next tutorial." That statement alone sent a chill down Kong Sankan's spine. He hesitated before stepping closer. "Your level, it's personal information, isn't it?" he asked cautiously. "I guess I shouldn't be asking about it." "Same goes for stats." Kim Yu-won gave a small nod. "Exactly." Kong Sankan immediately recoiled, raising his hands in surrender. "I get it. It's just, not long ago, some guy asked me how much stamina I had." Kim Yu-won's expression darkened. "Would you rather I let my arm rot instead?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of Anno Kim Yu-won's as he dusted off his sword. Realizing his mistake, Kong Sankan covered his face with his hand, feeling a mix of regret and embarrassment. Kim Yu-won added, "If you want to get stronger, you should hunt more monsters. Gather essences, sure, but don't forget to level up too." Before Kong Sankan could respond, a desperate voice cut through the air. "Kim Yu-won." Han Juno sprinted toward him, running at full speed. Behind her, monsters surged forward. She stumbled, barely dodging their attacks, her screams echoing through the cave. Xian Chan's breath caught in his throat as he watched in fear. Kim Yu-won's body tensed. In an instant, he moved. Sonin gasped. "We barely had time to rest." The group sprang into action, dashing toward the charging monsters while Lim Joyan pushed forward with everything she had. Small grains of sand scattered beneath her frantic steps. Kong Sankan gritted his teeth, gripping his hammer tightly. As the monster lunged at him, he swung with full force, slamming the weapon into the base of its neck. With a sickening crunch, the beast collapsed. The system message flashed before his eyes. His level had risen. Not far away, Lim Joyan stood frozen as the monster before her fell lifeless. She turned to her ally. "Did your level go up?" Kong Sankan exhaled, still catching his breath. "Yeah, what about you?" "Same here," Lim Joyan confirmed. A soft glow caught their attention. A sphere of essence shimmered on the ground. Kim Yu-won approached, picking it up effortlessly. "You done?" They both nodded. Kim Yu-won glanced at the fallen entities. "Take them." Surprised, Han Juno watched as he handed her a sphere. His expression remained unreadable. "You should each have 50 now," he stated. Han Juno looked down at her hands, counting silently. "Before coming underground, we only had 20, she let out a breath. "I didn't expect to gain another 30 this fast." She turned to Kim Yu-won. "Thanks." Kim Yu-won barely reacted, lifting his gaze slightly before looking away. "Thanks to you, the hunt went twice as fast." But inwardly, he thought otherwise. These essences, they're barely worth talking about. His eyes flicked up to the system's display. 2 hours and 57 minutes left. Turning his back to them, he took a step forward. "The enemy's activation time is getting closer. Since we're done here, it's time to go up," he announced. The others exchanged glances before nodding. A small, relieved smile crossed their faces. Han Juno, still catching her breath, muttered, "I wonder if things are still a mess up there." Her companion sighed. "The longer it goes on, the worse it gets. The third tutorial is ending soon." He stared ahead, his expression hardening. And the people outside, they're becoming more unbearable. As they climbed the stairs, a faint, ominous glow of scarlet energy flickered in the distance. The swirling energy of the gate rippled through the air, its deep crimson glow casting an eerie light over the city road. The gathered crowd stood at a cautious distance, eyes locked on the ominous portal. "That color, it means the gate is about to open," someone murmured. A man in the crowd absent-mindedly touched the pouch at his belt, feeling the weight of 45 Mona essences inside. His gaze swept over the people around him, their casual chatter masking the tension thick in the air. "They're all hiding knives behind their backs while pretending nothing's wrong," he muttered bitterly. "It's absurd." His jaw tightened as he stared ahead. Beside him, a Hyungnim scoffed. "The drop rate of these damn essences is awful," the Hyungnim said. Why risk your life fighting monsters when it's faster to just take them from someone else? The dark-haired man beside him let out a short, humorless laugh. Everyone's thinking the same thing. Even so, no one's making a move yet. The first man clenched his teeth harder. That's because the real fight starts when the gate opens, he said. And when it does, I'll grab what I can and disappear. From the edge of the road, his comrade suddenly spoke up. Is their leader looking at us? A figure emerged from the crowd, making his way toward them. The men exchanged wary glances. Is he coming this way? The Hyungna muttered. The young man closed the distance between them, stopping just short of them with a smirk. It's been a while, he said. What, 2 days? The dark-haired man narrowed his eyes. Not like we're on friendly terms. The young man's smirk faded into a frown. Still clinging to your pride, huh? He let out a sigh before continuing. You all know what's about to happen. He raised his hands slightly, standing right in front of them. Tell me, are you really aware of the situation? His tone darkened. Once this gate opens, it's going to be a bloodbath. The dark-haired man clenched his jaw, eyes burning with frustration. He's smart, he thought. He gathered a gang just for this moment. The young man tilted his head slightly, then raised his hand. I'll get straight to the point, he said. Compared to you, we have far more resources. A blond man in the group tensed, looking away. The words hung in the air for a moment before someone finally spoke. How many do you need? The answer made them freeze. 700 essences. A heavy silence fell over the group. One man's hand trembled as he clenched his fist. Even if we combined everything we have, we'd barely reach 300. This is insane, he thought. There's no way to avoid a fight at this rate. The young man gestured casually to the sides. All right, how about this? He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Just give us 400. We'll take the rest ourselves. Yunhun exhaled sharply, his brows furrowing. If we refuse, an all-out massacre begins. He quickly calculated the numbers. They outnumber us 50 to 20. The odds aren't in our favor. Before he could respond, a voice called out from the crowd. Kong Songkan. Heads turned as Kong Songkan pushed through, his expression unreadable. The blond man hesitated. Should I push to give them half? Or should I hold our ground? Before he could decide, more figures emerged from the mass of people. Han Juno and Shanin stepped forward, their presence drawing the attention of the dark-haired man. His eyes widened in surprise as recognition set in. And then, another figure appeared. Kim Yu-won, a cardboard box in his hands. The dark-haired man's breath caught in his throat. Kim Yu-won. A heartbeat later, the box slipped from Kim Yu-won's grasp, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The tension in the air reached a breaking point. With a sharp crash, the cardboard box hit the ground. Kim Yu-won crouched beside it, casually opening his bags. The Kim Myung-hoon beside him frowned. Where the hell have you been? You've been gone for days. Kim Yu-won's expression remained calm. Obviously, I had business to take care of. The Kim Myung-hoon's gaze flickered to the bags. Did you collect all the essences? Kim Yu-won lifted a bag by its strap, nodding. Then, with a single motion, he tilted it over the box. A cascade of glowing spheres tumbled down, the distinct chime of essences clinking against one another, filling the air. The crowd gasped. Incredible, the Kim Myung-hoon muttered, watching as Kim Yu-won sifted through the overflowing pile. Whispers spread like wildfire. How many are in there? There's got to be over 1,000. The Kim Myung-hoon's jaw tightened. How'd he gather so many? He clenched his fists but forced himself to stay composed. No need to be afraid. I've got plenty of people behind me. He turned slightly, scanning the 50 or so men at his back. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on all of us at once. Taking a step forward, he moved toward the box, only to be stopped in his tracks. Kim Yu-won's calm voice cut through the noise. Look down. The Kim Myung-hoon instinctively lowered his gaze. His breath hitched. A thin, deep line was carved into the ground, right in front of his shoe. Kim Myung-hoon furrowed his brows. What is this? Kim Yu-won straightened, addressing the gathered crowd. You all need these, don't you? He reached into the box and picked up a single essence, rolling it between his fingers. His expression remained unreadable as he added, I don't need them anymore. I have more than enough. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Hands shot up as voices overlapped. I'll take one. No, me first. Give me 5. But Kim Yu-won's next words silenced them instantly. They're not free. His gaze remained steady as he named his price. 100 points per essence. A murmur of disbelief spread among the people. What? That's way too much. Is he out of his mind? This is robbery. People immediately started checking their points, desperate to see if they could afford the steep cost. Kim Yu-won expression darkened. He drew his sword and pointed it forward. Essences aren't sold in stores. The only way to get them is through people like me. His voice was cold. So tell me, how many of you are actually willing to buy? The Kim Myung-hoon sneered. This deal is ridiculous. How many people here can even afford to buy from you? His grip tightened on his blade. And what if someone doesn't have enough to pay? Kim Yu-won met his glare with unwavering calm. That's an odd question. He leaned back slightly in the circle. No one is being forced to buy. If you don't have the points, don't bother. His voice remained steady as he continued. But there are other ways to trade. You can offer an item or even a skill, assuming it's something useful. The crowd tensed at those words. Kim Myung-hoon turned, catching the flickers of unease in the people behind him. His eyes narrowed. They're actually considering it. Frustration bubbled inside him. He clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth. Ew. His voice was laced with anger. You killed people for these, didn't you? Took everything they had. And now you're trying to sell them for a damn profit? His hand trembled on the hilt of his sword. Who the hell do you think you're fooling? He spat. Lim Joyen raised her hands, stepping between them, trying to defuse the situation. Kim Yu-won, still seated in the circle, fixed Kim Myung-hoon with a calm, almost amused look. And what would have happened if I didn't take them? Kim Myung-hoon's nostrils flared, his knuckles turning white. Say something that actually makes sense, he growled. This isn't going to work. The tension in the air thickened. Then from behind, a girl suddenly shouted, "That's not for you to say." The girl snapped, her voice sharp. The Kim Myung-hoon clenched his jaw, but the people around him frowned, their eyes dark with anger. You killed my friend, the girl continued, her tone laced with fury. Do you even know where they ran? The Kim Myung-hoon scoffed. If they were with me, they shouldn't have survived. A young man, standing behind Kim Yu-won, raised his hand. Who exactly are you blaming? He asked. Because I know nothing about this man. The Kim Myung-hoon's eyes bulged with rage. A vein throbbed on his neck. This is pissing me off, he growled. You're all being idiots. His glare hardened. There are only 3 of you. What the hell do you think you can do? The men behind him drew their swords in unison. The Kim Myung-hoon sneered. If you really think sticking with him will keep you safe, you're dead wrong. His voice dropped into a growl. Kill them. The moment his command rang out, the men surged forward. Kim Yu-won barely moved. With a single swing of his sword, 2 heads flew clean off their bodies. A sickening silence fell as the beheaded corpses remained standing for a brief moment, blood spraying into the air before they crumpled to the ground. Kim Yu-won's cold gaze locked onto the remaining attackers. You crossed the line. The Kim Myung-hoon's breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened as he stared at the fallen bodies, frozen in shock. The others staggered back, their confidence wavering. Kim Yu-won swallowed hard, recalling something. He told me not to cross the line. Did he really mean it? Kim Yu-won's voice cut through the silence. My conditions don't change. He turned his gaze toward the crowd. If you pay, I'll sell. And only those who buy will be allowed inside the circle. His voice was calm, unwavering. Whether you purchase or not is up to you. I won't force anyone. His eyes darkened. But if you step past this line for any other reason, you die. The moment those words left his lips, his sword erupted with an ominous aura. The ground beneath him seemed to tremble as he activated inferior magic sword. The Kim Myung-hoon clenched his teeth and waved his blade furiously. Kill him. His men hesitated, only for a second, before charging again. Kim Yu-won moved like a shadow. He dodged the first strike with a swift bend, then struck. His sword cut clean through one attacker's neck. In the same motion, he slashed another across the chest, sending blood splattering onto the ground. A deep blue aura raged around him as the lifeless bodies thudded against the dirt. The Kim Myung-hoon trembled, his grip on his sword unsteady. His stomach twisted at the sight of the blood pooling around the corpses. Impossible. His mind raced. I'm level 11. This shouldn't be happening. A wave of fear crashed over him. He took an instinctive step back. I have to run. It was all about the line. He said only those who cross it will die. He spun on his heels and bolted. I made it. I survived. A flicker of relief crossed his face. Then, behind him, you think you're safe? Kim Yu-won's voice rang out. The Kim Myung-hoon barely had time to process the words before a cold sensation swept over him. His vision tilted. No, the world tilted. His head was floating. He saw Kim Yu-won standing there, his sword still raised, his eyes unreadable. Then, everything went dark. Blood splattered across the ground, staining the boundary of the drawn circle. The bodies of the fallen lay motionless, a grim reminder of Kim Yu-won's warning. With his sword still in hand, Kim Yu-won walked back toward the box. He crouched down, picking up the essences. What a mess, he muttered. Lifting the box, he turned to face another group of people. The moment their eyes met his, they instinctively took a step back. Fear gripped them. The dark-haired man in the crowd stared at Kim Yu-won, stunned. Only one person could pull off a massacre like this. He tightened his fist. One person's sheer strength had just crushed an entire group's combined force. It was like watching a battle straight out of a movie, unreal, yet happening right before his eyes. He had thought he was getting used to this brutal reality, but he was wrong. Slowly, he unclenched his fist, lowering his hand before raising it slightly above his head. From behind, Kong Sankan rushed toward him. I'll buy an essence, Kong Sankan announced. His ally turned to him, frowning. With what points? Kong Sankan unsheathed a blade and held it up. Lackey told me I could sell this for 500 points. The man beside him gritted his teeth. Think this through, he warned. That guy got all those essences through pure hunting. You sure this is the trade you want to make? Kim Yu-won, standing before the gate, set the box inside a newly drawn circle. Kong Sankan hesitated. Then, how'd he get so strong? There's no way he reached this level just by killing a couple of monsters. The other man exhaled sharply. He didn't even take the essences from the people he killed. Kim Yu-won rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed on the floor. That proves he didn't steal, the man continued. This is a massive haul of essences, and he's sticking to fair trade. That alone says a lot. Kong Sankan's mind raced as he weighed his options. Finally, he stepped into the circle and extended his hand. I'll take 7 pieces. As Kim Yu-won clasped his hand, the system announcement rang out, 700 points transferred. The gathered crowd erupted in murmurs. We could just buy essences and move on to the next stage. Someone immediately checked their balance. I only have 200 points. How much do you have? The moment the man stepped through the portal, others rushed toward Kim Yu-won. I'll buy some too. Same here. People shouted out their offers, scrambling for a chance to trade. Someone turned to a companion. Hey, do you have any points left? I'll pay you back in the next tutorial. Meanwhile, Lackey examined Kong Sankan's sword. It's slightly damaged, he muttered. Small creatures floated in front of the traders, appraising items. One of them assessed the blade. 300 points. The man flared up. What? That's way too low. Another lackey chimed in. It's not a popular item. Best I can do is 200 points. What a scam. The second trader scoffed. You're turning around and selling it for 1,000, aren't you? Kim Yu-won stood near the gate, his mind running calculations. One stack could be sold for 100 points. After a brief pause, he made his decision. He sold 3 points of intuition. The transaction went through. Kim Yu-won, visibly displeased, shook the trader's hand as the system displayed. 7,410 points transferred. That deal was terrible. Another person passed through the gate. Kim Yu-won lowered his hand, exhaling. Still, maybe this was better than dying here and now. But as he ascended the tower, he had come to realize losing stats was a steep price to pay. His expression remained calm as he checked his balance. 167,000 points. At least for me, things worked out in the end. Lim Joyan turned toward him. Kim Yu-won was staring into the box, lost in thought. He was expecting at least 100,000. That should be enough for whatever he's planning. Are you leaving? She called out. Kim Yu-won looked back at them. Why aren't you? She paused before answering. We want to go with you. Kim Yu-won glanced at them, his expression unreadable. Kong Sankan stepped forward, meeting his gaze with quiet determination. I know you don't want allies, he said, but you can always use us as bait, like last time. And if we're useless, you can just leave us behind. Kim Yu-won remained silent, staring ahead. Then, he lowered his head, closed his eyes briefly, and let out a small smile. Sorry, but that's all. He bent down, picked up his bag, and slung it over his shoulder. You shouldn't rely on anyone. If you do, you won't make it far. Kong Sankan's brow furrowed. What does that mean? The others stiffened, their expressions shifting to confusion. Kim Yu-won opened his bag, lifted it into the air, and gave it a shake. The fabric rustled, but nothing fell out. I don't have a single essence left. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the empty bag onto the ground. The group stared at him in disbelief. Kong Sankan stepped closer, eyebrows raised in shock. Wait, what are you going to do? You should have at least saved 50 pieces for yourself. Kim Yu-won's expression remained calm. I'm not going. A heavy silence followed. He exhaled slightly. I'm tired of running from you guys. Then, turning away, he added, you should hurry up and leave. Chaos is about to begin. Lim Joyan called out his name, but Kim Yu-won didn't stop walking. The others watched him go, disappointment flickering in their eyes. A hand landed on Lim Joyan's shoulder. His ally gave him a light push. Come on, it's time to go. Reluctantly, they turned toward the gate, while Kim Yu-won walked further and further away. His eyes flicked to the side, locking onto the system window. Next step, defense. A man suddenly ran up to him, panting. Wait, did you sell all the essences? Another man, wearing glasses, let out a desperate groan the moment Kim Yu-won nodded. His eyebrows shot up in disbelief before his knees buckled. He collapsed to the ground, hands pressed against the dirt. More people came rushing over, eyes frantic. Kim Yu-won clicked his tongue. Better to move first. The desperate residents clutched their heads, their frustration filling the air. From now on, Kim Yu-won thought, this place will become a battlefield. People would be forced to risk their lives for a handful of essences. Without another word, he started walking away, putting distance between himself and the chaos. His mind quickly calculated the time. 1 hour left until the tutorial ends. He glanced to the side, considering his next move. I'll visit the store. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet. A purple aura swirled over the road ahead. His eyes narrowed. Something's coming. In an instant, a figure materialized, shrouded in crackling energy. A manager. The man met Kim Yu-won's gaze with an unsettling calm. Did you call for me? Kim Yu-won looked up at him, unfazed. I did, but not you. His tone remained steady as he glanced around. Where are all the lackeys? The manager smiled faintly. Recruiting new ones. Kim Yu-won's eyes sharpened. Because you lost too many? Precisely. The manager gestured, and 3 new minions appeared behind him. One of them marked with a red cross. Kim Yu-won raised an eyebrow. Thinned your ranks a little too much, didn't you? The manager chuckled. Roughly 1 in 3 lackeys had certain connections. Many were involved in unfortunate incidents. His gaze flickered, as if recalling something. And of course, your recent trade didn't help. His tone was light, but there was an edge to it. A good number of my subordinates stuck around far too long because of you. His expression darkened slightly. The other side's progress has slowed because of it. The manager gritted his teeth slightly, then raised both hands, pointing at Kim Yu-won. Why do you think this is because of you? He demanded. Kim Yu-won remained calm. The manager continued. Over 100 people used the store just to trade with you. Lowering his head slightly, Kim Yu-won closed his eyes for a moment before letting out a small breath. Isn't that a good thing? The trade was successful, wasn't it? Then, looking back at the manager, he added, but still, is your labor shortage so bad that you had to show up personally for something as simple as store usage? The manager, now standing beside him, let out a chuckle. This isn't an ordinary store. He tilted his head. Don't tell me you really don't know what my position is. Kim Yu-won frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. So, he's an object of special service. Typically, if something wasn't detected through a manager's jurisdiction, they would just turn a blind eye. But apparently, this time they had chosen not to. The air between them remained heavy. Then, the manager added, by the end of the 3rd tutorial, you had 160,000 points. At this rate, your power alone could completely destabilize the ecosystem of the tutorial. Kim Yu-won met his gaze directly. That's not my intention. His voice remained even. So, I don't see the problem. Taking a step forward, he calmly stated, I'm using the store. The manager let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. That absurd self-confidence of yours. His lips curled into a small smile. I've been a manager for a long time, but I've never met someone quite like you. He lifted a hand, summoning a bright glow. In an instant, the store interface materialized in front of Kim Yu-won. What do you need? The manager asked. Kim Yu-won's fingers moved swiftly, clicking on an item. I'll take this first. Purchase confirmed. Mid-grade personal inventory, 10,000 points. With this, I can store and activate team items. Next, he purchased the Arctic Steel Sword for 50,000 points. The gleaming blade materialized in midair before him, its icy sheen reflecting the ambient glow of the store window. The manager watched closely as the sword vanished into Kim Yu-won's inventory upon his command. That's quite the difficult item, he commented. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won continued. Purchase confirmed. Pyromancy Robe, 60,000 points. Purchase confirmed. Magic Nullification Shield, 20,000 points. At this point, there was no denying it. This was a complete destruction of the tutorial's balance. Kim Yu-won shrugged off his outerwear, letting it drop carelessly to the ground. With gear at this level, I'll be able to use these items well into the higher floors of the tower. He picked up the shield, slung the crimson cloak over his shoulders, and stepped forward, his confidence unwavering. Next, he bought 4 ice crystals for 20,000 points. Standing before the store window, he made one final request. And lastly, I need a well-sharpened sword. A blade appeared before him. Without hesitation, he spent 2,000 points and took it into his hands. As the shield faded into his inventory, the manager let out a knowing smirk. That last purchase, it's the most basic weapon in stock. It doesn't even synergize with the rest of your magic-enhanced items. Kim Yu-won remained unfazed. It'll do. His balance now displayed 54,000 points remaining. The manager grinned. At this point, no one in the tutorial can lay a finger on you. His gaze sharpened. Not only that, your new gear is so durable that it won't even leave clues behind if someone tries. Kim Yu-won's expression darkened slightly. He frowned, watching the manager carefully. That's an oddly specific thing to point out. The manager's final words echoed in the air. This only concerns the participants. Then, with a bright flash of purple energy, he vanished. As the lingering energy dispersed, Kim Yu-won remained standing in place, watching the sky. The countdown on the system window had reached its final seconds. The timer hit 0. A cold voice broke the silence. The 3rd tutorial has been completed. The floating timer window shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into nothing. But then, tutorial failed. The earth beneath him trembled violently. The massive gates groaned before slamming shut. Area destruction commencing. A deafening roar tore through the city. Cracks split the pavement as waves of monstrous energy surged between the buildings. From the depths of the earth, creatures began to crawl out, twisted forms emerging from the darkness. The sky above shifted into a deep, unnatural red. Kim Yuan's gaze remained steady as he murmured, "It's been a while since I've seen this." Reaching for his crimson cloak, he ran his fingers over the fabric. A system window popped up. Pyromancy robe, a garment infused with an ancient spell. Made from a rare material, it grants increased resistance to fire attribute magic. He tightened his grip on the fabric. I made the right choice. The air was already growing unbearably hot. Protection was his first priority, and in the tower, this cloak would be invaluable against fire-based attacks. Screams echoed from all around. People collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as the heat intensified. Their desperate cries for help filled the air. "I can't take it, please, just let me die." Kim Yuan stepped forward, scanning the area. Only 3 survivors remained. He approached the kneeling figures. One of the men looked up at him, his face drenched in sweat. "Why are you still here?" he gasped. Their eyes met for a brief moment. The man tried to speak again, but crack! The road beneath them split open. A devastating explosion erupted from below, blasting through the asphalt. Flames engulfed the bodies of the fallen. Their screams cut short as they were incinerated alive. Kim Yuan took a step back, his expression darkening as he silently observed the destruction. Destruction in progress. Activating entity number 176. The entire city was swallowed by fire. Then, from the depths of the inferno, a massive, skeletal hand clawed its way out of the burning ground. A towering demonic skeleton, its skull adorned with twisted horn-like protrusions, loomed over the landscape. Scarlet flames poured from its empty eye sockets. One after another, countless trash-class demons surged to the surface. Kim Yuan calmly unsheathed his sword, his shield activated with a faint hum. He surveyed the battlefield. There's a lot of them, but that wasn't the problem. His gaze shifted. A massive column of fire erupted into the sky. There it was. The reason this was called destruction. Within the blazing inferno, a pair of violet, glowing eyes flickered open. Lower-class demon Surutra has appeared. Kim Yuan's lips curled into a faint smirk as he gripped his blade. "So it's you, Surutra." The fire raged higher as the monstrous figure slowly emerged. "During Ragnarok, you were the size of a mountain. Here, you're only the size of a house." The demon's colossal, fiery hands pressed against the scorched earth, its form trembling with anticipation. Behind it, an army of skeletons assembled, ready to raze the world to the ground. Then, in a voice dripping with malice, the giant flame demon growled, "Another world will be consumed." The system echoed through the air, declaring the demon as the 176th child of the tower. The colossal demon's fiery eyes locked onto Kim Yuan, its speech interrupted. "If this world was meant to disappear," Kim Yuan said coldly, "then you shouldn't have been born in the first place." The demon let out a low growl. Kim Yuan smirked and shouted, "Why so sentimental? 176 children, and you're not even in menopause?" A deep rumble shook the ground as the demon's burning rage intensified. Kim Yuan rolled his shoulders. "Enough talk. Let's get started." The surrounding demons stirred at his words. Recognition flashed in their burning eyes. "Oh," one of them hissed. The colossal demon crouched slightly, its molten hands pressing into the ground. "A monkey from a mountain of flowers and fruits," Sura murmured. "You have the same eyes." The earth beneath its feet cracked, sending tremors through the battlefield. Surutra's voice rumbled. "Do you truly think you can escape this place?" A massive, flaming sword materialized in the demon's grip. Its army surged forward. Kim Yuan exhaled, gripping his blade. His sword shimmered with a swirling aura as he bent his knees, lowering his stance. The first wave of skeletons lunged toward him. With a single precise strike, crack, he split the lead skeleton's skull in two. A fiery explosion erupted from the remains, engulfing him in smoke and flames. Sura watched in confusion as the battlefield was momentarily shrouded in black smoke. The moment the embers faded, Kim Yuan emerged, completely unscathed. The demon's eyes narrowed. That's no ordinary garment. The pyromancy robe absorbed heat damage from the explosion. The pyromancy robe artifact provides increased resistance to fire-based attacks. Kim Yuan chuckled, brushing off the ash on his shoulder. "So, think it was a wise investment." He took a deliberate step forward. "I didn't prepare all this to defend myself." His gaze sharpened. "I prepared it to hunt you." The demon tilted its head, placing a molten hand on its chin. Bold words. A sinister grin spread across its face. Let's see if you can say them again when you reach me. Kim Yu-won adjusted his stance, spreading his legs wider, lowering his head slightly. He scoffed. Your throne looks a little too heavy to lift. Surutra grin widened. Then let's see how long you can stay so arrogant. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. You talk too much. Then, with explosive force, he launched himself into the air. His blade cut through the wind. Slash! Demonic bodies were torn apart in an instant. Still airborne, Kim Yu-won twisted mid-motion, slashing through multiple enemies in one fluid motion. System, level up. He barely glanced over his shoulder as another fiery explosion erupted behind him. The battlefield was covered in flames. His left hand gripped his shield, now riddled with cracks from the relentless heat. Breaking through the fire, he surged toward the remaining enemies. With another powerful strike, boom! Another explosion erupted, sending debris flying. His purchased artifacts absorbed most of the impact, but even with the protection, the sheer force of the heat was draining. Your dexterity increased by 1. Your constitution increased by 1. Your arcane power increased by 1. Kim Yu-won exhaled, lowering his gaze slightly. Even with the fire spell robe, dealing with this heat for 2 hours straight is brutal. The air was suffocating, his body drenched in sweat. More monsters staggered toward him. Their burning skulls flickered with deadly energy. Their explosions aren't overwhelmingly strong, Kim Yu-won analyzed, but there's no real way to avoid them. His jaw tightened. Then, gripping his blade tighter, he prepared for the next attack. He knew his attacks could reach long distances by concentrating his mana, but the energy drain was massive. It wasn't a technique he could rely on in an extended battle. Glancing at his shield, now covered in cracks, he realized he was approaching his limit. Still, he was damn lucky. The shield had withstood at least 1,000 explosions. But he couldn't keep stalling. It was time to take action. Lifting his gaze to the rock where the demon sat, he called out, "Enough with the minions. Come down and fight me yourself." Surutra smirked, gripping his sword. His eyes flicked to the artifacts the young man wielded, finding them nothing short of astonishing. "Incredible," he muttered. "I have no idea how you got your hands on these in a tutorial." Kim Yu-won let out a tired sigh. The demon leaped toward him, a storm of dust swirling in his wake. As he landed, Kim Yu-won met his gaze. "Do you even have a conscience?" he asked. "You're causing chaos in the tutorial grounds." The demon scoffed. "I'm only punishing those who don't belong here." His blade gleamed as he pointed it at Kim Yu-won. "But you're different. You have the potential to ascend the Endless Tower and become a ranker." Kim Yu-won scratched his ear, unimpressed. The demon tilted his head. "So why are you here? Were you abandoned by your allies?" "As I said," Kim Yu-won replied coolly, "I came to hunt you." Surutra laughed, raising his sword. "You? Kill me?" His grin widened. "Then fight back." Kim Yu-won shifted his stance, angling his blade. The demon struck with devastating force, his sword igniting in flames. Kim Yu-won barely had time to raise a shield before the impact sent a blinding shockwave through the battlefield. The force was immense. His shield, already weakened, shattered into gleaming fragments. Even the ground beneath him cracked and crumbled. Standing under the demon's looming blade, Kim Yu-won clenched his teeth. His mind flashed to a memory. Sun Wukong's words echoed in his head. The demon's fiery blade struck the earth, splitting it apart and filling the air with dust. Surutra peered down at the impact zone, expecting to see his opponent broken. But beneath the debris, a faint crimson glow pulsed. Something fell off. The demon narrowed his eyes. Why would he expose himself like that? A shift in the rubble caught his attention. Kim Yu-won was emerging, alive, and radiating an ominous aura. His face was scorched, and he let out a heated breath. "Damn, that was close. Thought I was gonna die." He staggered to his feet, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle in. His mind raced as he recalled his endless battles with this brawler. Hundreds of fights, all because of the demon's whims. Out of countless clashes, he had only managed to claim victory a handful of times. And there were reasons for that. He pictured Sun Wukong, perched on a cloud, the divine artifact Rue Jingu in hand. That primordial Kinnan cloud, capable of summoning lightning and traveling to the ends of the universe in an instant. Not to mention the limitless mana born from absorbing an entire peninsula's worth of heavenly treasures. Kim Yu-won kept his head lowered, flames licking at the air around him. Then, as he raised his eyes to meet the demon's gaze, they burned with a newfound intensity. A notification window appeared. Cinder Eyes. Assimilation with demon fire complete. Ability. Distinguishes truth from lies, good from evil. Effect. Enhanced resistance to fire. Maximize senses, heightened combat prediction. Rank A. Mastery. 12.14%. his eyes ignited, twin infernos glowing within them. His body burned, his clothes seared, but this time, unlike before, he could withstand it. No special artifacts, no outside help, just his own power. The demon, still wreathed in flames, noticed the shift. Something had changed. Kim Yu-won smirked, silently mocking him. "You ignorant fool." A sword began to form in his hand, its gleaming steel infused with ice jade. Frosted crystals floated around it, swirling in the air. He never thought he'd come to respect his opponent, but at this moment, he did. "Thanks, Sarutra," he murmured. Gripping the weapon tightly, he prepared for the hunt. A system alert flashed before him, preparations complete. The demon, blade slung over his shoulder, erupted into laughter. "And what exactly do you plan to do at this stage?" Kim Yu-won ran a hand over his own skin, testing the sensation. The burns barely registered. "This," he scoffed. "It's nothing." A system notification chimed in. "Ice crystal. Effect. Mana infusion adds a chilling effect." Fire resistance increased. The demon's laughter faltered. He watched in shock as Kim Yu-won's temperature began to drop. The system confirmed it. The burns on his body were cooling, calming. With a sharp inhale, Kim Yu-won slammed his foot into the ground, sending debris flying. Blue mist curled from the edges of his mouth, and in that instant, he understood. His new ability was starting to freeze him. The demon acted fast, hurling something straight at him. Kim Yu-won felt the energy surge, but he didn't panic. He swung his sword, deflecting the incoming attack. Fire and ice clashed in a violent explosion, the entire dungeon trembling from the impact. Fury flickered across Kim Yu-won's face as he fought to deflect the onslaught of flames. Another system message flashed. Pyromancy robes activated. Effect: additional magical resistance to flame attribute attacks. Resistance to Sarah's annihilating flames increased. As his blade cut through the scorching blaze, his robes absorbed the demon's annihilating fire, dropping the surrounding temperature drastically. Another alert popped up. Status update. Burn resistance strengthened. Mana equilibrium stabilizing. Kim Yu-won exhaled, steam rising from his breath. The battlefield had shifted. Now, it was his turn to strike. Their eyes locked, one burning with fury, the other gleaming with determination. At the same time, both warriors swung their weapons. The fiery creature roared as the protagonist lunged forward, blade slicing through the air. A burst of purple liquid sprayed from Sarah's wound as Kim Yu-won's sword struck true. The monster let out a furious scream, whipping around to glare at his opponent. Kim Yu-won grinned, his crimson eyes glowing as he braced for the next attack. But then, something unexpected, clusters of mana shot toward him at high speed. A bead of sweat slid down his face. Too dangerous. He needed to move. Sarah thrust his hand forward, and a system notification flashed. Cinder eyes activated. Battle prediction engaged. Kim Yu-won's instincts kicked in. The moment the demon swung, his iron sword flared with a blue glow. Flames surged toward him, but instead of panicking, he laughed. Reabsorbing the ice crystals, his body temperature plummeted. Too much. Frostbite crept into his limbs. He gritted his teeth, realizing that in his current state, he couldn't withstand the cold for long. No time to waste. His fight had to end now. Ducking at the last second, he narrowly dodged an incoming strike. His blade shimmered with raw energy. No more holding back. Arcane sword skill activated. With a powerful slash, he tore through the enemy's defenses. The impact sent debris flying across the dungeon. Sarah staggered, his head snapping toward Kim Yu-won, eyes blazing with rage. A surge of mana erupted from behind the demon, slamming into his body. Blue energy crackled across his form. Kim Yu-won's glowing eyes burned with resolve as he hurled himself forward, his weapon striking with unrelenting force. The creature's head shattered into fragments, his body crumbling under the devastating attack. Panting, Kim Yu-won climbed onto the beast's fallen frame, gripping his weapon tightly. But the demon's anger hadn't faded. "You, just a green sword wielder who can't even climb the tower." Sarah spat. Flames erupted across the dungeon, surrounding them in an inferno. Kim Yu-won didn't flinch. He pressed his fingers against the enemy's scorched body, activating his cold and fire spell robes. The magic counteracted Sarah's destructive fire, but not enough. The power gap remained. Heat surged around him. His body ignited, burning bright as his own flames fought against Sarah's relentless inferno. Another system alert rang out. Mana blast increased. Kim Yu-won's skin blistered with third-degree burns, but he didn't stop. His grip tightened around his sword. He could win. He would win. With a final roar, he drove his blade deep into the monster, raw energy exploding from the impact. Sarah thrashed, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Kim Yu-won's sword cracked under the immense force, but it didn't matter. Sarah's massive form crashed to the ground. The dungeon trembled. System notification. Creature's destruction. Successful. It was over. As the weapon in Kim Yu-won's hand slowly faded away, he let out a loud, victorious laugh. His eyes flickered upward just as the level-up notification flashed before him. It was real. He had actually defeated Sarah. Memories of past battles resurfaced, each fight pushing him further, sharpening his strength. This was just the beginning. A devilish grin crept onto his face. He knew that by the time he was done, he'd be completely unstoppable. Then, another system message appeared. Achievement unlocked. Impossible feat. Lying on the ground, eyes shut, Kim Yu-won struggled to move. Slowly, he pried them open, his vision hazy. His body ached, but the moment he spotted the lifeless form of the monster beside him, he forced himself to sit up. Trembling, he flexed his fingers. His burns still stung. It hadn't been that long since he lost consciousness. Pressing a hand to his chest, he could still feel the lingering chill from his own ability. He exhaled. The battle with Surutra, he really could have died back there. Yet, he wasn't finished. This was only the intermediate stage of unlocking the Golden Cinder Eyes. He had a long way to go. Rising to his feet, Kim Yu-won approached the massive corpse. Even though the tutorial wasn't over yet, he knew he needed to stop here. He couldn't afford reckless mistakes. The path ahead was still vast. The ground beneath the slain beast rumbled, cracks forming beneath its enormous fang body. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. Despite its monstrous appearance, its body was more complex than it seemed. As the flames around them finally died down, he climbed onto the demon's carcass and reached down, ripping off a bone. Demon remains were valuable. Everything from their flesh to their bones could be turned into powerful items. He smirked. Then something caught his attention. His pupils shrank in surprise as he noticed something embedded deep within the monster's chest, a massive, gleaming crystal. It pulsed with an intense glow. The giant's heart. Kim Yu-won realized immediately what it was. A creature born in the land of fire, one capable of channeling pure flame energy through its core. Holding the crystal in his hand, he studied it intently. He wanted to absorb it right now, but his body wasn't ready. Not yet. He recalled what he knew about such miraculous treasures. Their effects were overwhelming, altering the very structure of the one who consumed them. To withstand it, he would need immense endurance. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice called out. Kim Yu-won's gaze snapped up, locking onto a familiar figure. A bearded man, grinning, baring his teeth. You done playing around yet? Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. You again? The one-armed man chuckled darkly. Yeah, I should be asking you that. The tutorial manager approached with slow, deliberate steps. Kim Yu-won hopped off the monster's body, his senses still on high alert. You still have a long way to go at this stage, the manager remarked. The bearded man groaned, running a hand through his hair. I'm getting scolded for this. The tutorial balance is completely messed up because of you. He sighed heavily. Seriously, where the hell did you even come from? His gaze flicked to Kim Yu-won, frustration clear on his face. The fourth tutorial is almost over, the manager stated. You need to head to the final area, now. Kim Yu-won's eyes sharpened. How much time do I have left? For hours, the man replied. The bearded warrior extended his hand toward him. Kim Yu-won smirked, tightening his grip on the crystal. 4 hours? That's more than enough. The two locked hands in a firm grip. The tutorial manager spoke with a smirk. We've been debating for a while now what kind of reward would even be fitting for you. Just then, a system notification appeared. 10,000 points transferred. A soft blue mist swirled around them as the manager's handshake tightened. Another notification flashed across Kim Yu-won's vision. Heaven-slaying star obtained. All stats increased by 3 points. Kim Yu-won lowered the man's hand, his brows furrowing. Heaven-slaying star? He had studied top-tier skills extensively, but he had never heard of this one. A new system message clarified. Heaven-slaying star, bestowed upon those fated to defy the heavens. His expression darkened. An A+ rank skill in a tutorial? That shouldn't even be possible. High-level skills weren't always worth the hype, but an ability that boosted every stat? That was rare. Another system alert confirmed. Stat boost, +3 to all attributes, effect applied. Even so, something felt unfinished. The skill wasn't fully developed yet, but for now, it was more than enough to compensate for his current limitations. Standing near the fallen beast, the manager turned to him. Anything else you need before I go? Kim Yu-won barely hesitated. Lesser Scarlet Medicine Ball. A window popped up in front of the man, confirming the purchase. He let out a chuckle. You really love throwing money at expensive things, huh? 10,000 points spent. Lesser Scarlet Medicine Ball. Kim Yu-won took the pill, lowering his head slightly as he grabbed his chin in thought. The bearded manager stretched. Well, that's it for me. No more requests. Kim Yu-won shook his head. Then I'm off. Rest up a little after you take that, the manager advised before disappearing into the mist. As the pill dissolved in his system, another notification appeared. Magic increased by 1. Constitution increased by 1. Alone once more, Kim Yu-won remained by the lifeless creature, his body slowly recovering. His wounds sealed as his stamina replenished at an accelerated rate. Pressing his injured hand against his knee, he exhaled deeply. For hours, that was the time he had to recover and prepare for the 5th tutorial. Leaning his body against the massive corpse, he allowed himself a moment of stillness. Ace awaits me in the next trial. As time passed, Kim Yu-won's eyes fluttered open. The air around him shifted. The dungeon itself was beginning to change. His pulse quickened, it starting. Pushing himself up, he took a step forward. The very fabric of space twisted beneath his feet, causing him to stumble slightly. Then suddenly grass. Green, vibrant, real grass. A new system notification flashed. Final tutorial, beginning. His sharp gaze lifted toward the horizon. Walking forward, he caught sight of other dungeon players gathering in the open field. Among them, a brunette in chainmail tilted his head, sniffing the air. "It smells like the sea," he muttered. His partner glanced around. "This place, it's massive." As Kim Yu-won scanned the crowd, he realized the sheer scale of the gathering. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people from different worlds, all converging in one place. And then, the tower spoke. The men lifted their heads, their gazes locking onto a glowing system sign in the sky. "Welcome to the United World, the final tutorial." Kim Myung-hoon rippled through the crowd. Someone exhaled in relief. "Does this mean our dungeon run is finally over?" "Shut up," another player snapped. Beyond them, near a seething reservoir, a towering mountain loomed in the distance. Then, another notification appeared. "Warning, the island of Baraganda is slowly sinking into the sea. Players must escape and prove their claim. The island will be fully submerged in 30 days. Objective, defeat the boss at the island's peak. Points will be awarded based on contribution. Final rewards will be determined by accumulated points and time taken." A final system alert flickered above the dungeon entrance. Time limit, 720 hours. A whole month. Gasps and murmurs spread through the gathered players. The longest round before this had lasted only 3 days. Some quests had been completed in an hour. But now 30 days? Kim Yu-won clenched his fists. This changes everything. A longer time frame meant they didn't have to rush in a battle immediately. Strategy mattered now more than ever. If they had an entire month, it was possible that reaching the boss itself would be just as much of a challenge as the fight. Nearby, 3 men slumped in exhaustion. Kim Yu-won could already see it. Some of them had figured it out, too. Then, a sharp voice cut through the tension. "You all heard the announcement, right?" A blue-eyed Kim Myung-hoon stepped forward, scanning the crowd. "We're all here for a reason. Let's form teams." Several players murmured in agreement. A man in a dirty sweater nodded. "Might be worth trying." A participant with a brown bag stepped up as well. "I'm in. We should meet properly before we start anything." But then, a sharp laugh rang out. A man in a white cloak, baring his teeth, shook his head. "No thanks. I refuse." His words drew attention. More players gathered around him, sensing his arrogance. "Allies," he scoffed. "An ally is someone you trust with your back, someone you'd entrust your life to." His sharp gaze swept the group. "None of you qualify." Kim Yu-won turned toward the speaker. This guy, he recognized him. The Hargan clenched his fist. "Impudent bastard." Without another word, he launched an attack. As his fist flew forward, the white-hooded figure shifted. His hood fell slightly, revealing glowing, golden eyes. In one fluid motion, he struck. A shock wave erupted from his attack, sending the Hargan and the approaching players flying. Gasps echoed through the crowd as the bodies crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. The white cloak slipped from his head. He stood there, eyes glowing like embers. His name was Hargan, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus. His voice carried an unmistakable menace. "I'm not in the mood." The fallen men writhed as their bodies continued to spark with residual energy. The onlookers stared, stunned. "What kind of skill is that?" someone whispered. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. He had seen Hargan's power before. This wasn't just skill, it was pure-blooded high-rank strength. And if Hargan was here, then this final tutorial was about to get even more brutal. The beginning of the 5th tutorial had drawn the tower's keen interest. Kim Yu-won could already feel it. This stage would be different. He pictured an overwhelming AA-ranked aura radiating from the Hargan player. He knew exactly what that meant. Purebloods, born and raised in the tower, once chosen, their rise was inevitable. Unlike other participants, they absorbed the tower's knowledge from birth, making them fundamentally stronger. That's when it hit him. The fair game is over. His mind flashed to an image of the Hargan soaring above ancient structures. Hargan, the one who had contributed the most in the 5th tutorial of his past life. Kim Yu-won clenched his jaw. I don't want anything to do with him. His eyes drifted downward. This gathering of players was nothing but a distraction. It was time to move. Just as he turned to leave. Hey you, Kim Yu-won scowled. He was being called out. Hargan was approaching, fists clenched. His presence radiated an undeniable pressure. Kim Yu-won sighed, irritated. What do you want? The brunette bared his teeth slightly, already annoyed. Are you talking to me? His mind raced. When the hell did he get this close? Hargan frowned, his sharp gaze locked onto Kim Yu-won. Yeah, I mean you. Lifting a finger, he pointed directly at Kim Yu-won's cloak. That's the robe of the fire spell, isn't it? Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed slightly. The player beside him muttered, confused, that item shouldn't even be available in the tutorial. Hargan took a step forward. Where did you get it? Kim Yu-won tilted his head, feigning indifference. Bought it. Used points. Hargan's frown deepened. His surprise was evident as he stared at Kim Yu-won, his mind turning. Ow, the Hargans finally asked. That's an insanely expensive piece of gear. His suspicion was growing. What level are you? Kim Yu-won snorted. It's rude to ask that, don't you think? Hargan's grip tightened around his own wrist. For a second, he looked troubled. He's right, he thought. But still, raising a hand, he exhaled. Fine. No more questions. Kim Yu-won took the chance to step away, already uninterested. Wait, Hargan called out again. You should team up with me. No thanks. Kim Yu-won replied without hesitation. Then, with a casual wave, he added, good luck. The Hargan's expression darkened. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he watched Kim Yu-won walk away. Just as the brunette was about to disappear into the trees. Hargan's patience snapped. Stop right there. A massive burst of energy erupted beneath him, shattering the ground as his foot sank into the earth. The shockwave tore through the forest, leaves scattering as the sheer force sent shudders through the air. At that moment, a massive fanged monster lunged from the shadows, its maw wide open. Hargan didn't even turn. Lifting a single finger, he obliterated the beast with a single blow. The creature crashed to the ground, lifeless. Hargan's fury only deepened. Why is Kim Yu-won so damn fast? His eyes darted toward the sunlit forest path ahead. A speed-enhancing skill? How high are his stats? A thought struck him. He imagined the brunette's silhouette, his movements unnaturally fluid. Could he be a PBD? Still crouched, Hargan rested a hand on his knee, deep in thought. Does he have the blood of elves? Hargan remained deep in thought, his fingers brushing against his cloak. A martial master, he muttered, piecing things together. Then, as a realization struck, a devilish grin spread across his face. Could he be a descendant of Hermes? This was getting far more interesting than he expected. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won came to a sudden halt. Standing on a tree branch, he turned back, scanning the area. I finally lost him. His gaze darkened. That white cape player was insanely fast. Not just fast, unnaturally fast. Kim Yu-won clicked his tongue. Brute Herculean strength. That must have been how Hargan moved so quickly. Speed wasn't his innate talent, which meant he forcefully accelerated himself using raw power. Without lingering any longer, Kim Yu-won leapt from the branch, diving deeper into the forest. As he moved, the manager's words echoed in his mind. The tutorial's balance is in its worst state yet. At first, he thought the man was just talking about him. But now, he wasn't so sure. Pushing those thoughts aside, Kim Yu-won arrived at the mouth of the cave. This wasn't his fight. It didn't concern him. Blood splattered against the ground as he swiftly eliminated a gnoll lurking in the shadows. System alert. Heaven-slaying star completion plus 0.001%. Another monster lunged, but before it could react, Kim Yu-won's blade struck true, erasing it from existence. Completion increased, plus 0.001%. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the pile of lifeless creatures before him. Heaven-slaying star completion, 0.01%. 10 kills, and he had barely moved the needle. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply. I need to kill stronger beings. If he wanted to raise his skill proficiency, weaklings wouldn't cut it. With that in mind, he reached into his bag, scattering a fine powder that masked his scent. He wasn't here to hunt. Deeper in the cave, Kim Yu-won bowed his head, taking a moment to check his condition. The cold had finally faded from his body. His recovery was complete. It was time. Lifting his hand, Kim Yu-won watched as light shimmered across his fingertips. From his inventory, he withdrew a crimson crystal, the giant's heart. The manager's voice played in his mind. Listen carefully, Kim Yu-won. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won brought the giant's heart to his lips and bit down. The moment the ancient essence entered his body, his heart pounded violently. His veins bulged, his blood boiled, and his breath turned ragged. System alert. The pure blood of a giant demon has been absorbed. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Kim Yu-won's fingers dug into his ribs as a warning flashed before his eyes. Warning, internal battle initiated, giant versus demon versus human. His entire body shuddered. A raging heat wave tore through him, igniting every fiber of his being. Kim Yu-won slammed his hand against the ground, his nails digging deep into the cave floor. The fire spell robe, even with its immense protection, it couldn't stop the inferno consuming him from within. Another system alert flared. Cinder eyes activated, resisting the giant's flames. But it wasn't enough. His body convulsed, his bones twisted, his muscles shredded and rebuilt themselves in an endless cycle of destruction and rebirth. Blood surged against its natural flow, turning against him. For the first time in a long while, Kim Yu-won roared in agony. The flames of the giant race raged inside him, tearing through every fiber of his being. Kim Yu-won lay sprawled on the ground, his body convulsing. His vision blurred, but he sensed something approaching. A creature? A threat? He couldn't tell. None of it mattered. There was no way to dull the pain. No relief. No escape. The only option was to endure. At that moment, he realized something. By enduring, he could gain unparalleled strength. A fragmented image surfaced in his mind. A man's voice, grave and unwavering. Absorbing this item in the tutorial is suicide. That same man had warned him. Before taking the giant's heart, you must first awaken your cinder eyes. If you can't do that, forget about it. Walk away. Kim Yu-won gritted his teeth. I have only one chance. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him. System alert. Strength +1. Stamina +1. Strength +1. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as his body pushed past its limits. Another notification. Stamina +1. Kim Yu-won's hands trembled violently as he pressed against the cave floor, struggling to lift himself. I should be getting better. Another system message appeared. Warning. Cinder eyes conflict with giant's flames. However, suppression is possible. His entire body quaked as he forced himself to his knees. Then, hidden condition met, gigantic fire obtained. Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a devilish grin. Gigantic fire? He had no idea what it was, but the power surging within him was undeniable. And yet, the skill that was supposed to appear was missing. The energy inside him twisted and coiled, unstable, untamed. The aura radiating from his body grew wilder by the second. This is driving me insane. Meanwhile, night fell over the dungeon. The time limit board flickered in the darkness. 707 hours, 54 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. Kim Yu-won lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, his breath ragged. A quarter of a day, already gone. The numbers on the board blurred in his vision. Had he made a mistake? Then, realization hit him. This skill was never meant to be obtained so easily. Originally, it required hunting 10,000 giants and bathing in their blood to trigger its awakening. Lying there, Kim Yu-won slammed his fist into his cloak, frustration burning through him. Skills like this don't come easily. He clenched his fist tightly, then loosened it. Calm. He needed to calm down. And then, hidden condition fully met. Kim Yu-won's eyes snapped open. A deep, primal power coursed through his veins. His red irises burned like embers. The pure blood of the giant and demon completely absorbed into his body. System alert. Perfect absorption of the giant's heart. Tutorial area. His vision wavered. The overwhelming surge of power was too much. Kim Yu-won lost consciousness. As he collapsed, a crimson aura erupted from his body, flooding the cave in waves of sheer pressure. Then, a final notification. System alert. You have obtained gigantification. The time limit board flickered again. 696 hours, 18 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. Kim Yu-won's eyes fluttered open. His body ached from the ordeal. Clutching his head, he slowly rose to his feet. His mind cleared. A quarter of a day had passed. And yet, he had succeeded. For the second time, Kim Yu-won found himself in the tutorial, struggling to stand. He knew he had to move fast. After all, the shortest time anyone had ever cleared this stage was a week. He recalled the player responsible for setting that record. A vivid image formed in his mind. A man with one eye covered by a mask. Odin, the strongest gladiator and the formidable leader of Asgard. Kim Yu-won clenched his fists, feeling something materializing in his hand. He couldn't afford to fall behind. A ranking board appeared, listing the tutorial participants. At the top sat Hargan, his lead over the others overwhelming. Kim Yu-won tilted his head. A pure blood at first place? Interesting. He then noticed a blue-eyed man standing beside a girl, both from Pantheon, a world of magic and swordsmanship. It hit him. This tutorial wasn't just for players from one world. At least two, maybe more, were competing here. Another name caught his eye. Yolch, second place. A brunette in armor flashed in his mind. A pure blood? He had never heard of them. Then, Another name surfaced, Sanin, a player from Kim Yu-won's own world. Strangely, Kim Yu-won had no memory of them. He turned his head deep in thought. Could these players have failed to climb the tower, perishing at this very stage? With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair. Speculating wouldn't change anything. What mattered was moving forward. He needed to check his condition and get going. He was already behind. A notification appeared. Level 57. Strength 72. His strength and agility had soared thanks to the giant's power. Still, balance was key. He also noted that his giant fire ability was at 0% proficiency. Not ideal, but it was something he could work on. Kim Yu-won moved out. He needed an opportunity to test his new power. As he emerged from a cave, his eyes glowed brightly. Cinder eyes activated. He sprinted into the forest, cutting through the dense greenery. Deep within, he spotted a village. Orcs loomed near wooden structures, their eyes locking onto him. Predators assessing their prey. Perfect. Kim Yu-won raised his hand, and with a single thought, unleashed colossal fire. Flames engulfed the village in an instant. The green-skinned creatures howled in agony as fire consumed them. Chaos erupted. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won reached into his inventory and pulled out a well-sharpened sword. The orcs panicked, scrambling to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The man in the red cloak struck. Kim Yu-won was just getting started. 15,104 points, 67 CP. Hargan's brow furrowed as he glanced at the rankings. That unknown guy again. His lips curled into a sly smile. He hadn't seen Kim Yu-won in a while and had assumed he was just fast on his feet. Nothing more. But now he realized the truth. Kim Yu-won was tearing through the ranks at an alarming pace. The player clad in golden armor turned to his partner, who immediately noticed the shift in his mood. Hargan smirked. I definitely need to bring someone in, he said. The Hargan in the green cape chuckled knowingly. You're talking about Kim Yu-won, aren't you? Lee Sung-yoon, a player from Earth, was standing nearby. Known for his exceptional mana control, he perked up at the mention of Kim Yu-won's name. Hargan turned to him. You know him? Lee Sung-yoon shook his head. No, but we're both from the first country. Still, once you see that name on the rankings, you never forget it. Hargan's gaze darkened as he recalled the tournament's leaderboard. If Kim Yu-won kept up this pace, the rankings would shift drastically, and soon. He clenched his fist before calling out to his team. The gathered players turned their eyes toward him. The pure blood reminded them that he had personally assembled this squad, each of them chosen for their abilities. He glanced at the empty slot meant for Kim Yu-won, then smirked. It's time for the hunt. His team moved out. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, a glowing magic sphere materialized in a participant's hand. Is this what you wanted, Uncle? He asked. A paladin, part dark elf, part Pantheon-born warrior, tilted his head and made a sharp motion with his hand. I've found it. The Hargan scowled at him. I told you not to call me that. The players stood at the edge of a massive cliff. Their leader stepped forward, observing the terrain below. His sharp eyes analyzed the depths of the cavern. Then, the pure blood channeled his magic, warning his partner to step back before the spell was unleashed. Hargan clenched his fist, and suddenly, the earth shattered. Massive chunks of rock broke apart, sending tremors through the ground. Lee Sung-yoon wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. It had taken him half a day to locate this spot, but now, standing at the edge of the pit, he could feel it. A suffocating, overwhelming aura. A player stood below. How long would it have taken to find her without Paladin's help? One of them muttered. Hargan didn't wait for an answer. Move in. The men leaped down into the pit. The cavern was far more spacious than expected, its shadows stretching endlessly. The elf with silver braids held up his glowing magic sphere, scanning the surroundings. His uncle's face had gone pale. What's wrong with you? The elf asked, frowning. The paladin's expression darkened. Something wasn't right. At that moment, Hargan's eyes narrowed. There had been no notification about discovering a dungeon, which meant someone had found it first. His team called out to him as he made his way toward the cave entrance. Then, a fair-haired player ran up to him, panting, Captain, check the rankings. Hargan turned, and as his eyes landed on the leaderboard, his pupils shrank in fury. Kim Yu-won was in first place. Above him, Hargan's grip tightened, his knuckles turning white. This wasn't over. Kim Yu-won now held second place. Meanwhile, the purple creature shattered into countless fragments. At the entrance of the dungeon, where a blinding light radiated from within, Hargan cut down the green-pawed caterpillars in a fury. The heroine observed their leader's agitation and turned to the others. Does anyone know why he's so worked up? One of the players shrugged. Probably just fired up. The latter tilted her head. More like the thrill of competition is getting to him. Nearby, a flustered player blushed as the brunette approached. The girl sighed. This hunt isn't going well. The captain's cutting down most of the monsters on his own. Hearing this, Lee Sung-yoon nodded. Yeah, that could be a problem. Yolch, a pure blood from the tower, closed her eyes as someone suggested splitting the team. The group turned to their leader, whose aura pulsed with sheer battle presence. Hargan gave a sharp nod. The cave splits into two paths. We'll divide into two teams. Aladdin and Paladin will handle navigation and communication for their respective groups. The players stood in silence as Hargan called out their names, dividing them. Those assigned to the right side exchanged glances. No issues there since Yolch was on their team. Iron swords gleamed in the brunette's hands as she raised her weapon. The long-haired girl smirked. See you on the other side. A faint glow shimmered from a player's hand as he activated Mana Blast. The moment his energy surged, the very ground trembled beneath them. Caterpillars lifted their heads, sensing the threat above, just as the brunette struck from the air. In a single motion, Yolch closed her eyes and cut through them all. In seconds, the battlefield was silent, the ground littered with monster corpses. Sun Lim Joyan flexed his fingers, rolling his shoulders. A teammate standing behind him asked, "How long have we been at this?" Sun Lim Joyan frowned. He had been burning through his mana. Right now, he could only manage 2 more energy bursts before running dry. He needed to conserve his power. Ahead, a massive wooden door loomed in the cave. One of the men eyed it warily. Why is it so huge? His partner hesitated before suggesting, could be a boss room. Aladdin studied the door intently. A boss room? Lee Sung-yu nodded. I've seen something similar in games before. In my old world, places like this always meant a boss fight was waiting inside. They turned as Yolch approached. She glanced between them and let out a quiet warning. Don't let your guard down. The moment you relax is the moment you die. A smirk stretched across the Hargan boy's face. I like the way you think. The brunette's partner tensed, glancing at her with unease. She picked up on it immediately. What's wrong? The rankings, he muttered. Before she could respond, a low rumbling sound echoed through the cave. A dense fog rolled in, cloaking the cavern in an eerie mist. Then a noise. The team snapped to attention. The sound's coming from a door. One of the players muttered, tightening his grip on his weapon. The brunette's eyes sharpened. Stay focused. Lee Sung-yoon, take the rear position. They stepped closer, standing just before the slightly open wooden door. A player narrowed his eyes, piecing things together. The recent ranking shift, the points for first place, it has to be related. Then, from beyond the door, a purple mist seeped into the cave. The air grew thick, heavy with something unnatural. And through the shifting haze, bloodied body parts littered the ground. The room was littered with the remains of the slain creature. As the players stepped inside, a notification flashed before them. You have entered in boss room. They froze. Another system message popped up, boss room complete. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Lee Sung-yoon, the player in the green cape, furrowed his brows. His mind raced as a familiar figure flashed in his thoughts. His gaze landed on the far wall, where a scorched mark remained, a lingering afterimage of the battle. Within the fading embers, an unmistakable figure emerged. A player stood atop the fallen boss, his red cloak draped over his shoulders. His eyes burned with bright flames. Kim Yu-won, the main character, had already wiped out the boss. Kim Yu-won's mind replayed the battle. He could still feel the weight of his sword cleaving through the monstrous creature, a massive, spike-covered caterpillar that let out an earth-shaking roar before collapsing. A new weapon materialized in his grasp. The monster had been far tougher than expected. System notification. Level up. His stats had increased by 1 unit. He exhaled, standing over the slain boss, assessing his current combat effectiveness. He had burned through all his skills in that fight. The giant's flame was powerful, but its stamina drain was significant. He needed to be smarter about when and how he used it. Kim Yu-won nudged the caterpillar's corpse with his foot, plus 3,000 points. Another notification informed him that Heaven-Slaying Star completion plus 1%. Only 1%? Even after taking down a boss? That wasn't good. At this rate, he'd have to hunt an absurd number of monsters to increase the skill's completion. That wasn't an option. Boss fights were the key. His gaze hardened. If he wanted to unlock the full potential of this power, he needed to focus on eliminating bosses. From the entrance, a voice called out. You're late, Kim Yu-won said without looking up. The fight's over. The ladder's brows furrowed. One of her teammates muttered, Did he seriously take down everything by himself? Lee Sung-yoon face paled. He had believed their captain was the strongest in the tutorial. But now, standing before this scene of utter devastation, he realized the truth. Kim Yu-won had soloed an entire boss dungeon. Bloodstains surrounded the dead monster, and Lee Sung-yoon mind raced. Was it possible that someone from the same world as him, someone who went through the exact same tutorial, had become this strong? One of the Hargan players approached the carcass, his eyes gleaming with understanding. This was why their captain wanted Kim Yu-won in their squad. Turning to him, the Kim Myung-hoon asked, Do you have any other teammates? Kim Yu-won shook his head. I work alone. A bead of sweat rolled down Lee Sung-yoon's face. That answer changed everything. If Kim Yu-won wasn't with them, he was against them. His kind of power, if not on their side, would be a serious threat. Steeling himself, Lee Sung-yoon looked directly at Kim Yu-won. Join our team. Kim Yu-won sat on the boss's remains, head slightly lowered, his expression unreadable. For a brief moment, his gaze flickered, almost as if he didn't believe what he was hearing. Meanwhile, Hargan's squad stood silently within the boss's chamber, their numbers noticeably split. Kim Yu-won's sharp eyes scanned the group, quickly piecing it together. They must have divided to hunt more efficiently. One player in armor lowered her gaze. Kim Yu-won recognized her immediately. Yolch. She ranked just below Hargan. And from the way she stood, she had already figured it out. This battle was over before they had even arrived. Kim Yu-won sat on the remains of the slain boss, his red cloak billowing slightly as he observed the gathered players. He had to admit, the Kim Young-hoon had built a strong team. Their coordination and balance meant they had a promising future ahead. His thoughts were interrupted when Lee Sung-yoon called his name. Kim Yu-won frowned. Then, in a cold, unwavering tone, he delivered his answer. I refuse. The Kim Young-hoon, standing behind Lee Sung-yoon, let out a quiet sigh. He had expected this outcome, but the rejection still stung. Yolch, watching closely, narrowed her eyes. Are you planning to take on the boss Baraganda alone, too? Kim Yu-won crouched down, resting his forearms on his knees. The girl crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering. You do know you have a full month for this tutorial, right? It's designed so players work together to clear the rounds. She gestured toward the others. The whole point of this stage is to grow, build alliances, and combine strength. You can't take on everything by yourself. Kim Yu-won's expression darkened. He glanced at her, eyes cold. Before he could respond, the dungeon shook. Small stones broke free from the ceiling and clattered to the ground. The white-haired girl among the group suddenly pressed her hands together, activating a communication skill. I'll contact the captain, she said. We found him. Lee Sung-yoon stiffened. Things are about to get a lot louder now. A brilliant golden light exploded into the boss chamber. Hargan landed with a heavy thud, his eyes locking onto Kim Yu-won. The Kim Young-hoon stormed forward. Kim Yu-won, he bellowed. Faster than anyone could react, Kim Yu-won moved. With a brutal force, he slammed his forehead into Hargan's, sending him crashing to the ground. Silence. Lee Sung-yoon gritted his teeth, watching in disbelief. Yolch's expression twisted into a deep scowl. Behind her, a red-haired player took a step forward, his gaze locked onto Kim Yu-won. Kim Yu-won slowly extended his hand. His voice was calm, but his words cut deep. Do you want to survive? The players instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Kim Yu-won's gaze swept over them. Are you planning to become rankers? Yolch stiffened. How does he know about that? Kim Yu-won's mind drifted to the tower, the countless challenges, the relentless climb. Rankers, those who had conquered all the floors, those who had claimed power, glory, and even eternal life. His expression hardened. I'm not interested. The words rang through the chamber. Kim Yu-won knew the truth. One day, he would have to become a ranker. But that wasn't his focus. Not yet. Yolch's hands tightened around her sword. Her teeth clenched as frustration burned inside her. For those not chosen by the tower, reaching the top was a distant dream. Yet, her king, the leader of her clan, had achieved it. It was a path every warrior desired. She took a sharp step forward. Then tell me, Kim Yu-won, what makes you different from us? Kim Yu-won looked down for a moment, as if weighing his answer. Then, raising his hand, he spoke. I don't plan to become a top ranker. The air grew heavy. The players locked their eyes on him. He wasn't aiming for the top of the tower. His goal was beyond that. I'm going to break through the ceiling of this tower. Lee Sung-yoon, standing nearby, could only stare. This wasn't just ambition. This was something far greater. Kim Yu-won's teammates exchanged uneasy glances. What kind of nonsense are you saying? One of them muttered, looking at him in disbelief. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the chamber as a golden-armored player slammed his hand onto the ground. Kim Yu-won. Hargan's voice boomed. Frustration clear in his expression, he ran a hand through his hair. What are you doing? The Kim Young-hoon stormed toward him, his presence towering. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes, muscles tensing as he watched the approach. When you came at me like that, Kim Yu-won said, voice edged with caution, I thought you were trying to kill me. Hargan's glare sharpened. I was trying to grab you, not kill you. A bead of sweat trailed down Kim Yu-won's face. Yeah? Well, when a guy like you comes flying at me, getting scared is a natural reaction. Yolch exhaled sharply, rubbing her forehead. Kim Yu-won let out a small sigh and turned toward their captain. My bad. Lee Sung-yoon, watching the exchange, couldn't believe it. Did he really just apologize? Hargan dusted off his hands, shaking his head. That speech about breaking through the ceiling, he smirked. I'll admit, it was pretty inspiring. His gaze darkened slightly. It reminds me of something my father once told me. There's an even greater power outside the tower. Kim Yu-won tilted his head. Hargan crossed his arms. My father. He was an incredible man. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. Who exactly are you talking about? Hargan's lips curled into a proud grin. Zeus, king of Olympus. A heavy silence settled over the group. Kim Yu-won, unimpressed, leaned against his arm. And let me guess, you want to follow in his footsteps? Hargan's smirk remained. More than that, I'll surpass him. Then, as if expecting Kim Yu-won's response, he let out a small chuckle. So, still refusing to join us. Kim Yu-won didn't even hesitate. Yeah. Hargan exhaled, shaking his head. A sardine can't swim with a whale. At that, Kim Yu-won lifted an eyebrow. The Kim Myung-hoon suddenly threw out his arm. And don't you dare call me a sardine. His eyes burned with conviction. One day, I'll be the king of Olympus. Sun Lim Joyan, standing near the others, called out to their captain, trying to ease the tension. But Kim Yu-won simply smirked. A direct bloodline of Olympus. Huh? The guy had big ambitions. Hargan, catching the look, scoffed. If you don't believe me, then let's settle it another way. He gestured around them. A wager. Kim Yu-won watched as Hargan spread his arms dramatically, envisioning a battlefield full of players. Let's see who can contribute the most in killing the next boss. You can form a team however you want. Kim Yu-won tilted his head. And what's the catch? Hargan smirked. Your team? 9 players. No more. Kim Yu-won's eyes flickered with interest. 9 against an entire army? This guy was serious. And if I win? Kim Yu-won asked. Hargan's smirk widened. Then you join my team. Kim Yu-won leaned back, amused. And if I win? The Kim Myung-hoon chuckled. Then I'll treat you like an older brother. For a second, silence filled the room. Then, Kim Yu-won burst into laughter. The golden-armored player scowled. What's so funny? Kim Yu-won wiped a tear from his eye, a sly grin still on his face. What's so great about having you as a younger brother? His expression darkened slightly. Either way, I have to change the future. As the group approached the slain caterpillar, Kim Yu-won casually tapped his fingers against its spiked hide. Hargan frowned. You planning on using the golden card? Kim Yu-won shrugged. Might as well. Could be useful. The Hargan crossed his arms. And what if I help you instead? Kim Yu-won gave him a sharp look. And what do you want in return? If I can't fulfill my end of the deal, Hargan smirked, I'll give you one of my items. Kim Yu-won rolled his shoulders. Fine. We'll figure it out when the time comes. The Kim Myung-hoon suddenly clenched his fists. With a loud crack, he slammed his hands together. The bet is set. Kim Yu-won's face went pale. He had a bad feeling about this. Hargan let out a breath, adjusting his stance. Don't disappear on me, he told Kim Yu-won. We'll meet again on the first floor. Kim Yu-won raised an eyebrow. Hargan was always brimming with energy whenever they crossed paths. Amused, he made a casual remark. You might actually clear this tutorial in 10 days. Hargan blinked, then suddenly crashed to the ground where his team stood. Did you all hear that? He called out, rubbing his head. 10 days. We need to pick up the pace. Despite his enthusiasm, his expression twisted into disbelief when Kim Yu-won calmly advised him. Don't rush. Stop watching the seconds tick by. Timing isn't everything. Kim Yu-won stepped forward, stopping before a large display with the remaining time limit. He raised his hand, and the screen flickered. 632 hours, 7 minutes, 46 seconds. Then, with a single command from Kim Yu-won, time stop. Everything froze. One of the players turned to him, stunned. What is this? Hargan narrowed his eyes at Kim Yu-won, suspicion creeping into his features. Why did the time stop? Kim Yu-won exhaled. Baraganda isn't just a boss. The group fell silent. It's not a monster, Kim Yu-won continued. It's a sacred beast. The weight of his words sank in. Standing among the slain creatures, Kim Yu-won glanced at them before explaining. These things are parasites. Hargan stiffened. Parasites? Kim Yu-won nodded. They've infested the sacred beast's body, draining its power, tormenting it without end. The moment Baraganda started sinking, I knew. The parasites are killing it. He gestured toward the massive caterpillar-like creature with fangs. That's their king. It keeps spawning more of them, non-stop. A single bead of sweat rolled down Hargan's face. This was insane. How did Kim Yu-won know all this? Even Olympus, the rulers of the tower, had no knowledge of this. And yet, this player of unknown origin spoke as if he had seen everything firsthand. Kim Yu-won turned back toward the system's control panel. The time restriction won't lift until the manager or one of his assistants resets the system. Hargan's mind reeled. How do you know all this? Kim Yu-won didn't answer right away. Instead, he pictured a man, an imposing figure with a mask covering one eye. Odin. Kim Yu-won had learned this secret from him. The 5th tutorial was a battle against time. The entire trial hinged on how many bosses could be defeated before the time limit ran out. He remembered a certain player, a warrior with a necklace around his neck. That man had admitted to Kim Yu-won that he had failed to kill a single boss within a week. It was Odin who had given him the answer. The only way out is to stop time. Kim Yu-won's red cloak fluttered behind him. His thoughts were clear. If he wanted to win, he had to use this time wisely. Once he became strong enough, time would resume. And at that moment, the tutorial would end. Meanwhile, the other players began to panic. The countdown clock still showed no movement. What's going on? One of them muttered, baring his teeth. Is this a glitch? Another player, a Kim Myung-hoon with a brown bag slung over his shoulder, raised his weapon. The time limit will restart soon, he barked. Why are you all just standing there? His voice echoed through the cave. This is our chance. If time has stopped, we need to maximize our scores before it resumes. At the same time, in a room bathed in blue light, a group of administrators watched the scene unfold. One of them, a tall figure with a dark expression, muttered, "The parasitic dragon was killed." Another administrator turned sharply. That's the first time that's happened since Odin. Across the room, a green-clad figure clutched his head. Does the manager even know about this? His partner hesitated. The manager's still dealing with that scandal involving Olympus. The red-cloaked administrator narrowed his eyes. Then someone needs to inform him. Because at this moment, something unprecedented was happening in the tower. The parasite wasn't something that could be stumbled upon by chance. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, a night fell. Sunlight pierced through the cracks above, illuminating the battlefield. Small rocks tumbled down the mountainside as white birds soared across the clear blue sky. A massive, flaming monster with fangs struggled to speak, only to be silenced. Kim Yu-won's blade plunged deep into the boss's back. The remaining creatures froze in horror as their leader collapsed. He's defeated the boss. One of them stammered. Kim Yu-won pulled his blood-soaked sword from the monster's corpse. The creatures hesitated for only a second before they turned on him. "Monster," they shouted. His eyes ignited with burning flames. "Who are you calling a monster?" Kim Yu-won asked, his voice calm but chilling. The creatures flinched. Then in a panic they ran. Kim Yu-won's gaze followed them for a moment before shifting toward a floating time display. It had worked. His thoughts raced. Had the system reset? Had the lackeys finally finished sorting things out? Or would he have to kill the parasite again? No, that wasn't possible. A broken system couldn't break twice. Clenching his fist, Kim Yu-won reached into his inventory and retrieved another weapon. 3 days. That's how much more time he had gained. Far more than he expected. His gaze lifted toward the sky, toward the looming mountain covered in mist. Beyond it, the Tower of the Gods. Without hesitation, he moved forward. Suddenly, boom. A violent explosion rocked the dungeon, tearing open a cliffside. Lee Sung-yoon, standing on the outskirts, steadied himself, resting his hand on his belt. His eyes swept the battlefield as he turned to his partner. "People are starting to gather," he muttered. The latter nodded. "Defeating the boss means big points. It's the fastest way to climb the ranks." She glanced toward the approaching figures. Anyone with skill will want a piece of the action. Nearby, a green-eyed player frowned deeply. A group of powerful players stood at the base of the mountain, their presence radiating intense mana. He analyzed them carefully, judging by their mana flow. Most of them are at least level 20. The Hargan player turned to Yolch, who met his gaze with a serious expression. "That's the minimum level required to enter the tower," she confirmed. Lee Sung-yoon narrowed his eyes. "Do all tower players know how to use mana?" Yolch shook her head. "Most of them don't." She turned her gaze toward the mountainside, watching the crowd. "Many of these players are born inside the tower." Lee Sung-yoon raised an eyebrow. "Like you." She nodded. "The tower selects individuals and bestows its blessings upon them. Those chosen become purebloods." The Kim Myung-hoon girl tilted her head slightly, curious. "Does that mean they can kill the boss?" Yolch hesitated. "I can't say." Her gaze darkened slightly. "I didn't think this would ever happen in the first place." Further up the mountain, a figure in golden armor stepped forward with confidence. She recalled Hargan's image, his squad standing by his side. Even now, she struggled to comprehend just how powerful he truly was. A thick fog swirled at the mountain's peak. One of the players frowned. "We're a bit behind schedule." Another player nodded. "We needed to make full use of the extra time." A ladder peered into the distance, her sharp gaze locking onto something. "Is Kim Yu-won here yet?" A player beside her asked. She didn't look away. "He's coming." At that moment, Kim Yu-won stepped forward. His head bowed slightly as he made his way toward the gathering players. Someone called his name. He lifted his head, his expression unreadable. Then, mana began to surge. As Kim Yu-won approached, he sensed something different from the surrounding players. The flow of energy around Aladdin and Lee Sung-yoon had changed. They had leveled up significantly. The brunette tilted his head, mildly displeased. His gaze shifted toward Hargan, who had also grown stronger. The Kim Myung-hoon smirked, calling out his name. "Kim Yu-won." Raising a hand, he chuckled. Where's your team? Then, tilting his head, he asked, planning to take on the boss alone again? Kim Yu-won shrugged. I get more points that way. Hargan ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. You're out of your mind. He knew people called him crazy, but Kim Yu-won? He was on another level. His expression darkened as he recalled the rankings. The gap between them and Kim Yu-won was around 7,000 points. If he wanted to catch up, he needed to reach the boss before him. Kim Yu-won glanced over his shoulder as another player approached. The man, hesitant, admitted that he didn't have a team. They were heading to clear the boss. Before they could say more, Hargan moved. With a single blitz attack, he sent the group crashing to the ground. You don't have a team? Then let's all fight together, he said with a grin. As the stunned players struggled to get back up, Hargan sneered. Pathetic midges. Fear crept into their faces. Then, panic. Wait, is he on the Pure Bloods team? Someone gasped, looking at Kim Yu-won. And just like that, they ran. Kim Yu-won grinned. He hadn't even done anything, yet they had already pissed him off. Figures, he muttered, stepping toward the dark aura of the boss's chamber. He spoke without looking back. Good luck with them. I'll be heading to the boss. Hargan narrowed his eyes. You're leaving already? Kim Yu-won turned slightly. The tutorial time is limited. Every second counts. The Kim Myung-hoon bared his teeth in frustration. What bothered him more was the nagging question in his head. How had Kim Yu-won cleared the tutorial in less than 5 days when they had an entire month? Then let's speed things up, Hargan muttered. And without warning, he shoved Kim Yu-won off the cliff. The brunette plummeted down. Boom! He landed with a heavy crash in the first boss room. As dust settled around him, Kim Yu-won's sharp gaze took in the surroundings. Nearby, a monstrous, fanged dragon loomed. Orcs and red-skinned creatures stood at its side, shields raised, spears in hand. A system notification appeared. Find the boss and complete the quest. Kim Yu-won barely had a second to react before a barrage of wooden spears soared through the air. The creatures let out guttural roars as a crowd of players appeared on the other side of the boss room. A man in a black shirt muttered to his partner, Who the hell are these guys? Another player swallowed hard. Forget them. Look at the number of monsters. Kim Yu-won scowled, lifting his head. He needed to clear several checkpoints before reaching the boss. The creatures, each with pure killing intent in their eyes, stared down their opponents. But something felt off. This wasn't just a battle. Kim Yu-won narrowed his gaze. These monsters weren't meant to coexist. Then it hit him they were being controlled. His hand moved to his inventory. A flaming weapon materialized in his grip. He knew exactly where the boss was, and he had no intention of wasting time. A combination skill activated. Kim Yu-won, shrouded in raw power, advanced toward the monsters. Excitement flickered in the eyes of a nearby player. Finally, we'll get to see why he's ranked higher than our captain. At that moment, Lee Sung-yoon clenched his fists, because soon they would all understand. Hargan stood with his arms crossed, his golden armor gleaming under the dungeon's fiery glow. His expression twisted into a deep frown. Despite his Anno Kim Yu-won, he had decided he'd give Kim Yu-won a chance. Suddenly, a distant rumbling echoed through the cavern. The red-haired player's eyes narrowed as a wave of energy surged through the air. His partner trembled. Where did Kim Yu-won go? Before anyone could react, tongues of flame erupted, engulfing the battlefield. The monsters snapped their heads upward, just in time to see Kim Yu-won descending from above. A single strike. Boom! The ground trembled violently as Kim Yu-won's blade pierced the earth. In the same instant, the bodies of every nearby monster simultaneously detonated. Lee Sung-yoon, standing near Paladin, stared in utter disbelief. His mouth opened, but no words came out. What just happened? Kim Yu-won sat atop one of the creatures, his eyes burning with fire. Lee Sung-yoon's blood ran cold. This guy, he's a monster. No, he's worse than the captain. Hargan's eyes darkened as he took in the scene before him. Someone muttered in disbelief. This is a monster even worse than the captain. Lee Sung-yoon's breath hitched as his gaze darted to Hargan. The Hargan smirked, lightning crackling around him. With a sharp clap of his fists, Hargan grinned. I knew it. Fire and lightning exploded outward. The green-cloaked player jumped back just in time to avoid the surging energy. Meanwhile, Hargan leaped high into the air. His thoughts were sharp, focused. I can't afford to lose here. Turning his gaze toward Kim Yu-won, he shouted, Wait for me. A spear materialized out of thin air. Hargan crushed it effortlessly with a single blow. But before he could react, a wave of thick, purple sludge poured from above, landing directly on his head. His eyes widened. What the? At that moment, a blazing blade slashed through the air, slicing the sludge apart. Kim Yu-won, suspended mid-air, his flaming sword cut through the corruption in a single stroke. A group of players rushed toward the commotion. Yolch sliced through several weapons that had been launched their way. Behind her, Lee Sung-yoon sprinted forward. I refuse to just stand back and watch. Yulch sighed. Just don't drop your guard. There are still traps ahead. Paladin and Aladdin raised their hands, casting fire and water spells simultaneously. Their magic hurtled toward the source of the purple energy. The green cloak player activated Mana Blast. A blue orb flickered to life in his palm as he lifted it skyward. Everyone get down, he roared. Kim Yu-won instinctively dodged the blast. A surge of energy tore through the battlefield. As the dust settled, he exhaled. At least none of them had any skills that would get in his way. Thank God. The last thing he needed was for them to die in the middle of this. Just then, Hardin called out, "Hey, over here." Kim Yu-won followed his gaze, landing before a massive door, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of unknown creatures. Hargan tilted his head up, staring. This is... He stepped closer, studying the enormous gate. The artwork, it's strange, he muttered. One of the players reached out, tracing the symbols with his fingers. Is this war? Possibly, came the response. I've never seen this before. Running his hand over the carvings once more, the player whispered with certainty, the boss is behind this door. Hargan's expression shifted as he turned toward Kim Yu-won. The brunette stepped forward and pressed his palm against the massive gate. Hargan's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you seriously just walking in without a word? Kim Yu-won didn't even turn back. I was planning to go alone, remember? Hargan scowled. Not anymore. Crossing his arms, he muttered, like it or not, we're in this together now. Not that it'll make much of a difference. Then, a deep, rumbling sound echoed from behind the door. The players instinctively tensed. Something was waiting for them, and it had just been awakened. The group trembled as they stood behind the Kim Myung-eun. Lee Sung-yoon, looking uneasy, asked what was happening. One of the men muttered that if it was the boss, then just a single scream could numb their entire body. The armored man stared ahead, deep in thought. He had a strong feeling about what kind of boss they were dealing with. If his guess was right, this thing was massive. Without another word, he motioned for the group to move forward. Sparks crackled in the dimly lit cave, golden lightning flickering from the hand of the armored man. He ordered everyone to step back. The man behind him remained silent, his expression unreadable. Then, chained tightly in the center of the cavern, a monstrous, three-headed dragon stirred. Its green eyes gleamed ominously as it bared its fangs and let out a low growl. Someone in the group hesitated. What is that? The beast lunged forward, thrashing against the chains, its jaws snapping inches from the barrier that separated them. A sudden system notification appeared before them. It was a chimera. Another message followed. You have entered the third boss room. More text filled the air, revealing their objective. Defeat the sealed chimera boss. Completion of this task will mark the end of the tutorial. Kim Yu-won and Hargan stood side by side, completely unfazed. The armored man took note of their calmness, then muttered that this was the final boss of the tutorial. The hero tensed, his mind racing. So this is it, he thought, but kept his reaction to himself. At that moment, something strange materialized in front of them, a glowing pillar with a multifaceted pink stone at its center. System messages flooded their vision, explaining its purpose. One person may subdue and control the chimera. Destroying the seal stone will halt the time limit and complete the tutorial, regardless of other conditions. Another message clarified the most unsettling part. The chimera's owner will gain additional points based on the number of participants it kills. The white-haired girl and the boy in green exchanged uneasy glances. Lee Sung-yoon's voice wavered as he asked who the so-called owner would be. A man coldly responded, it was a test, one that not only required slaying the chimera, but also protecting the seal stone, even from allies. Yolch stood near the Kim Myung-hoon and the MC, analyzing the situation. There are 10 of us, she noted. Keeping track of everyone shouldn't be too difficult. Then, a thought struck her. Even if someone tries something reckless, there's still the captain, and only one person here is faster than him. Before anyone could react, Kim Yu-won took a step toward the stone. The armored man's eyes widened in shock. He grabbed Kim Yu-won's shoulder, demanding, what do you think you're doing? The red-cloaked figure met his gaze, unwavering. Let me pass. The chimera stirred again, sensing the shift in tension. The armored man's frustration flared. Are you seriously betraying everyone right now? He snapped. Have you already forgotten our agreement? We need to kill the boss, not each other, if we want to finish this tutorial. Kim Yu-won's voice remained calm. I'll finish the tutorial, he said simply, and I'll win the argument. Hargan's fury exploded. What are you talking about? Why are you doing this? But Kim Yu-won didn't respond. He had already expected this reaction. Without hesitation, he drew his blade. The Hargan stood frozen in disbelief. Then, in one decisive motion, he shattered the stone. A sharp, piercing sound filled the air. A system message appeared. Notification. The seal stone has been destroyed. The seal is now lifting. The sound of chains snapping echoed through the cavern as the chimera was finally freed. A system message confirmed what had just happened. Player Kim Yu-won has become the owner of the Chimera. Steam hissed from the creature's nostrils as it let out a deafening roar. The group tensed, their goal now clear: defeat the unsealed Chimera. The captain's furious gaze locked onto the MC. "You," he started, but before he could finish, the MC turned away, eyes fixed on the massive beast. Without hesitation, he extended a hand forward. "Break that wall," he commanded. The Chimera responded instantly, surging forward with thunderous steps that shattered the ground beneath it. As it crashed into the cavern wall, a powerful shockwave rippled through the space. Lee Sung-yoon instinctively shielded his face from the flying debris, staring in disbelief at the destruction before him. The hero remained unshaken. "As long as I control her, she won't attack us," he said calmly. "Because our real enemy is someone else." The Hargan turned to him, stunned. "What?" Kim Yu-won's expression didn't waver. "A chimera is a monster created by merging different creatures found on this island." As the dust settled, Hargan stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "Then who created it?" Releasing his grip on Kim Yu-won's shoulder, Hargan watched as he walked toward the opening in the wall. The armored man frowned, trying to piece everything together. If the chimera wasn't the true boss, then who was? Kim Yu-won glanced back at the group. "It's your choice whether to follow me or not." With that, he and the chimera stepped through the hole. The captain clenched his fists, rage simmering beneath his glare. Lee Sung-yoon, still stunned, hesitated before asking, "What do we do now?" The captain let out a sharp breath. "We go after him." The group pressed forward into the darkened tunnel. As they moved deeper, their surroundings grew more unsettling. Twisted, unnatural creatures littered the path. Some were stitched together from various body parts, grotesque and lifeless. A woman in the group covered her mouth, horror in her eyes. "What is this?" Another man muttered. "Are these people?" The golden-armored warrior studied the long, winding passage, his mind racing. Where's the one responsible for all this? Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won and the chimera advanced into a cavern bathed in a sickly red glow. His expression remained calm. "The fourth room of the fifth tutorial," he thought. "A room the system never warns us about in advance." Then, a system notification popped up. "You have entered the fourth boss room." The group soon found themselves in a horrifying chamber. Chains, cages, and remnants of human corpses filled the space. And amidst the chaos, a figure sat hunched, cloaked in tattered robes. The system message flickered again. "Boss updating." Kim Yu-won smirked, his tone almost mocking. "Did we wake you from a midday nap, old man?" The figure shifted, bony fingers absent-mindedly tracing over grotesque, stitched flesh. Slowly, he lifted his hood, revealing piercing red eyes that gleamed through the darkness. The system confirmed it. Boss identified, the chimera's creator. The chimera let out a guttural snarl, steam rising from its mouth as if sensing its maker's presence. The old man exhaled slowly, his voice rasping as he ran his hands over a pile of flesh. "This is a first." Rising from his seat, he turned toward the group, his lips curling into a grin. "You want control over the chimera?" he mused. "Not to betray it, but to bring it here." His amusement grew. "Interesting." Tension filled the room as the group braced themselves. The old man's gaze flickered to Hargan. A knowing smirk spread across his face. "Ah, I see. There's Zeus blood here, isn't there?" Hargan's eyes burned with fury as he locked onto the creator of the chimera, and the battle was just beginning. The old man's voice dripped with amusement. "A half-breed, huh? You'll do just fine." The man in armor's fury boiled over. He stepped forward, his voice thundering through the chamber. "Who the hell are you calling a half-breed?" Kim Yu-won remained calm, his gaze locked onto the old man. "He's talking about the black magician, Childa. He disappeared from the Rancor Tower long ago." The Hargan eyes widened. "Wait, you mean that Rancor? The one who was an examiner on the 50th floor?" The realization hit hard. Childa was infamous. He had used hundreds of test participants as nothing more than raw material for his twisted experiments. It was from their blood, mixed with that of countless monsters, that he had created the first chimera. As the weight of this truth settled over the group, Kim Yu-won remained composed. The captain, however, was struggling to make sense of it all. What is someone like him doing in a tutorial? Kim Yu-won's voice cut through the tension. "Nothing to be afraid of. He's a disgrace. A so-called genius who lost to a single player, broke the tower's laws, and was sentenced to this prison." His tone was sharp. He was forced to create tutorial bosses for 1,000 years. And even after all that time, he still hasn't regained his former strength. Childa's smirk faltered for the first time. "How do you know that?" Kim Yu-won didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lifted a hand to his face and pointed at his eyes. His bright red gaze burned into the old man's. "Look at me. Do you recognize these?" A flicker of recognition crossed Childa's face. His expression twisted. "You." Power surged through the room. Childa roared, his voice raw with rage. The Hargan staggered back. This mana. But you said he lost his strength. Kim Yu-won remained firm. He did. If he were still a true ranker, we'd all be dead already. Childa's lip curled in disgust as he glared at Kim Yu-won. Where did you get those eyes? You're not. His voice cracked, then darkened. You're not related to that monkey, are you? Kim Yu-won's expression remained unreadable. Why do you sound so offended? His voice carried a sharp edge. You're the one who once stood as an examiner, who chose to slaughter participants and experiment on them like they were nothing. He took a step forward. So tell me, who's the real monster here? The chamber trembled. From the floor, grotesque fragments of creatures began to rise. Stitched limbs, half-formed torsos, writhing masses of flesh that shouldn't be alive. Kim Yu-won barely glanced at them. I didn't come here to satisfy my curiosity, he muttered, then turned to the chimera. With a simple flick of his hand, it moved. The stitched creatures lunged forward. The captain's eyes narrowed. What the hell is happening? Lee Sung-yun's breath came fast. I don't know, but we need to handle these first. The Kim Myung-hoon clenched his fists. Fine, then we wipe them out. The battle erupted. The team charged forward. An axe-wielding warrior smashed through a creature's torso, sending it flying. A pink-haired fighter struggled under the relentless pressure, barely holding his ground. Severed limbs and grotesque parts flew in all directions as the group fought to clear a path. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won watched with quiet calculation. These are level-raising chimeras, he thought. They weren't supposed to appear in the tower for another 100 years. But that didn't matter. These things weren't complete. Their strength wasn't perfected. Only their sheer numbers posed a threat. He stepped forward, unfazed. The others could hold their own. They were top rankers, after all. Then, with a deafening crash, a massive stone coffin dropped from above. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. Something, or someone, had arrived. The ground trembled as the coffin of darkness skill activated. A heavy stone sarcophagus materialized, radiating an oppressive energy. The boss raised his wooden staff, his voice laced with confidence. This coffin possesses absolute strength. Even a chimera wouldn't be able to break free if sealed within it. His gaze darkened. Even if I've lost my former power, I have not fallen. His eyes scanned the group before narrowing on Kim Yu-won. Tell me, who among you dares to look down on me? A deep, eerie cracking sound interrupted his words. The coffin, his so-called unbreakable prison, began to fracture. The old man's smirk vanished as he watched in stunned silence. The cracks spread faster and faster until, boom, the coffin shattered into nothing but rubble. Kim Yu-won stood amidst the dust, his red cloak billowing. His clenched fist was the only answer the boss received. The old man's breath hitched. This is madness. His hands trembled as he stared at Kim Yu-won, then at his own staff, as if questioning reality itself. No, this can't be happening. His mutterings stopped abruptly. Through the settling dust, Kim Yu-won's eyes glowed, a piercing mix of green and red. And for a fleeting moment, the withered old man swore he saw something impossible, the silhouette of a lion's head. His voice barely above a whisper, he asked, Are you connected to Olympus? Elsewhere, a white marble sanctuary, a grand, open-roofed temple stretched toward the sky. Massive windows lined its pristine white walls, and at its center stood an angelic statue. In front of it, a lone figure loomed, a red-haired man, long-haired, broad-shouldered, gripping a massive club. Kim Yu-won's thoughts raced. The head of the great gods, Gigantomachy, Tamaki, the main force in the War of Giants, the son of Zeus, the legendary hero who faced the 12 trials, a slayer of monsters and titans alike, the cruel executioner of evil, yet infinitely kind to the weak, the strongest being of them all. Kim Yu-won's fingers curled into a tight fist. The power of a giant. Something stirred inside him. His body reacted, his hand began to grow. A system notification appeared. The power of gigantification is seeping into your arm. Mastery level, low. Stamina temporarily converted into strength. Kim Yu-won's expression hardened. As expected, even after devouring a giant's heart, even after increasing my endurance, his stamina was draining rapidly. But it's enough. The old man sneered, raising his glowing purple staff. You seem confident. His voice grew colder. Fine, I'll get my answers after I tear off your arms and legs. Even if you're a direct descendant of Olympus, you're still just a reckless child. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply. Then, with blazing determination, he raised his hand. Shut up. He struck. Boom. A second coffin erupted from the ground, a massive stone tomb wrapped in pulsating purple chains. This time, it wasn't just a single skill. The boss had used his triple dark casket, but it made no difference. With eyes burning like embers, Kim Yu-won smashed through it effortlessly. The boss's expression twisted into disbelief. Desperation flickered behind his crimson eyes as he thrust his staff forward. Not yet. You don't get to die now. His voice trembled with something beyond mere rage, fear. He needed answers. Dark green energy erupted from his staff, corrupted venom fangs. The attack streaked toward Kim Yuan. But Kim Yuan rushed forward, ignoring the incoming strike. For a split second, he saw himself differently, his body wrapped in the skin of a lion, wielding the might of a legend. His muscles burned, strength surging through his colossal arm. Gigentification, he thought. It's exactly what I need. But then another realization hit. If I can't fully control it, then killing the Chimera's creator won't be an option. Even though Chimera creator had lost his former power, even though he was exiled to the tutorial zone, he was still dangerous. Kim Yuan smashed through the incoming green attacks, dispersing them like shattered glass. He exhaled sharply, acknowledging to himself that was reckless. He clenched his fists, power surging through his veins. How many days would it take to fully control gigentification? A new wave of attacks surged toward him. Without hesitation, he tore through them, scattering glowing fragments in all directions. His movements were precise, his strength overwhelming. Difficult, but not impossible. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He took a cautious step back. Something like this? His voice was barely a whisper. Kim Yuan stepped forward, his figure barely visible in the shadows. But his eyes, those burning red eyes, pierced through the darkness like embers in the night. Chimera creator gritted his teeth. Even if he has ties to Hercules, destroying everything with just raw power? He shook off the thought, gripping his staff tightly. Raising it high, he conjured a massive spiked barricade. Black spikes shot up from the ground, forming a fortress-like defense around him. A twisted grin curled onto his lips. This is my strongest barrier. Let's see if you can break through this, boy. Then, crack. The first fracture appeared. Chimera, creator's smirk vanished. Another crack, then another. The fortress shook as deep fissures spread like spiderwebs across its surface. His hands trembled. Impossible. Above him, his staff glowed with an ominous purple light. He gritted his teeth. You're insane, he roared. But Kim Yuan didn't stop. Blow after blow, the wall crumbled. The sheer force of his fists reduced the once imposing barricade to nothing but splinters. Chimera creator's confidence shattered along with it. His mind raced. Had the hero finally stopped? Had he exhausted himself? Then he heard it. Laughter. Not his own. Kim Yuan's. In that moment, Chimera creator realized he had made a mistake. The next punch came too fast to react. Bam! A fist slammed into his chest, sending him crashing against the stone wall. His body jerked from the impact, dust and debris flying everywhere. The old man coughed violently, struggling to move. But before he could react, crush! Kim Yuan's next punch landed squarely on his face. Chimera creator felt his skull fracture. The hero didn't stop. Another blow, then another. Blood sprayed against the cold ground as Kim Yuan's strikes came relentlessly, mercilessly. His eyes burned like wildfire as he thought, if I can't fully wield fiery eyes and gigentification, then I'm not ready to face him. His fists tore through flesh and bone. The very foundation of the room shook from the sheer brutality of his assault. Stone shards flew in all directions. He kept pounding, his rage manifesting in raw, unrelenting force. Somewhere in his mind, an image flashed. Sun Wukong. The long-haired man sat on a stone, watching silently. Kim Yuan turned toward him. Why aren't you saying anything? He demanded. His voice was laced with something unreadable. Anger? Frustration? Sun Wukong remained calm. You knew. Kim Yuan continued. You knew that the one who ascended to the 50th floor killed the creator of the chimeras. Sun Wukong exhaled slowly, his gaze unwavering. And what exactly do you want me to say? The armless man released his staff, letting it clatter against the stone floor. His eyes grew serious. Either way, the truth is plain for everyone to see. Kim Yuan turned his attention back to Chimera Creator. There was nothing left of his head, and yet he was still alive. A guttural wheeze escaped the old man's lips. Blood pooled around him, but he still refused to die. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. Immortal, he muttered. Chimera Creator managed a weak grin, his voice hoarse. I cannot die. Kim Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. Good. A surge of fire ignited in his eyes. The boss had been declared indestructible, as expected, but Kim Yuan knew something else too. 1,000 years of black magic experiments, a body tougher than steel, an undead chimera. Kim Yuan raised his hand, flames reflecting in his menacing gaze. But even an immortal body has limits. Even an immortal body has limits. Kim Yuan's cinder eyes flared to life, glowing brighter as he activated a special skill. His gaze locked onto the old man's form, revealing strange, uneven markings across his decayed flesh. Weak points. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won reached out and grabbed one. Chimera creator's expression twisted in pure shock. Then, R.I.P., Kim Yu-won tore off the withered man's arm and flung it aside. A piercing scream echoed through the cavern. Chimera creator writhed on the ground, his remaining hand clawing at the dirt as he shrieked, "Stop!" But Kim Yu-won wasn't finished. His fingers dug into the boss's flesh, ripping pieces away one by one. The chamber filled with the sickening sound of tearing flesh, accompanied by Chimera creator's agonized wails. "Stop! Please," the old man howled. Kim Yu-won didn't even blink. His grip tightened around Chimera creator's leg, twisting it. "How many?" Kim Yu-won's voice was sharp, cutting through the screams like a blade. "How many people did you rip apart with these very hands?" Chimera creator's mouth hung open, breathless, his face contorted in terror. Kim Yu-won clicked his tongue. A memory surfaced. Himself, clad in a suit, standing before three figures. One of them had told him, "Fight Surutra in the tutorial. Obtain Cinder Eyes. Then, absorb his heart and gain gigantification." Kim Yu-won smirked bitterly. And that would create an absurd monster. Ding! System notifications flooded his vision. Achievement unlocked. Impossible to believe. Boss defeated. The creator of chimeras. Due to acquiring an impossible achievement, reward calculation has been delayed. Tutorial complete. Level up. Strength +2. Agility +2. Stamina +1. Agility +1. Heaven Slaying Star's completion rate increased by 8.34%. Kim Yu-won exhaled, wiping his bloodied hand against his cloak. He hadn't expected this. To become something this absurd. He straightened, staring at the new notification that appeared. Heaven Slaying Star. Kim Yu-won is a rare talent, destined to conquer the heavens. The weight of the lives he chooses in the future will shape his fate and his value. Rank, A+. Completion rate, 10.3%. Kim Yu-won's gaze flickered. So just like Sarah, am I being treated as a boss too? Another message followed. Stat boost. All stats +3, based on the number and level of those slain. Kim Yu-won smirked to himself. Every 5% completion seems to grant a stat bonus. If I reach 100%, I'll gain at least 20 stats. At that moment, the stitched monsters in the cavern began to collapse, lifeless. The brunette watched as one by one, they fell like puppets with their strings cut. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of shocked voices. The group stood among the fallen creatures, eyes wide in disbelief. "What just happened?" someone asked. The axe-wielding warrior frowned. "Is it over? Are they going to get back up?" Kim Yu-won waved a hand dismissively. "No need to worry. The boss is dead. They won't be getting back up." Lee Sung-yoon exhaled heavily, shoulders sagging. "Damn, this time, I really thought I was going to die." A ladder appeared in the distance, descending toward the group, a sign the tutorial had truly ended. A worried voice called out, "Is anyone injured?" A few members of the group gathered near a dark-haired girl who had fallen to one knee. Yolch! Hargan, who had been standing still, suddenly shouted her name. His usual composure shattered. Kim Yu-won turned to look. Yolch clutched her side, her wound glowing green. The Hargan frowned, saying nothing. A fair-haired figure knelt beside her, activating a healing skill. The healing light faded as the fair-haired one finished tending to the long-haired girl's wounds. Nearby, the captain stood beside Kim Yu-won, watching the aftermath in silence. With a sharp exhale, the captain spoke. "Let's wrap this up quickly." His voice was steady but firm. Then, turning to the rest of the group, he ordered, "Take care of the wounded." A few voices responded in affirmation. The armored man then turned his attention to Kim Yu-won, his gaze unreadable. Without another word, he stepped ahead, motioning for him to follow. "We need to talk." High above, the rough ceiling of the cave loomed, jagged and uneven. The Hargan sighed. "I want to ask who you really are, or how you knew about the connection between that rancor and the tutorial." His tone was careful, measured. Then, his expression hardened. "But because of your choice, someone got hurt." They stood near the massive hole in the wall. Dust still lingered in the air from the earlier destruction. His voice was sharper now. "Was it necessary? Did you have to kill the creator of the chimeras?" Kim Yu-won's expression remained unchanged, unreadable as ever. The captain pressed on. The tutorial could have ended by just killing the chimera. Kim Yu-won finally spoke, his voice calm. "Usually, yes." The armored man threw up his hands, frustration flashing across his face. "Then why? You could have set a record. You could have cleared this without going that far." He clenched his fists. "How far are you willing to go?" Kim Yu-won said nothing. The captain's voice grew heavier. "Would you only be satisfied when you and everyone around you are dead?" Silence. Kim Yu-won closed his eyes for a brief moment, then repeated the question, almost to himself. "How far do I have to go?" His mind drifted to a vision, a battlefield littered with countless corpses clad in armor. A sky that was neither day nor night, but a deep, oppressive purple. And beyond that sky, something unnatural. A creature with shifting, translucent flesh, its form writhing and undefined. Black tendrils stretched from its back, glowing purple dots blinking like stars across its grotesque body. The outer gods, outside the tower, beyond what humans could grasp. Entities from other dimensions. Hopelessness, despair, and in the depths of that endless, chaotic abyss, the unborn. A being consumed by madness, spiraling in a whirlpool of destruction. Kim Yu-won envisioned a battlefield frozen in time. Countless slain warriors, weapons still clutched in their lifeless hands. To kill just one of these creatures, how many rankers had to die? And how many more lurked beyond? The vision shifted. Himself, bloodied, exhausted, barely standing. His breathing ragged, his body aching, but his mind unwavering. That's why I have to keep getting stronger. I have to cut out the rotting parts of this world before it collapses entirely. He paused, then corrected himself. No, for the world to survive, it needs to become stronger too. I'll drag it forward myself, if I have to. Back in the present, Kim Yu-won lowered his gaze. His voice was quieter this time. I don't know. The Hargan watched him carefully. Do you even want to know? Kim Yu-won met his eyes. No. A beat of silence. Then, Kim Yu-won asked, are you gathering a team? People to travel with you. The captain hesitated. Not for the reasons you're thinking. Kim Yu-won's expression didn't change. I can't go with them. Hargan furrowed his brows. He needs an ally. Someone strong enough to reduce the risk of traveling with him. He turned away from Kim Yu-won, clenching his jaw. Just what kind of thorny path have you chosen? Then, Kim Yu-won's voice cut through his thoughts. Stop talking about teams. His tone was final. This could happen to any of them at any moment. Then, without another word, he turned to face a tall man, standing ahead. The captain let out a sigh, signaling the end of their conversation. Without looking back, he started walking away. I'm done here, he muttered. Then, turning to the long-haired man, he added, sorry to keep you waiting. How long have you been here? The unknown figure chuckled, folding his arms across his broad chest. The tension in the air was interesting, he mused. Kim Yu-won turned to the Hargan, who was watching the scene with narrowed eyes. Who is that? The Hargan muttered, eyeing the tall man with suspicion. He looks like some kind of beggar. Kim Yu-won barely glanced at him before answering. He's the tutorial manager. The captain's eyes widened. What? Immediately, he straightened and bowed deeply, a being at the level of the highest-ranked rankers. He barely managed to finish his thought before realizing. This is Hargan from Olympus. I am at your service, he said formally. The bearded man barely acknowledged him. Kim Yu-won exhaled. Don't act like that, he said flatly. Just greet him properly. He has nothing to do with Olympus. The tutorial manager scowled, turning his piercing gaze to the Hargan. I don't want anything to do with them. His voice was filled with irritation. Because of you lot, I have more work than I should. I swear, if I could, I'd rip out Zeus's entire beard right now. The long-haired man covered his face with his hand, letting out a deep sigh. To think, I have to clean up another mess because of you. His expression darkened as his thoughts trailed off. The creator of the Chimeras was bound by a 1,000-year contract, and now, thanks to that reckless fool, he's dead. There's no prepared boss to replace him. With an irritated grunt, the tutorial manager turned his glare toward Kim Yu-won. Well, thanks to someone, this tutorial gets to live a little longer. He folded his arms. Is that what you came to tell me? Or are you here to demand a reward? Without waiting for a reply, the high-ranking official extended his hand. A soft blue glow pulsed in his palm. You're in more of a hurry than you let on, he muttered. As the light faded, a small black stone appeared in his grasp. He tossed it toward Kim Yu-won. Do whatever you want with it. Use it or guard it. It's your choice. Ding. You have received Dark Divine Creator, a shard of primordial darkness. Stores an immense reserve of dark attribute mana. Unrefined. Requires an excellent craftsman to process. Class. Ingredient item. Effects. O conceals and alters dark attribute mana. O increases mana resistance. O mana capacity plus 20%. O mana consumption reduced by 20%. Kim Yu-won stared at the stone in his palm, his mind racing. The Dark Divine Creator? A memory surfaced, a vision of a man holding a similar stone aloft. Kim Yu-won's breath caught in his throat. The Dark Divine Creator, or rather, a fragment of Hades' helmet. Hades, the god of the underworld, one of the 3 supreme rulers of Olympus. His helmet was among the strongest relics in existence, and at its core was this very stone, one of the most important artifacts to obtain upon returning to the past. Yet somehow he had it now. Kim Yu-won's fingers curled around the stone. His gaze flickered toward the captain, who was watching him intently, as if trying to read his thoughts. I know where the god of the sea's stone is. Now, only the lightning fragment remains. but he remained silent. The Hargan put his hands on his hips, frowning. What exactly do you need that for? Kim Yu-won said nothing, still deep in thought. If I move fast enough, I can collect them much quicker than I originally planned. The tutorial manager snapped his fingers, cutting through the tension. Are you all done now? His voice carried impatience. Then his tone shifted. The conditions have been met. We're heading to the tower. And with that, the group was launched into the sky. As the group soared through the air, the tutorial manager's voice echoed behind them. The rest will receive rewards based on their contributions. His tone was indifferent, but then he sighed. And even though it pains me to say it, Hargan's reward is pretty decent, too. The armored man turned back slightly, nodding in gratitude. Thank you. The high-ranking official barely acknowledged him. Instead, his eyes locked onto Kim Yu-won. This will be our last meeting, he stated firmly. Are you planning to cause this much chaos when you reach the top, too? Kim Yu-won smirked. Guess we'll find out. The tall man exhaled through his nose. Yeah, that doesn't inspire confidence at all. His gaze drifted down to Kim Yu-won's hand, where the dark divine creator rested in his palm. With something like that, you're capable of causing far greater destruction. Then, to everyone's surprise, the tutorial manager grinned. Chaos, huh? He shook his head. Well, if you're going to be a storm, at least be a wave that shakes this entire tower. Before Kim Yu-won could respond, everything faded to black. Ding. New system notifications appeared. Time remaining until tower advancement. 598 hours, 55 minutes, 40 seconds. The next screen revealed the final rankings. First place, Kim Yu-won. Second place, Hargan. Third place, Yolch. The tutorial had officially ended. Ding. Final rewards. 67.488 points earned. New record bonus, plus 50,000 additional points. Kim Yu-won's inventory flashed. A purple glow appeared at the center of his interface. His eyes narrowed. What's this? A mysterious egg materialized within his inventory. It had no name, no description, just a strange, pulsating presence. An egg? Kim Yu-won thought, confused. There were items like this in the tutorial? Before he could inspect it further, the world around him shifted, and he arrived at the first floor. Kim Yu-won looked up. The sky here felt vastly different from the sealed-off tutorial. As he moved, adjusting to the new environment, he continued scrolling through his inventory, checking for any additional rewards. The Hargan beside him crossed his arms. We've arrived. They weren't alone. Hundreds of other rankers stood nearby, their gazes sharp and calculating. The outskirts of the first floor's step of beginning were filled with guild representatives and scouts. Veteran players scanned the newcomers with interest, whispering amongst themselves. Why are they here already? One muttered. There's still plenty of time left before the tutorial ends, another noted. Kim Yu-won silently observed them, realization settling in. From this point on, they were no longer participants, they were now players. Most of these newcomers had been sent ahead of schedule, and judging by the emblems and banners scattered throughout the area, guilds were already preparing to recruit them. Hargan suddenly stiffened, his posture tense. His gaze swept across the crowd, locking onto a few familiar faces. Olympus, he muttered. Kim Yu-won caught the name immediately. He glanced at Hargan. You're planning to join a guild? The armored man hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yeah, Kim Yu-won raised an eyebrow. Didn't take you for someone who wanted a team. Hargan scoffed. I don't. I never intended to look for a guild, let alone join one. But his fists clenched. I lost our bet, and I keep my word. Kim Yu-won's gaze remained unreadable. Hargan seemed deep in thought. He recalled his last conversation with the tutorial manager. There was something he wanted to say, something about Olympus. But before he could bring it up, he noticed Kim Yu-won had already turned away. Is something going on between you and Olympus? Hargan asked carefully. Kim Yu-won paused. Then, without looking back, he replied, You mean that Olympus? The one you think is fair and just. Hargan frowned. What are you? Kim Yu-won turned slightly, his expression unreadable. Figure it out yourself. Don't rely on other people's words. If you want to understand the truth, find it on your own. Hargan's eyes widened slightly. Kim Yu-won took a step forward. The Hargan scowled. You're leaving again? Kim Yu-won didn't answer. The Hargan crossed his arms. At least register as a player before heading to the village. His tone was annoyed. So we can actually contact you. Kim Yu-won waved a hand dismissively as he walked off. Hargan glared after him, muttering under his breath. That bastard. And with that, Kim Yu-won disappeared into the city beyond. A group of armored figures knelt before Hargan, their presence heavy with respect. Behind them stood an Olympian player, his stance formal as he stepped forward. The Hargan turned around as the man introduced himself, his tone filled with reverence. Welcome, Great Blood. Hargan's sharp gaze flickered over the gathered warriors. He had seen this man before. The fair-haired Olympian caught the recognition in his eyes and smiled. It is an honor that you remember me. Hargan crossed his arms, still assessing him. Agamemnon. The man bowed, slightly in acknowledgement. So, you're follower of Ares? Hargan asked, his voice casual but laced with meaning. I heard he's recently become a top ranker. Pass along my congratulations. Agamemnon's face remained composed. I am indeed his follower. However, he straightened, his expression darkening slightly. I hold deep respect for family ties. Until my mother is found, I will not pass along your words. Hargan's eyes narrowed. A fury burned behind them as his aura flickered, electric, unstable. The ground around him seemed to spark with raw energy. Agamemnon quickly bowed again. Please, don't react so harshly, he urged. You know well the character of Lord Ares. Hargan closed his eyes, exhaling through his nose. Family ties are created, not just inherited, Agamemnon continued. And I wish to create a family for you as well. The Hargan opened his eyes slowly, his gaze cold. The true insult was not from Agamemnon, but from Ares himself, the one who neglected him, who treated him as insignificant. And yet, taking his anger out on this lower-ranked follower would do nothing but strain relations with Olympus. With a sharp turn, Hargan let him go. Agamemnon followed a step behind, his tone shifting. The brunette, who just left. He's not one of yours, is he? Hargan didn't answer immediately. He glanced toward the distant streets of the city, lush with vibrant greenery. He's a friend. The words came out hesitantly. Agamemnon frowned, puzzled by his uncertain answer. The jackals were waiting. The term jackals was used to describe those who refused to climb higher. Instead of progressing to the next floor, they stayed behind, lurking in the step of beginning. Their prey? New players. Fresh, inexperienced, and completely unprepared. Perfect for the picking. They called it harvest time. Kim Yu-won walked alone. He could already sense them. Even without cinder eyes, his intuition told him. At least 20 were following him. His fingers brushed against the dark divine creator in his pocket. Jackals, he thought. Ideal test subjects. From a distance, the jackals watched. Their leader, Fateo, smirked as he observed the lone figure walking ahead. The tutorial ended faster than we expected, he noted. A lot of high-class players got in this time. Another jackal scoffed. And that means a lot of people earned some serious coin. They continued stalking Kim Yu-won's movements. He's alone, not with a guild. One of them frowned. Where's his team? Doesn't look like he has one, another said. Still, something doesn't feel right. Look at his robe, someone else pointed out. That's fire-imbued gear. A mage? Fateo squinted, watching the red glow flickering around Kim Yu-won. Should we jump him? One of the jackals asked. Fateo opened his mouth to respond, then froze. The red glow vanished. Wait, where the hell did he go? A cry rang out behind them. Jackals whipped around in alarm. Another scream, then another. They couldn't even see the attacks, only hear the panicked shouts as their comrades were cut down one by one. Who's attacking us? Blades slashed through the air, silent and precise. More jackals collapsed, their bodies hitting the ground before they even realized what was happening. Panic spread like wildfire. This is a trap, someone shouted. We need to. Fateo's eyes glowed as he activated Hawkeye, searching for movement. Is he using an illusion skill? More screams filled the night. Kim Yu-won was eliminating them, quickly, efficiently. A jackal wheezed out. We need to retreat. But Fateo hesitated, because at that moment, he realized something terrifying. This wasn't just a simple ambush. This was a hunt, and they were the prey. He was just a newcomer, barely stepping into the tower. But with his stealth skill, he extended his hand forward. The young man swung his hand again, launching another attack. Meanwhile, the brunette had his grip tight around one of the jackal's throats. In that moment, he realized this guy wasn't just some bait. He was a blade, sharp enough to end him. A top-tier player. The brunette warned him not to bother running. It was pointless. He'd catch them no matter what. Kim Yu-won stepped forward, offering a deal. Answer his question honestly, and he'd let him go. But the player knew the truth. If he could make it to the lower floors, he'd be safe. Still, he was furious at the threat. Before he could act, a sharp pain tore through his leg. The brunette had already struck, and his agonized screams filled the air. Writhing in pain, he was warned again, keep going, and this wouldn't stop. The brunette's blade glinted as he pressed for information. Where can I find a man called Cloudless? His victim froze, eyes wide with shock. He tried to ask how he knew that name, but the brunette only smirked. Jackpot. As night fell, the village was illuminated by scattered candlelight. A warm glow flickered over a wooden table where tea and buns sat untouched. The young man leaned back in his chair, taking in the familiar surroundings of the first-floor settlement. It felt good to be back. He had what he needed, and now he could finally unwind. The peaceful evening reminded him of past nights, sharing drinks with comrades. He could almost hear the clinking of glasses. Smiling to himself, he lifted his bowl, lost in the memory, until he lost his balance, crashing onto the wooden floor. Snapping back to reality, he decided he'd had enough sentimentality. Reaching into his belongings, he pulled out the stone of the Black God. It worked well against weaklings like the jackals, but it was far from perfected. His mastery of the Hades helmet's concealment was still lacking. He had the mana, plenty of it, enough to earn the nickname Infinity Stone as a joke, but raw power wasn't enough. He studied the stone closely. If he could refine it, maximize its potential, combat would no longer be a problem. He thought of Zeus, who rose to power with a single piece of lightning. Hades, who never fought without his helmet. Legendary artifacts that shaped Olympus, and perhaps the future itself. Then it hit him. There was only one person capable of refining such a material. His lips curled into a knowing smile. It's been a while. Suddenly, the clang of metal rang through the air. Sparks flew as a massive hammer struck the anvil. A burly figure stood by the forge, tirelessly shaping molten steel. The young man's uncle. In his hand, the young man held a spherical device, a player's set, activated with mana. He wandered the village, searching for what he needed, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He had no exact coordinates, only a gut feeling. As he walked, he passed a man and a child, both desperate, their hands outstretched. Please, just a few points, the man begged, voice trembling. My child is starving. The brunette barely spared them a glance and kept walking. A dagger suddenly lodged itself into the man's back. Before he could even react, the brunette grabbed him. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence before collapsing. His henchman arrived just moments later, eyes wide with panic at the sight of their fallen comrade. Without hesitation, they lunged at the young man. But Kim Yu-won fought them off effortlessly, dodging their attacks and countering with swift strikes. If you're struggling to get by, go to the upper floors, he advised, knocking back two more. But don't you dare prey on others. As the last of them stumbled away, he finally noticed something, a faint glimmer in the darkness. His eyes widened. He was standing in a dimly lit alley, and instinct told him he had found the place he was searching for. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Pushing the door open, he called out, Owner, you here? Inside, the forge was sweltering. The heat from a molten metal and burning coals filled the air. A voice answered from behind a heavy door. Who the hell works until lunch? Someone grumbled. A burly figure finally emerged. Kuzi squinted at the newcomer, clearly unimpressed. His gaze flicked over the young man before asking, irritated, Are you wearing fireproof spells or something? You're not from around here. Not lost, if that's what you're asking, the young man replied, eyeing the equipment. You a blacksmith? Kuzi scoffed. Here to buy gear. He gestured toward a selection of swords. Take your pick. They're better than whatever you're carrying. The young man reached for a weapon, testing its weight. It was dull, more like a baton than a proper blade. Disappointed, he muttered, So, you're a blacksmith who only makes failures? Kuzi's expression darkened. Gripping his sledgehammer, he scowled. You got a problem? The tension in the room thickened as magic crackled faintly around him. Then, in a low voice, he asked, Your name? Volcaro. The blacksmith froze. His stance shifted, wary. Where did you come from? Relax, the young man said, reaching into his belongings. He pulled out a small, glowing sphere and held it up. Just got here. First floor. Volcaro glanced at the orb, eyes narrowing at the floor-level indicator. It confirmed the truth. This guy was fresh out of the tutorial. Closing his eyes briefly, Volcaro exhaled. He knew he had to tread carefully. If he had swung his hammer recklessly just now, things could have gone very wrong. So, what do you want? Without hesitation, the young man pulled out a stone. I need something made. Volcaro's expression shifted the moment he laid eyes on it. His brows furrowed as he inspected the object, eyes widening in disbelief. This is an unfinished stone, he muttered, still in shock. Where the hell did you get this? Reward for clearing the tutorial. Volcaro's head snapped up. How long did it take you? 5 days and 2 hours, the young man replied casually, as if it were nothing. He even noted that he had achieved the highest score. The blacksmith stared at him, taking in the expensive gear he wore despite only being on the first floor. No doubt about it, this guy was no ordinary player. The forge's heat seemed even heavier now. Volcaro sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I can process it, he admitted, but if we use cheap materials, it'll be ruined. You'll need something strong enough to handle the power inside this stone. Then, looking almost amused, he asked, And you're seriously trusting me with this, even after seeing the crap I make? The young man didn't waver. Volcaro let out a short laugh, grabbing the stone. You're a damn psycho, he muttered. Then, without another word, he turned and headed toward the forge. Volcaro smirked, gripping his anvil. What? Afraid I'll run off with it? The young man met his gaze, unbothered. Not really. I read people well. He glanced at his reflection in a nearby set of armor. If you were planning to steal it, I'd see greed in your eyes. But right now, you just look excited. Volcaro scoffed. But he didn't argue. The young man bent down, picking up a sword from the floor. He turned it over in his hands, assessing its weight. You really think this won't break? He asked. It won't, Volcaro replied confidently. The young man swung the blade, watching the way it gleamed under the forge's dim light. The balance was perfect, impressive considering the cheap materials and tight deadline. A product of raw experience and undeniable skill, wasted away in a place like this. Handing the weapon back, he commented, the blade holds up, but the handle's rough. And you're tracking a habit here. Volcaro scowled, gripping his sledgehammer. You're really nitpicking the weight balance now. The young man only grinned. Forgot to mess it up on purpose. Volcaro let out a short laugh. What are you even doing? Without answering, the young man tossed the sword into a crate filled with other weapons. Volcaro raised a brow. What? You some kind of perfectionist? Not exactly, the young man replied, but something close. Volcaro didn't entirely get what he meant, but he exhaled and nodded. Fine, I'll take the order. He leaned forward, eyes sharp. But since you trust me so much, I've got one condition. The young man smiled. Keep this forge a secret, Volcaro said. No one can know this order even exists. Can you handle that? The young man gave him a knowing look. Of course. The sky stretched out, clear and blue. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of a small shop. On a wooden plate sat a breakfast of scrambled eggs, sausages, and fresh vegetables. 3 points spent for a single meal. The young man leaned back, absently spreading something on his bread. He had given his uncle his number, and the work would take about 10 days. That was fine. He needed to stick around the lower floors for a bit anyway. As he ate, his mind sifted through the intel he had gathered from the jackals. The collection would happen in 2 days. Perfect timing. If he played this right, he could take them all down in one go. He lifted his sandwich, just about to take a bite, when someone sat down across from him. Without looking, he already knew. Hargan, the man smirked. Took you long enough to notice. Setting his sandwich down, the young man sighed. How'd you find me? Easy, Hargan said, leaning back. I walked around the edges, checked where you signed up. And well, I've got connections. Figured I'd use them. The two sat in silence for a moment. The young man chewed his food, his mind shifting gears. The first floor was still under Olympus' control. Zeus' family could move freely without trouble. No surprises there. Hargan, however, had a different agenda. He leaned in slightly. Give me your number. The young man raised a brow. Didn't take you for the type to ask a guy for his number. Hargan rolled his eyes. Still as much of a pain as before. Before the young man could reply, another figure approached. He glanced up. The newcomer wasn't exactly the friendly type. Hargan paid no mind and dug into his own food. So, he asked between bites, when are you heading up the tower? In about 5 days, the young man answered. Gonna grind levels in the outer region first. He reached for his cutlery, casually adding, the team needs time to get stronger too. Hargan smirked, resting his elbows on the table. The young man did the same. Hargan kept chewing as he spoke. I need your help with something. The young man glanced up. With what? Pulling out the roots of a pack of jackals. He sighed, leaning back. Just finding them in a crowd is already a problem. His expression tensed when Hargan added, and it'll be just the two of us. Explain, Hargan demanded. It's too early for details, the young man replied casually. Come see me the evening after tomorrow. I'll tell you everything then. Hargan huffed, stabbing his fork into his food. Fine, but we're going together. Wouldn't have it any other way. Hargan finished his meal quickly, standing up just as the young man was about to rise. You eat fast, he remarked. The young man shrugged. Got a lot to handle today, Hargan said, stretching. I'll head out first. The brunette watched him go, noting how similar he was to the team he had built during the tutorial. A team he planned to develop and rise with. Then he stiffened. Someone was watching him. His gaze locked onto a man in a black robe. The young man sighed, setting down his cup. If you've got business, get to the point. The man placed a hand on the table, smirking. Didn't expect to see you here so soon. Pulling back his hood, he extended a hand. First time meeting you. Pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. The young man shook his hand firmly. Agamemnon, the man introduced himself. Olympus faction. He took a seat across from the brunette, his sharp eyes flicking to where Hargan had been sitting. The Hargan, blood of the heavenly ruler. Not even a proper greeting. The young man remained expressionless. You're here on a mission, aren't you? A steaming cup of tea was set between them. Agamemnon lifted it, his smile unreadable. Heard you placed first in the tutorial. He swirled the tea lightly before adding, Hargan was second. They sat in silence for a moment. The gap between first and second is massive, Agamemnon continued. Rumors say a monster entered the tower. The young man smirked. That's so? Appreciate the compliment. Agamemnon took a slow sip. Funny thing, that Kim Myung-hoon calls you a friend. Strange, isn't it? The young man chuckled. Yeah, you think Hargan's the type to want friends. Agamemnon set his tea down, studying him. Or maybe he's just trying to buy your loyalty. He glanced into his cup, watching his own reflection ripple in the tea. Honestly, not joining his team might be the smart move. Connections from the tutorial? They don't last. Most players who climb higher end up leaving them behind. Those who become rankers? Even rarer. He leaned forward slightly. But you're different. You have potential. You could become something great in this tower. He gestured slightly, his tone persuasive. So tell me, why climb with people who fit the norm? The young man remained silent. Agamemnon smiled. Mr. Ares from Olympus would like to meet you. Join us, and you'll get whatever you want. The young man tensed. Agamemnon noticed. Ares isn't like that Hargan. He doesn't even know his own mother. A nobody. His voice grew firmer. Ares is the legitimate son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus. A ranker, a great being who's already left his mark. The young man's fingers curled slightly on the table. Agamemnon continued smoothly. Think about it. Olympus is serious about recruiting. You won't find a better opportunity. The young man let out a slow breath. Then, bang, his fist slammed against the table. The teacup rattled, but he remained calm. Enough. Agamemnon fell silent, watching him carefully. The young man lifted his cup, finishing the last drop of tea. Then, placing it back down, he gave a slight nod. Thanks for the tea, he said. Then, without another word, he stood up to leave. As he turned to leave, a stunned silence filled the air. Agamemnon frowned. You're really walking away from this? The young man stopped, but only to glance over his shoulder. I'm not joining anyone. He took a step forward, then added with a smirk, a few days ago, the Hargan son of Zeus personally invited me to his team. Turn him down too. Agamemnon's expression darkened. You talk about norms like you were above them, the young man continued. Yet, here you are, acting like Ares' personal guard dog. Funny, considering you just called him a nobody who doesn't even know his mother. Agamemnon's jaw clenched. His fingers curled into fists. The young man didn't let up. You're not Ares, but the way you talk, you'd think Zeus and Hera were your parents. His tone sharpened. I'll say it once. My answer won't change. He turned fully to face him, eyes cold. I don't work with people who aren't worth my time. With that, he walked away. Still inside the cafe, Agamemnon sat frozen, fists trembling with fury. You okay? A voice asked cautiously. Agamemnon inhaled sharply, forcing himself to calm down. How many jackalls can we mobilize right now? The player beside him hesitated. They're still collecting money. In a few days, we should have enough to gather the numbers we need. Agamemnon exhaled slowly, his mind working through the logistics. All this effort just to kill one guy, he muttered. The player across from him gave him a hard look. Think logically. He's ahead of the Hargan. If it could be dealt with easily, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Agamemnon scowled, but he knew it was true. After a brief pause, he grinned. Fine. Prep 100 men first. Lifting a hand to his face, he traced a finger over his cheek, as if picturing the moment of victory. As soon as harvest time ends, he said, voice dripping with satisfaction, we're killing him. 2 days later, the setting sun bathed the city in golden light. The young man walked with a steady pace, his Hargan companion trailing slightly behind. So, how are we handling the jackalls? Hargan asked. First, I need to meet someone, the young man replied. Took a long time to find him. Hargan frowned, but didn't press. And who exactly are we meeting? Just follow me. Agamemnon, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes at the exchange. His gaze locked onto the young man's fiery eyes, and a memory flashed through his mind. A passage from the past. A name. A legend. Could he be related? His thoughts drifted to a child. One who had once been called the Great Sage, equal to heaven. A man who had ascended the tower and become a top ranker in under a century. A fighter with the most dominant qualities in ranker history. The realization hit like a spark in dry grass. Hargan's gaze lingered on the brunette's shifting cloak, watching the way it moved. There was no doubt. This guy wasn't just using Mert abilities. He wielded fire. The same fire as his brother, Apollo. His fingers twitched as another possibility surfaced. His eyes darted to the young man's hand. There was Gigante. His breath caught. Hercules, the only one in Olympus with that skill. The Vahi, descendants of the giants, possessed this power. Could Kim Yu-1 be from a giant's bloodline? If so, why wasn't he part of Olympus? Hargan barely had time to process when Hargan, his name snapped him out of his thoughts. The brunette stood by the door, staring at him expectantly. Are you going to respond properly, or what? Hargan blinked. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. The door creaked open, revealing a man inside. We're closed for the day, he muttered. The brunette stepped forward, respectful yet firm. I need to see someone. The man sighed, scribbling something down. If you're looking for something, leave your name and contact. Mu Wunshin, the young man interrupted. The man's hand froze over the paper. He looked up, hesitation flickering in his eyes. What did you just say? Mu Wunshin, the young man repeated. The man's grip on the pen tightened before He bolted. Cursing under his breath, he rushed for the exit, shoving past stunned customers. Kim Yu-won didn't hesitate. He shot forward, hand latching onto the fleeing man's collar before he could escape. The fugitive barely had a chance to escape. Panicked, Kim Yu-wonked out a dagger and swung wildly, but the young man was faster. With a sharp movement, he caught the fugitive's wrist, twisting it just enough to make him drop the blade. A palm pressed against his own face. His eyes flickered red again. "Sit down," the brunette ordered. The next moment, he slammed the fugitive to the ground. "Hard, and stay still." Mu Wunshin gasped for air, staring up at him in disbelief. Where did he get this kind of strength? He had been a player from Myram, one who had refused to climb the tower. Yet now, with red eyes burning like embers, Kim Yu-won held him in place effortlessly. The realization hit. This wasn't just any player. The king of the jackals had just been caught. Kim Yu-won wasted no time tying him up, but Mu Wunshin thrashed against the bindings, voice rising in protest. "You got the wrong guy." "Really?" Kim Yu-won tilted his head. "Then why did you run?" The Hargan watched the whole exchange, his gaze unreadable. Mu Wunshin, still struggling, suddenly stammered. "Your eyes, they're unnatural. That's why I ran." Hargan narrowed his eyes. "And we're just supposed to assume he's our guy because he ran?" Kim Yu-won didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled out the dagger Mu Wunshin had dropped, turning it over in his hand. "Take a good look," he said, tossing it toward Hargan. The Hargan caught it, frowning. "That's not a regular blade." Kim Yu-won continued, motioning toward the floor. "See where it landed?" Hargan's eyes followed the direction, and his expression darkened. A thin, almost invisible sheen of poison coated the spot where the dagger had hit. "For a weapon on this floor, that's an extremely high-level poison," Kim Yu-won noted. Mu Wunshin sat in the corner, finally silent. Kim Yu-won's voice lowered. "It's forbidden to use this kind of poison on fellow players. Even owning it requires special permission." He raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, why would the owner of a simple haberdashery store need something like this?" The room fell into silence. Then, Mu Wunshin let out a slow breath. His entire demeanor shifted. He stopped resisting, stopped pretending. His lips curled into a smirk. "Where did you get your information?" Kim Yu-won grinned. "So I was right." Hargan tensed. The man's face had changed. His voice had changed. Even his presence felt different. With an irritated sigh, Mu Wunshin shook his head. "You're an arrogant little bastard, aren't you?" His tone was laced with amusement. "Do you even realize who you're messing with?" Hargan's gaze flickered between him and Kim Yu-won. Something about the way his hair and eyes shifted, setting off alarms in his head. His lips parted slightly in realization. Then, suddenly, everything around him sparked. Hargan clenched his fists. "Is it true?" he growled. "Did Olympus betray us?" Kim Yu-won leaned in close to Mu Wunshin. "Do you take orders from Agamemnon?" His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. "I have some questions for him." Mu Wunshin let out a low laugh. "The heavenly ruler sure seems interested in the affairs of the first floor. Even sent his son to the tutorial." His words sent a ripple of tension through the room. Kim Yu-won's tone darkened. "How long are you planning to stay a servant of Agamemnon, instead of standing with the great three gods?" Hargan's head lowered slightly. "What does that even mean?" Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won fixed Mu Wunshin with an ice-cold stare. "I could punish you right here," he murmured. "Consider yourself lucky." Mu Wunshin chuckled. "You talk big," but a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes when Kim Yu-won's hand tightened around his bindings. "Then prove yourself," Kim Yu-won said. "If you can handle what's coming, you might just earn more responsibility within Olympus." Hargan watched the exchange in shock. What the hell is happening? Mu Wunshin exhaled, weighing his options. "What do you need me to do?" Kim Yu-won crouched beside him, meeting his gaze. "How many jackals are there in total?" Mu Wunshin hesitated, then answered, "Around 1,000. Kim Yu-won pulled a small note from his pocket and slipped it into Mu Wunshin's bound hands. "Gather everyone by tomorrow night. Be at this location by midnight." Mu Wunshin's face remained unreadable. Kim Yu-won's voice dropped lower. "And don't tell anyone from the stall, Ammonius or Ares. This is for your own good." A heavy silence passed between them. Then, without breaking eye contact, Kim Yu-won asked, "Can you handle it?" Mu Wunshin exhaled through his nose. "Fine." Satisfied, Kim Yu-won stood up. He turned to Hargan, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. And then he smiled. "Leave," Kim Yu-won said. Hargan frowned, clearly not understanding anything. Night fell over the city, its streets lit only by dim lanterns. Inside one of the houses, voices echoed in frustration. "You're selling out someone else's father?" Hargan stood, fists clenched, his anger barely contained. You better start explaining. Everything. Right now." Kim Yu-won remained calm. "You heard it yourself. Olympus and the jackals are working together." Hargan gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. "You actually expect me to believe that?" His voice rose. "That's impossible. Olympus' name is sacred, and you're telling me." "Hargan." The sharpness in Kim Yu-won's voice cut through his outburst. He turned away from him, pulling his cloak tighter around his shoulders. I don't know what kind of Olympus you believe in, Kim Yu-won continued. But from now on, stop looking at it through blind loyalty. Open your eyes. See it for what it really is. Hargan's expression hardened. The hero's cloak fluttered in the night breeze, his presence unmoving. Hargan exhaled sharply, frustration burning inside him. He thought about the warriors who had once stood beside him, about Woin's devastated face when he asked if Olympus had truly betrayed them. If Kim Yu-won wanted to expose the truth, let him. But Hargan wasn't going to take anyone's word for it. He would see for himself. His mind drifted back to Agamemnon's smirking face. This won't be easy. Truth never is. Standing on the damp stone path, he muttered under his breath, the ins and outs of Olympus. The small town was quiet, its identical houses lined neatly under the pale moonlight. The towering white structure in the distance stood like a monument of authority, a beacon of power. 2 days later, Kim Yu-won sat on the steps of a grand white building, resting his elbow on his knee. The arched entrance loomed behind him. If you'd taken any longer, I would have left without you, he remarked, glancing back. Hargan walked up beside him. His expression was unreadable. So, thought everything through? Kim Yu-won asked. The Hargan took a slow breath. I was born and raised in Olympus. He closed his eyes. Memories surfaced. The massive white statue of a deity. The weight of expectation. The teachings drilled into him since childhood. Olympus is my home, he continued. It's my family. My father, his voice softened just slightly, was my idol. A vision of a girl in white robes flickered in his mind. My mother. I don't have many memories of her, he admitted. I don't even remember her face. But he could still hear her voice. Her words. The image of her lips moved in his mind, repeating what she had once told him. Never forget the pride that comes with bearing the name Olympus. His eyes opened, determined. That pride is Olympus. Kim Yu-won, still sitting on the steps, studied him carefully. So, what's your decision? Hargan slowly raised his hand. Golden lightning flickered between his fingers, crackling with power. Kim Yu-won, whether you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter. His eyes burned with resolve. The jackals have to be wiped out. They're parasites feeding off the first floor. The lightning coiled around his fingers, glowing intensely. Kim Yu-won clenched his fists, the radiance reflecting in his sharp gaze. Then, golden armor materialized across Hargan's body, gleaming in the light. His presence shifted, an aura of pure power surrounding him. I'll cut them down with my own hands, he declared. Deep inside a hidden cave, a flickering torch barely illuminated the damp stone walls. The air was thick and stale. Masked figures stood in clusters, their animal-like disguises casting eerie shadows on the cavern walls. A man in a wolf mask turned to his companion. This cave, it's always been here, right? His voice was low. The second man nodded, shifting uncomfortably. Yeah, but why does it feel different? A faint squishing sound echoed beneath their feet. The wolf-masked man frowned. And why the hell does the ground feel wet? A silent tension filled the cave as the jackals began to realize something was very, very wrong. The cavern was massive. 1,000 people had gathered, jackals from every corner, all drawn to this single meeting point. Have you ever seen this many of us in one place? Someone murmured. Never, another whispered back. We usually stay scattered. This is the first time we've all gathered together like this. A man in a green suit approached, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. That team managed to get a poisonous proc snake this time. A nearby jackal's jaw dropped. That thing's worth 10,000 points. Someone else groaned, and our team came up empty again. Then, he appeared. A figure in a green suit, a flowing purple cape, and a red animal mask stepped forward. Wine, the king of the jackals. Spreading his arms, he spoke. Is everything in place? The jackals turned to him. The one at the front immediately bowed. Before them, their leader stood tall, facing a sea of bowing masked figures. Raise your heads, Wine commanded. As they obeyed, hushed whispers filled the air. That's Wine. He's never shown up in person before. Why now? I heard rumors. Someone powerful is backing him. Thanks to him, we've been able to stay under the radar all this time. Wine's fingers brushed the hilt of his sword. His voice dropped, carrying a sharp edge. From now on, he warned, anyone who talks out of turn, his grip tightened, loses their head. Silence. The jackal captain stepped forward, unsheathing his blade with a slow, deliberate motion. He leveled it at the others. Shut your mouths and listen. The crowd tensed. Wine continued, his voice steady. We have one mission, a task so large, it will require every single one of you. Then, he raised his fist into the air. But I know one thing for sure. His voice rang through the cavern. Tomorrow, the jackals will take their place at the top. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Cheers, fists raised in triumph. As the excitement surged, Wine raised a hand and pointed toward two cloaked figures standing at the front. "These are our benefactors," he announced. The crowd hushed as two men, draped in green cloaks and orange masks, stepped forward. Their black hair was concealed under dark cloth. Mu Wunshin bowed deeply. "We owe you our thanks." One of the masked figures extended a dark envelope, thick with cash. "A small token," he said smoothly. "But please accept it." The envelope contained Asgardian bills, a proprietary currency from the massive Asgard Guild. Unlike mere points, these could be used like real money. The masked figure took the stack, his fingers brushing over the crisp paper. "One bill equals 1,000 points, the Jackal King explained. "This is everything we've collected this time." The masked man's lips curled into a grin. Hundreds of thousands. At first glance, at least. He had already made his decision. He was crossing over completely, and Agamemnon was waiting for this money. A golden glow spread across his gloved hand. He exhaled slowly. "I'll gladly accept it," he murmured. Then, he lifted his head. "There's only one thing left to do," he said. Mu Wunshin, eager to serve, straightened. "Just say the word. Anything you command." Snap! The masked man raised his hand, his fingers crossed, and snapped them. Flames erupted. The entire space ignited in an instant. Jackals screamed as the fire engulfed them, their masks melting, their cloaks bursting into flames. The air thickened with smoke, the flickering light reflecting off the cavern walls. And as the jackals burned, the masked figure simply watched. The flames surged, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Jackals screamed. Some cursed, others wailed in confusion. "Fire!" Someone shrieked, their voice cracking with panic. Mu Wunshin stood frozen, his mind struggling to process how the fire had spread so fast. Jackals scrambled, pushing and trampling over each other in sheer desperation. "It's too hot. Get out. Run." Some shoved others aside, clawing toward any possible exit. Mu Wunshin's eyes darted to the ground. "There's no smell of oil, then how?" His mind raced. The flames had exploded out of nowhere. A powder. That was the only explanation. Something that masked the scent. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden kick. A masked jackal's head snapped back as a boot slammed into it. He whipped around. "Are you insane?" Kim Yu-won stood among the chaos, completely calm. His gaze, cold and unbothered. "I'm just burning trash." Mu Wunshin's breath caught. "This guy is..." Nearby, a voice roared in fury. "You think you're Olympus?" Hargan, fighting barefaced, responded without hesitation. "I am Olympus." Flames danced across his golden armor, reflecting in his fierce gaze. "Then why?" Hargan's expression darkened. "Because the jackals are a defect of Olympus." His grip tightened around his weapon. "And I'll be the one to wipe them out." The battle erupted. Kim Yu-won's sword flashed as he cut down the screaming jackals before him. Hargan fought back-to-back with him, surrounded. Jackals lunged at them from all directions, screaming, "Kill them! Capture them!" But only two stood against them. Blades clashed. Sparks flew. Kim Yu-won's strikes were swift and precise, his movements effortlessly cutting through the burning bodies around him. Hargan's lightning-infused blade crackled with power, every slash sending jackals writhing in pain. Mu Wunshin, watching the carnage, felt his blood run cold. I made a mistake. They weren't here to negotiate. They came to kill us." The Jackal King's breathing turned erratic. "I need to contact Agamemnon." A ball of light flared in his hands as he attempted to send a message. Error. Message cannot be sent. His face twisted in panic. Why isn't it working? He turned desperately to Kim Yu-won, demanding answers. Kim Yu-won, mid-strike, barely spared him a glance. "In this chaos? You really thought that would work?" His sword slammed into another jackal before he finally looked at Mu Wunshin, his eyes burning red. "Game sets transmit messages through mana," Kim Yu-won explained coldly. "If the air is completely flooded with it." Mu Wunshin froze. "Then the transmission won't work." He staggered back, realization sinking in. This was a trap. Then rage. "You!" His voice cracked with fury. Cursing, he lunged forward, the cave shaking around him as he summoned his strength. Stones broke free from the ceiling, fire and debris flying. Mu Wunshin, now maskless, his face twisted with pure hatred, screamed as he charged. "Die!" Kim Yu-won didn't move. He stood still, unshaken, waiting. Then he turned, his flaming eyes locked onto Mu Wunshin. Mu Wunshin's body froze. "I can't move." His sword was raised, but it wouldn't swing. Kim Yu-won took a single step forward, his sword trailing a faint afterimage behind it. In a single, fluid motion, he slashed. Goodbye. A deep cut split across Mu Wunshin's body. Smoke curled into the night sky, pillars of blackened ash rising over the mountains. Kim Yu-won stood beside Hargan, who sat nearby, breathing heavily. The Kim Myung-hoon lifted his head. "Are you okay?" Kim Yu-won turned to him, his gaze unreadable. "You..." Hargan exhaled sharply. 1,000 dead. His fingers twitched as the weight of it settled in. He wasn't exhausted from fighting. It was the sheer guilt pressing down on him. He looked at Kim Yuan, searching his expression. How are you this calm? Kim Yuan didn't answer immediately. Hargan watched him carefully. Had he always been like this? The man beside him spoke up, saying murder, kidnapping, robbery, and slave trading were how jackals made their living. Taking out even one could save dozens, maybe hundreds. So really, what was their question? The Hargan glanced over and admitted that was true. But before he could finish, Kim Yuan cut him off. If guilt made you hesitate now, who knew what kind of trouble that mercy would bring later? Hargan sat quietly, his hands resting on his knees. After a pause, he said, Your tongue's sharper than it looks, and you're smarter than most. Kim Yuan smirked. Is that supposed to be a compliment? The Hargan stood, rubbing his head with both hands. Guess it is. Kim Yuan eyed him, realizing he'd felt this way before. But, as always, it didn't last long. A few words were enough to snap him back. Then Kim Yuan turned to the other man, his gaze steady. He heard him say, You're so flawless, it's exhausting. Kim Yuan just shrugged. And you're nothing like you seem. Hargan stepped up, facing him. You don't exactly look like the nice type either. The brunette chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment, too. The Hargan crossed his arms. Not everyone's willing to take on a job with zero payoff. But you? You've been doing it since the start. He thought back to Kim Yuan's stopping time, fighting monsters during the tutorial, always thinking 10 steps ahead. Nearby, Kim Yuan spoke up. Guess it's just how I was raised. Duty and all that. Then, lowering his head, he added in, yeah, I'm great at embarrassing myself. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, an envelope of cash appeared in his hand. Actually, Kim Yuan said, I was wrong about the no-benefit part. Here, you earned this. Hargan blinked at the cash, stunned. What is this? You did good work, Kim Yuan replied. Take it, or not. Up to you. Hargan stared at the Asgardian bills, clearly tempted, but not giving a straight answer. The Hargan snatched the envelope. Fine, we'll split it. Thought you might say that, Kim Yuan said with a grin. Covering one eye with his armored hand, Hargan heard the question. So, you came in second during the tutorial, right? Yeah. What? Kim Yuan held the cash, watching him closely. What did you get as a reward? Before he could answer, an angry roar echoed through the room. A fist slammed onto the table with a loud thud. Agamemnon gripped his mug tight, teeth bared. Why is it impossible to get a straight answer around here? He shouted. Across from him, a man nervously held a small white orb. I've been trying to reach Mu Wunshin, no luck. Agamemnon's face twisted in fury, veins popping as he thought. Unless they've lost their minds, there's no way they'd run off with our money. Just then, someone burst into the room, breathless. Agamemnon, found the jackals. I'm thinking, maybe we should go check it out together. Meanwhile, deep in a cave, cloaked figures stood over scorched corpses. One of them stepped closer, his voice uneasy. What is this? He looked around, eyes wide with fear. Is this really W and the others? On the ground, twisted bodies lay broken, blood pooling beneath them. Blood pooled around the bodies, and someone muttered that there might be more. Money? What about the money we collected? One man shouted. No one answered. Standing in the middle of the cave, Agamemnon threw his head back and roared in frustration. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan eyed the stack of bills in his hands. 384,000 points in total. More than enough, he thought. Sitting at a table under the soft glow of a lamp, he ran the bills through his fingers. Even after splitting the haul with Hargan, this was an amount that most rankers only dreamed of. At least now, lodging and living expenses wouldn't be a concern. Pressing the money to his face, he couldn't help but think how tempting it was to rush straight to Asgard and trade it all for points. But the moment he did that, the Olympians would know exactly who wiped out the jackals. From the start, he'd been neck-deep in the chaos of the first floor. Golden lightning crackled as Kim Yuan slipped the cash into his inventory. It wasn't quite enough to buy every material he needed, but it could get him some solid components, maybe even enough to craft the skeleton for the Dark God Stone. Faster than he'd expected, the pieces were coming together. Later, dressed in black and sitting on the edge of his bed, Kim Yuan stared at the stone. Out of all the items he had, this one was easily the highest rank. And somewhere, in the hands of a master blacksmith, it was already unlocking its true potential. Lying back, he raised his hand. Lightning sparked at his fingertips. And then, an egg appeared. Its shell was marked with a swirling purple pattern. The system's message popped up. Unknown egg. Owner. Unknown. Hatch method. Unknown. Hatch rate. 0%. Kim Yuan turned the egg over in his hands. The description told him almost nothing. How was he supposed to use something like this? He thought back to the rewards from the tutorial. Second place had earned Hargan the Hand of Thunder, a prize impressive enough even among rankers. And now here he was, stuck with a mystery egg. But maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. If this thing was rare enough to be compared to the dark divine crystal, or even stronger, there had to be something special inside. Pressing his palm to his forehead, Kim Yuan sighed. Trying to figure it out was giving him a headache. But then, as he absent-mindedly glanced at the egg, something caught his eye. The pattern. When he first got the egg, it didn't look like this. Lifting it closer, he examined the design. The lines, the shape. He knew this pattern. He sat up straight, his brows furrowed and his eyes glowing faint red. In his mind, the image of an external god flashed. Suddenly, a blue alert flickered into view. Unknown egg has greeted you. Staring at it, Kim Yuan muttered under his breath. Just, what are you? His gaze drifted to the wooden sign on the wall. A shield and hammer carved into the wood. Exhaling slowly, he rose to his feet. Cloaked in red, he leaned against the doorway, lost in thought. So much had happened in just a few days, and there was still so much left to figure out. Wondering what might hatch from the egg, Kim Yuan couldn't help but question if it would become a loyal ally or something capable of destroying the world all over again. His mind drifted to the image of a long-haired girl, always accompanied by a massive bird and a dragon-like creature. Kim Yuan recalled how creatures born from eggs usually recognize the first person they see after hatching as their parent, the one they stay closest to from start. That's why the rare rankers lucky enough to hatch sacred beasts never left their side. If this egg worked the same way, if raising it was even possible, Kim Yuan pulled back the curtain, gazing outside. This was turning into a dangerous gamble. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, enough. Overthinking won't change a thing. Time to focus on what's in front of me. Down in the forge, red-hot tongs hissed as they dipped something into water. He's here, someone said. Volcaro glanced up from his desk as Kim Yuan entered. There you are. The man placed a small, glowing blue stone onto the clock. This one's really powerful, he said, then motioned for Kim Yuan to sit. I wanted to ask you something. Pulling up a stool across from Kim Yuan, Volcaro leaned in. You need to decide. What type of weapon? What style? Sword? If so, what length? How heavy? Same for armor. What's your preference? Kim Yuan frowned. Why all the questions? Volcaro held up a small glass vial filled with a dark, blue-black substance. A byproduct from the stone showed up during processing, he explained. With a nod, he added, I'm thinking of crafting something with it. Since the stone's powerful on its own, this powder's way more valuable than anything you'd get from normal materials. Kim Yuan considered it. He wasn't wrong. After all, the Hades sickle was forged from powder made by refining just a fragment of a helmet. But don't you need special materials for that? Kim Yuan asked. Without a word, Volcaro shot to his feet, knocking his chair back, and disappeared deeper into the forge. I don't have adamantium, his voice echoed, but I've got something close. Moments later, he returned holding a long, greenish block. This is about 1 kilo and 800 grams, he said. Not a huge amount, but enough to work with. Once we mix it, it should do the trick. The system chimed in, mithril. Durability and strength are average, but its mana conductivity is exceptional. A rare metal that, with the right alloy, can even grant mana resistance. Item classification, ingredient. Kim Yuan studied the mithril. Not bad. Mithril goes for a decent price. He calculated quickly. Normally, lackey 100 grams alone were expensive, but this was over 1.5 kilos. Easily worth at least 300,000 points. Volcaro held the block silently, waiting for his decision. If Kim Yuan exchanged the jackal's currency, it'd cover the cost. But right now, that wasn't an option. For now, he'd have to settle for just 600 grams. As he thought it over, his hand drifted to his chin. Why not take out a loan? Someone suggested. Kim Yuan raised an eyebrow as he sank into a chair. A loan? What if they just take the money and vanish? Still gripping the mithril, Volcaro looked over and replied. No matter what, Volcaro insisted he wanted to craft something from it himself. He was offering, so even if Kim Yuan ran off later, he wouldn't take offense. With a firm gaze, the blacksmith added, to be clear, what you've entrusted me with is worth far more than a bit of mithril. Honestly, its value can't even be measured in points. Kim Yuan looked at him quietly as Volcaro continued. If you're trusting me with something this important, shouldn't I trust you just as much in return? Kim Yuan thought back to his past life. Volcaro really hadn't changed at all. With a small smile, Kim Yuan summoned a gleaming weapon from his inventory. Stepping forward, he held the sword out toward Volcaro. Just make me one sword. Weight doesn't matter, as long as I can wield it. Try to keep the shape similar to this. Volcaro took the blade with a grin of satisfaction. Swords, huh? Good. That's where my skills shine the most. Under a dark sky, a towering white building loomed ahead. 1 week later, inside the Olympus Branch Guild House, Agamemnon rested his hand on his chest plate. His expression was sharp, his resolve set. He hadn't expected a chance like this to come so soon. The memory of that cave, littered with corpses, flashed through his mind. Taking out the jackals felt like the tower's way of testing him, clearing the way for even bigger opportunities. If he played this right, maybe, just maybe, even the ruler of heaven would take notice. A cloaked man approached, giving him a nod. All players from the 1st to the 10th floors have been gathered. Around 200 in total, he reported. Agamemnon looked him over. Will we have backup? With the manager's involvement and the tower's rules in place, support has arrived just as expected, the subordinate replied. Agamemnon gripped the hilt of his blade. Perfect. Outside the white guild hall, warriors mounted their horses, armor gleaming under the night sky. Agamemnon, clad in gold, raised his voice. Let's move out. Olympus army, we're taking down the criminal. Elsewhere, with a clean swing of his sword, Kim Yuan sliced through a massive serpent and a towering tiger in just a few strikes. A notification flashed before him. Heaven-slaying star completion increased by 0.006%. Smoke curled around him as he glanced back over his shoulder. At this rate, progress was barely moving. The system panel appeared. Heaven-slaying star, a talent destined to rise and conquer the heavens. The more lives taken, the more fate and value shift. Rank, A+. Completion rate, 10.5%. Kim Yuan sighed. He'd spent the last 10 days doing nothing but hunting while waiting for orders. It felt like he'd squeezed everything possible out of this floor. And despite all that effort, he'd only managed to gain 1 level. Just as he was about to call it, a silver orb floated into his palm. The message inside was from Buo. Everything's ready. Kim Yuan could show up any minute. But for now, the blacksmith kept his focus on the small stone, still glowing faintly blue. Turning it over with his tongs, he admired the vibrant color, mesmerized by its beauty. He hadn't expected to see a stone like this ever again, and honestly, he couldn't get enough of it. Placing the stone gently on the anvil, a wild urge hit him to forge something exceptional, something truly worthy of this rare material. But he shook his head, muttering under his breath. No good, not now. Just as the thought passed, a strange noise pulled him from his work. Frozen at his desk, Volcaro narrowed his gray brows and slowly turned toward the sound. With a sigh, he grabbed his hammer, already guessing what this was about. Of course it had to be today, he thought as he headed for the door. Knew this day would come eventually, just wished I had one more. Pulling the curtain aside, Volcaro stepped out, and there they were. A full squad of armed soldiers filled the street outside his forge. At the front, a man in golden armor sat confidently atop his horse, sneering down. Didn't expect to find you hiding out in this dump, the man scoffed. No wonder you've been so hard to track down. Facing the army gathering at his doorstep, Volcaro kept his voice steady. What's with all this noise? He asked. The man on horseback smirked. You know exactly why we're here. Pointing his sword toward the blacksmith, he called out loudly, Hephaestus, the criminal. Gasps rippled through the ranks. The knights exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. So this is the blacksmith from Olympus? One murmured. Heard there was some rookie making a mess down on the 1st floor, but I didn't think it was like this. Another shook his head. How are we even supposed to capture someone like him? Doesn't matter how many of us there are. Volcaro smacked his hammer into his palm, the sound echoing through the street. The man on horseback raised his sword. Relax. 1st floor rankers have their power heavily restricted. He's not as tough as he looks. Volcaro wasn't having it. With a single swing of his arm, a shockwave rippled through the air, sending several knights flying back. You're talking about power limits? He snarled. His teeth clenched, and his eyes glowed red. Come on, then. Let's see you try. I'll smash every one of your heads in. Behind the leader, shielded warriors stepped forward, readying themselves. But the man on horseback just laughed. That limp of yours, it's the price of the heavenly supplicant's punishment, isn't it? And even with that, you're still trying to act like some big-shot ranker? Before the fight could break out, a figure stepped forward onto the field. A man in snow-white pants. And he wasn't alone. Another figure followed, a man with long red hair. Chryses, the highest-ranked member of Olympus from Apollo. Volcaro's eyes widened the moment he recognized him. Clenching his jaw, the blacksmith watched as flames sparked to life around Chryses, his spear igniting as he walked forward. You became a ranker, Volcaro muttered. You realize interfering on the 1st floor comes with a fine, right? Chryses shrugged. Don't care. I'm a ranker, too. Volcaro gripped his sledgehammer, lifting it as the flames grew closer. At least this fool can listen, Volcaro muttered through clenched teeth, eyes blazing with fury. Attack, he roared at the ranker. Kes frowned, lips pressed tight, his dark brows furrowing. Then, without warning, a blinding flash lit up the sky above the city. Blue lights swept over the knights, and their screams of pain filled the air. Volcaro surged forward, red eyes glowing as he let out a ferocious cry. With all his strength, he swung his sledgehammer straight at Chryses. The impact exploded with a deafening boom, the shockwave shaking the streets. But Chryses caught the hammer mid-strike, orange light sparking from his hand. "I respect you," Chryses said calmly, holding the weapon at bay. Volcaro grinned and didn't let up for a second, his hammer striking again and again. Chryses kept talking between the blows, saying that even after becoming a ranker 1,000 years ago, Volcaro stuck to his beliefs, never chasing after more power. Volcaro scoffed. "You respect me just for that?" Kess dodged back swiftly, but Volcaro kept advancing, expression steady, arm raised for another attack. As the next strike landed, Chryses braced himself with crossed arms and was blasted backward by the force. Volcaro's fury burned hotter, his eyes glowing with a fierce pink light as his assault continued. Chryses staggered, blood spraying as he barely held his ground, shock in his eyes. But even as he wiped the blood from his mouth, he swung his spear and shouted, "Attacking players weaker than you. The punishment for that won't be light." Holding his injured arm, Chryses admitted, "It's true. I do respect you. The way you gave up power for the sake of your own principles, that takes guts." Fire flared along his long-bladed spear as he stepped forward, his voice low. "But I didn't come here to fight you." Their weapons clashed again, hammer against spear. "Give it up," Chryses urged. The force of their collision sent a massive purple beam shooting into the sky, dark clouds of dust swallowing everything around them. Slowly, the dust began to clear. Volcaro stood, gripping his hammer, until his hand started turning to stone. From his fingertips, the petrification spread up his arm, over his body. "A shield," Volcaro muttered. Kess placed a round shield before him, the image of Gorgon Medusa carved into its surface. "Aegis," Volcaro whispered, recognizing it immediately. The stone crept across his face, locking his embittered expression in place as his body solidified completely. With the battle over, the other knights finally approached. The statue of Volcaro crumbled, crashing to the ground. Kess stood over him, thinking silently, "It's done." The man in golden armor's face lit up with wild satisfaction. "At last," he laughed, pointing down at Volcaro's remains. "Grab the criminal. Hurry," he ordered. But Kim Yuan curled his lips into a smirk. "That's not going to happen." Moments later, the knight's screams rang out as fresh wounds split across their bodies. Standing protectively in front of Volcaro's fallen form, the ranker's sharp gaze swept over the scene. With dark brows furrowed and his eyes flashing red, he looked at the chaos around him and muttered, "What a bunch of pathetic fools." Standing amid the chaos, Kim Yuan glanced around with mild amusement. "What are you all doing in such a lovely place?" he asked. The knight in golden armor locked eyes with him. "Wait, is it really you?" he asked, recognizing Kim Yuan, standing beside the petrified Volcaro. The murmurs spread fast. The knights whispered among themselves, wondering if this was the player who had shattered records in the tutorial. "Thought he was just some ranker," someone muttered. Chryses shot a sideways glance his way, while the knights growled in frustration. "Who does he think he is? Showing up alone and interfering like this?" Kim Yuan's glowing red eyes settled on the ranker. He remembered him. Clearly, they've lost their minds, Kim Yuan thought, watching rankers prepare to brawl in this cramped street. If this fight dragged on any longer, the administration might step in. And when that happened, Olympus would lose a serious chunk of its power on the first floor. One of the knights stepped up, demanding, "What exactly are you doing here?" Kim Yuan glanced at Volcaro's stone body. "I still need him," Kim Yuan thought, "at least for Gigan Tamaki's sake." The petrified blacksmith shifted slightly. "Are you seriously planning to just stand around until the petrification fades?" the man asked. "Maybe," Kim Yuan replied flatly. Agamemnon's face twisted. His teeth clenched as he watched the old man's body move just a bit. His gaze flicked to the metal shield engraved with the image of a woman. Aegis, he thought. Petrification works once a day, but this is only a copy. Who knows how long it'll hold? Looking at Volcaro's slowly stirring form, Agamemnon realized time was running out. Turning sharply to his knights, he snapped, "What are you all standing around for? Kill Kim Yuan and bring the criminal here." Drawing his sword, Agamemnon's expression darkened. One of his men hesitated, whispering, "But the penalty." Before the man could finish, Agamemnon swung his blade in a flash, severing the warrior's head. As the body hit the ground, Agamemnon lowered his weapon and coldly addressed the others. "Anyone else worried about fines?" Silence. Then, strolling past them with his gleaming sword in hand, Agamemnon sneered, "Whoever takes him down, I'll make them the new manager of the first floor." That was all it took. Weapons were drawn. Knights surged forward, each one eager to be the one to kill Kim Yuan. But Kim Yuan was ready. With a single motion, he raised his blade. Flames burst to life around him, roaring to life with brilliant heat. A system message flickered, The power of colossal fire is added to arcane sword. With a sweep of his arm, Kim Yuan unleashed a wave of fire straight into the crowd. The flames tore through the nights. Screams filled the street as they writhed in the blaze. Kim Yuan's eyes glinted, dark brows furrowed, his gaze sharp and burning as he activated Cinder Eyes, tracking every movement through the fire. Using the cover of flames, he darted in and struck. One blow, then another, and another. His blade flashed through the air, cutting down night after night. The street was chaos. The system flashed again. Cinder Eyes resist incoming fire mana. Another knight fell at Kim Yuan's feet, his body crumpling to ash as Kim Yuan's sword tore through him. Without slowing down, Kim Yuan glanced back with a cold, lethal stare. Then, raising his hand, he summoned a blazing sphere. In his palm, Kim Yuan formed a blazing sphere and hurled it straight ahead. The moment it struck, the impact melted everything in its path. A deafening explosion followed, and a blinding white flash consumed the entire street. Kim Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced around. Did they really think they could win this with numbers alone? He muttered. Yet, despite the chaos, the knights regrouped and began charging toward him. But as Kim Yuan raised his sword once more, he tilted his head. What's wrong? Why stop now? Come on, all at once, he taunted. Agamemnon's face twisted in confusion and rage. None of this made sense. Everyone here had cleared at least the 10th floor. So how was this one guy, first place or not, holding his ground so easily? Agamemnon looked at Kim Yuan's face, his fiery orange aura raging like a living flame. A system notification blinked. Cinder Eyes controls colossal fire. Agamemnon scowled. This guy, there's no way he's just a rookie. Kim Yuan moved fast, swinging his sword. Columns of fire erupted from the ground, roaring toward the knights. Grinding his teeth, Kim Yuan glanced at the still petrified blacksmith. Volcaro, he shouted through the flames. How long are you planning to nap over there? Another surge of fire exploded around them, the heat warping the air. Then, footsteps echoed across the shattered stone. A system alert appeared. Cinder Eyes resists sun shards. Pyromancy Robe resists sun shards. Kim Yuan immediately knew. So, he's joining the fight now. Chryses stepped forward, palm raised, flames swirling to life in his hands. How are you connected to Hephaestus? He asked without slowing. Kim Yuan brushed his face with the back of his hand. I'm his client, he answered flatly. Chryses narrowed his eyes. All this just for that. Bright flames danced from his palms as he advanced. Kim Yuan swept his hand through the air, dismissing his blade. A rancor was still a rancor, and even with penalties weighing him down, Chryses radiated that crushing aura. Apollo's people, Kim Yuan thought grimly. Sit back for even a second, and your ash. Clenching his fist, he activated gigantification. Even injured, even weakened by the penalties, Kim Yuan calculated he could only withstand about 5 attacks from Chryses. Good thing my attributes are solid, he thought. With his Cinder Eyes and Pyromancy Robe, his fire resistance was about as high as it could get. Drawing his fist back, Kim Yuan stared down Chryses, now fully wreathed in flame. I've survived Sarah's flames before. I can handle this. Chryses smirked. You know, I've got a skill most rancors would kill for. Flames spiraled around his spear as he launched it straight at Kim Yuan. What can a rookie like you even do? Kim Yuan lifted his hand, absorbing the incoming fire as the heat coiled around his palm. System notifications flickered one after another. Gigantification active. Cinder Eyes resisting. Pyromancy Robe resisting. Sunshard influence reduced. But the flames only grew fiercer, spiraling higher. Kim Yuan clenched his teeth, breathing hard, his battered hand trembling in front of him. Then came the system's final message. Resistance failed. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth as the system flashed another notification. Resistance failed. Burn inflicted. He already knew. No amount of force alone was going to withstand a rancor's full attack. Dodging quickly to the side, he avoided another wave of searing flames. If only I had some ice crystals, he thought bitterly. That'd boost my resistance. With a swift motion, he cast out several blue bursts of mana, cursing under his breath. Not even a second to breathe, he thought, watching as the flaming torrent spread fast, leaping across the rooftops. Thick, black smoke smothered the sky. The edges of Kim Yuan's red cloak singed and curled from the heat, and just beside him, Volcaro's petrified form lay motionless amid the growing blaze. System notifications kept blinking. Cinder Eyes resisting Sun Shard. Resistance failed. Kim Yuan froze, his mouth opening slightly in a silent gasp as the system hit him with another update. 2nd degree burns detected. At this rate, his entire body would be roasted alive. Through the smoky haze, he spotted Chryses, electricity crackling violently across his body. Even with the penalties for using this level of power, Crises wasn't backing down. But Kim Yuan could see the toll. Crises clutched his injured shoulder tightly, struggling to stay steady. Clenching his fist, Kim Yuan focused. Two more. I could take two more. His eyes blazed red as he forced himself forward, charging straight at the rancor. Their fists collided with a heavy crack. Kim Yuan's eyes widened just before he was thrown back, hitting the ground hard. Crises stumbled, coughing up blood, his body shaking from the feedback of another electric surge. Dust swirled inside the wrecked, dark building, buried near a pile of broken debris. Kim Yuan pushed himself up slowly, his jaw clenched tight in frustration. I underestimated him, he thought. I thought the first floor would hold him back, but even weakened, he's relentless. Out of the corner of his eye, something glinted, a faint blue light flickering in the rubble. Still time, Kim Yuan realized. Just a bit longer. I can do this. And there it was, a small blue crystal. A grin crept across his face. Well, look at that. Guess I landed in the right place after all, he muttered. Carefully picking it up, he studied the crystal. Lucky me. Pure dark divine crystal. A fragment of primordial darkness, holding the boundless mana of the abyss itself. Classification, crafting material. Meanwhile, in a tall white hall, Crises knelt on one knee, catching his breath. A voice echoed in his mind. You'll understand the price of the penalty soon enough. Power still surged faintly around him, the tower's weight pressing down like a living force. Catching his breath through shallow gasps, Crises wiped the blood from his mouth, thinking, so Apollo was right. Lightning flickered across his body as he stood, groaning under the pressure. The tower really does control this place, like it's trying to suppress anyone who goes too far, he thought. Hand pressed to his chest, Crises tried to steady himself as Agamemnon approached. Nice work, Agamemnon said quietly. Crises only thought, yeah, the tower's will itself is the real penalty. Agamemnon's expression hardened. Enough stalling. Let's finish this. Get the criminal under guard, and find the others before it's too late. Heal the wounded, Agamemnon ordered, and the others quickly moved to obey. One soldier, glancing at the gaping hole in the wall, hesitated. And what about Kim Yuan? Crises stepped forward, his voice low. Better to leave him. The knight looked over in surprise. So we're just giving up on him? Crises smirked. We've already stirred up enough chaos down here and broken more than a few tower laws. No point in adding needless deaths to the list. But before anyone could answer, a deafening explosion shattered the air. Chunks of the wall blasted apart, stone flying in every direction. Through the dust and smoke, a dark figure stepped into view. In one hand, Kim Yuan held his sword. In the other, the blue crystal pulsed, glowing bright. Crises immediately stepped in front of Agamemnon, raising an arm protectively. So, he's still alive, Crises muttered. Agamemnon's expression hardened. Do you still think we can just let him walk away? Crises shook his head. Not anymore. He's too dangerous. Staring ahead, he narrowed his eyes at Kim Yuan's growing aura, shadowy energy swirling from the crystal clenched tightly in his fist. That's darkness mana, Crises said. And if it's this intense, coming from someone on the edge of collapse, that's not normal. Agamemnon stepped forward. You're already worn out. Leave him to us. But just as he spoke, his eyes widened in shock. Without warning, wild streams of mana surged from Kim Yuan's position, lashing out and striking several soldiers. At the same time, Kim Yuan knelt beside Volcuro, one hand resting on the blacksmith's petrified form, the other gripping his sword. Agamemnon watched in disbelief. Petrification doesn't block consciousness. It's almost over. Realizing the danger, Agamemnon roared, What are you all waiting for? Move. The soldiers charged. Kim Yuan didn't flinch. The blue crystal in his palm ignited, its light expanding until it swallowed the street. As the soldiers closed in, their bodies began to wither mid-stride, skin cracking, their eyes glowing an eerie blue as their life drained away. Crises glanced toward Agamemnon with a grin. What did I tell you? You've gone and awakened something we can't control. The tower itself just summoned a monster. Agamemnon's hands trembled as he gritted his teeth. How can you be so calm? Crises shrugged. Didn't you say we handle this? Now's your chance. The knight clenched his jaw, the absurdity of the situation finally sinking in. Crises straightened, resting his hands on his knees. Relax. We'll see this through. Every last moment. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan pressed forward, his sword tearing through the air as debris exploded all around. Then he paused, sensing a familiar heat rising nearby. He turned his gaze just as flames flooded the battlefield. From the fire, Crises emerged, walking steadily toward him. Raising his hand, Crises conjured a blazing fireball, his mana swirling fiercely. Controlling two attributes at once, Kim Yuan thought. Even for a rancor, that's no small feat. Crises observed the man standing before him. the confidence on Kim Yuan's face unwavering despite the flames consuming the street. If only someone like him stood with Olympus, Chryses thought. A light that bright. It's almost wasted standing against us. All around them, the city burned, drenched in roaring orange fire. The red-haired man casually confirmed the enemy's name, then smirked as he suggested joining their side. If equipment was what he was after, they could offer way more than whatever that criminal gave him. But the guy just shook his head. That's not what I'm here for. Without another word, the ranker stretched out his hand, flames swirling to life at his fingertips. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, reminding him that he'd already given his answer. Shame the guy couldn't take a hint. Suddenly, streams of mana burst around them, crackling through the air. Blade in hand, the brunette stepped forward. Still hanging on? He called out. The red-haired man laughed, waving him off. Didn't think I'd hear that from a rookie like you, he sneered. Maybe 100 years from now, you'll brag about this day. About the time you set foot on the first floor, and somehow managed to face me. Flames roared and spun wildly as the thought crossed his mind. By then, he'd probably be a ranker like Kim Yuan. Maybe even higher. Grimacing, the guy clenched his fists, mana pulsing through his hands. His yellow eyes lit up, and in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if I make it out of this alive. Kim Yuan stood his ground, gripping the blue stone tight. His expression sharpened as he realized the red-haired man was going for total destruction. Was he planning to drag Volcaro into this, no matter what? Their attacks clashed with a blinding flash. Kim Yuan's thoughts raced. If Volcaro ended up with Olympus, the next disaster like Gigantomachy could really happen. He had to hold on, at least long enough to stop that. Planting his foot firmly, the ranker dodged to the side, dark lightning sparking around him. He grinned, yellow eyes glowing bright, before swinging his arm and launching a massive fireball straight at his opponent. Kim Yuan watched it coming, fist clenched, face steady. Chryses' eyes went wide. You're seriously insane, he muttered. The explosion rocked the city. Flames shot high into the sky, waves of heat pouring over the streets below. Agamemnon scowled, grinding his teeth. Idiot, he hissed. Unleashing power like that on the first floor? He's out of his mind. It's a miracle if the find doesn't crush him. As the smoke cleared, he spotted the red-haired ranker staggering through the debris, coughing from the fine. What's even happening in this fight? Off to the side, Kim Yuan lay slumped over a stone, blood pooling beneath him. The knight let out a laugh. Perfect. Everything's ready now. But before he could finish his thought, a blast of blue mana smashed into his ribs. Even you, Kim Yuan. He gasped, twisting around as blood sprayed from his mouth. Then Volcaro was on him. One swing of his hammer sent the man flying. Overconfident fool, Volcaro scoffed. Nearby, the blacksmith scowled, teeth bared. Ready? We're far from ready. Agamemnon barely dodged as the hammer slammed into the ground right where he'd been standing. Looking at the old man, Agamemnon's nerves spiked. Not even a fine was slowing him down anymore. Scrambling backward, he muttered under his breath. He's talking about a fine? What the hell is this? And with that, the fight raged on. Agamemnon's body trembled as Volcaro glared him down. I don't care about the others, Volcaro said coldly. But you? I'm finishing you off today. With a grim expression, the old man raised his hammer high, ignoring the desperate pleas for mercy. Just as he brought it down, a figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking the blow with his bare hand. It's getting a bit too loud in here, the man said calmly. Volcaro scowled, teeth clenched, as he realized who it was. TC figures you'd show up now. Agamemnon looked up wide-eyed. Standing between him and certain death was none other than the manager himself, effortlessly holding back Volcaro's attack. With a sharp wave of his hand, the manager shot Volcaro a glare. Exactly how long do you expect me to sit back and watch your faction tear up the first floor? He asked. If you're so eager for a real fight, take it upstairs. Volcaro shot a glance over his shoulder, clearly annoyed. You're misunderstanding. I'm not here to brawl with some worn-out soldier. The man in armor snarled, but held his tongue as the manager turned to him next. So that's how it is? The manager said, nodding. Figures. Without warning, the manager tapped the brunette beside him on the head, knocking his helmet clean off. Now, give this to Zeus, he ordered. As the man's forehead glowed faintly pink, the manager leaned in. And if you try anything like that again, I'll rip out every last hair on that god's face. The poor guy collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Don't you dare forget a single word, the manager added. Watching the scene unfold, Brat chuckled. Now, this. I like. The armored soldier rubbed his head, groaning as the manager gave him a wicked smile. Oh, I'll pass along your little request. Word for word. As the manager turned away, his mind drifted to Olympus. Pathetic bunch, he thought. They're finished. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the man in the red cloak fought deep within a dungeon, bathed in a bloody glow. A system notification popped up. Egg shows its teeth. Bruised and battered, the man wiped blood from his face. The danger was only growing. He figured the monster was either waiting for the right moment to devour him, or somehow protect him. Another alert flashed. Ed had gone back to sleep. Somewhere else, in a quiet room, a brunette lay on a bed, bangs covering his eyes. Someone nearby asked when he'd lost consciousness. Me? The main character murmured. The gray-haired man scowled. What are you talking about, Kim Yuan? Volcaro shot an irritated glance at the guy who'd just called him uncle. What's with that tone? The older man growled. As the brunette sat up, clutching his head, the man leaned in. You feeling okay? Still not great, the guy admitted, then looked up. What about you, uncle? Volcaro's expression darkened. How many times do I have to tell you? Stop calling me that. The sharp glare he gave made the room fall silent. He couldn't exactly call him uncle, could he? Gritting his teeth, the man dropped his head, and the brunette spoke up. Doesn't matter what I call you. You still owe me your life, he said. The older man shot him a glare. Enough. Don't push your luck, he snapped. You're as shameless as they come. Hephaestus scowled, while Volcaro awkwardly turned away, avoiding the gaze of the guy sitting on the bed. Thanks, Volcaro muttered under his breath. The words caught the main character off guard. He blinked, stunned. What? How many times do I have to say it before you get it? Volcaro barked, noticing the surprised look. Kim Yuan thought about it, and realized he hadn't even said it twice. Nearby, Hephaestus gripped the blade of a weapon with a wooden rod. So, who could have done this to you? The brunette asked quietly, his voice more hesitant than usual. Tightening his hold on the weapon's handle, the old man exhaled. Truth is, my name isn't Volcaro, he admitted. It's Hephaestus, the blacksmith of Olympus. Kim Yuan stared at him, processing the confession. You don't look that surprised, Hephaestus pointed out. I am. Very, Kim Yuan replied. The old man smirked. Guess lying isn't your thing. Hephaestus glanced at him, piecing it together. He realized now why he'd been suspicious of this guy from the start. Someone who knew his real identity had to be from Olympus, or so he thought. But now it was clear, this kid wasn't ordinary, and he wasn't part of Olympus either. Meanwhile, standing over a wooden table, another man spoke up. Olympus is going to lay low after what happened. They'll need time to recover, he said. That's why I'm renting out a proper forge. Got a few days to work with. Hephaestus tilted his head. One thing about me, I believe in paying people back. Whether they're a friend or an enemy, I'll pay him double. Turning to Kim Yuan, he added, give me a few days. Kim Yuan, still sitting on the bed, studied him closely as the man promised to forge him the best blade he could make. A faint smile crept across Kim Yuan's face. Soon after, dressed in torn clothes, he climbed off the bed. Understood, he said. Once the sword's ready, I've got work to do. Brat clenched his fists as Kim Yuan walked past, announcing his plans to head up the tower. I'll wait, Brat said. But Kim Yuan froze when the older man glared and barked. Hospital first. The clear blue sky stretched overhead, undisturbed. But beneath it, creatures with fangs radiated a dark aura. Weapon in hand, the man in the red cloak moved with purpose. After a full day, stuck in a hospital, his body was finally cooperating again. Originally, he planned to leave Olympus alone until after the 10th floor. But those plans were long gone now. As he landed on the ground, a flash of blue light sparked beside him. Even so, it wasn't all bad. With Olympus having to watch their every move under the manager's eye, things wouldn't be so easy for them anymore. At least not on the first floor. Years passed, and somewhere along the way, Kim Yuan realized his relationship with his uncle had returned to the way it was before his rebirth. Clenching his fist, he couldn't shake the feeling that everything happening now would have a huge impact on the upcoming second Ganymachia. In his hand, a blue crystal shimmered faintly. Controlling it was no easy task. The more he focused, the clearer it became. The gap in power between this crystal and Kaini was massive. An inventory window flickered into view. No matter how different the crystal was from the finished helmet, Kim Yuan knew the real difference came from the one using it. A system message popped up. Pure dark divine crystal. Fragment of primordial darkness. Looking closer, Kim Yuan noticed 3 key changes after refining it. The description no longer said the item was unpurified, and its resistance and energy gain had both increased. He pictured a castle drenched in red light. The last change? The ability to summon hell itself, a power directly tied to Hades. Hell, the very source of divine power. Clenching his fist tighter, Kim Yuan understood that the stone's true strength was limited. He couldn't draw out its full potential just yet. But even with that restriction, he could feel it now. The real nature of the pure, dark divine crystal wasn't just about storing power. It was a conduit, a bridge to something far greater. Sword in hand, standing on the path ahead, Kim Yuan realized he was finally starting to grasp how to use it. And with that thought, he made up his mind. It was time to begin again. A A silver ball nearby lit up with a message from Hephaestus, asking Kim Yuan to meet him. Kim Yuan exhaled. The moment had come. The sword was ready. Energy pulsed from the workshop with the wooden staircase as Kim Yuan stepped inside, bowing his head. Judging by the size of the place, it must have cost a fortune. An image flashed through his mind. Iron chain mail coated in gold. Even the worst of his uncle's creations sold for tens of thousands of points. And with every sale from Olympus, the man took a cut. Only about 1% of rankers are actually rich, Kim Yuan thought. Descending the stairs of the forge, he noticed how quiet it was. Maybe the work was already finished. Sure enough, Volcaro stood near a container of blazing flame. Without a word, he handed something over. Kim Yuan remembered how the old man never wasted time on small talk. Straight to business, as always. Holding the wooden box, Kim Yuan gave it a shake. What's this? I thought we agreed on a blade. Just open it, Volcaro said. Lifting the lid, Kim Yuan blinked. Empty. Looking over the table, he caught Volcaro giving him an unimpressed stare. A surprise? Kim Yuan asked. Look again, Volcaro said flatly. Digging deeper, Kim Yuan pulled out a clear object, turning it over in his hands. Invisible gloves? He guessed. They're slippery? A system window appeared. A system window popped up in front of Kim Yuan, explaining the item. Thin gloves crafted from a rare material, designed for excellent mana conductivity. Did you use a mithril blend for these? Kim Yuan asked. The blacksmith raised a brow. Sharp eyes. Kim Yuan slid the transparent gloves onto his hands, noting how flawlessly they fit. But something felt odd. There was nothing embedded inside. Why bother making something so intricate if they were just empty? Transparent gear wasn't exactly easy to produce. As he adjusted the glove, Kim Yuan spotted a long slit on the palm. The moment he placed the magic crystal inside, it shimmered brightly, resonating through the glove. Hephaestus glanced away, clearly annoyed by the excitement on Kim Yuan's face. Don't expect a full breakdown, the old man muttered. Didn't have the time or materials to perfect it. Had to rush it together. Figure the rest out yourself. Kim Yuan smirked. So this was just to make handling the pure, dark divine crystal easier. Huh? Without answering, Volcaro gestured toward the table. Forget the gloves. Look at the blade. Kim Yuan carefully unwrapped the cloth from the weapon. The moment he laid eyes on it, his breath caught. Black steel, engraved with intricate symbols, flawless from edge to hilt. Every millimeter was perfect. Even just holding it, power surged into his hands. He gave it a gentle swing, feeling its weight and balance. Go on, the old man said. Name it yourself. A system prompt appeared. The blacksmith Hephaestus requests you to name the weapon. Kim Yuan stared down at the blade, its surface glinting with a faint green hue beneath the deep blackness of the dark divine storm power. The layers of power within the weapon were undeniable. He tightened his grip, lifted the sword high, and declared, Midnight's steel. From the corner of the forge, Hephaestus wiped sweat from his brow, shaking his head. You seriously have no taste. A system alert chimed. You have obtained the Midnight's steel. Symbols ran down the iron handle, glowing faintly as Kim Yuan inspected the masterpiece. He hadn't named it for its looks or its effects. This was a divine weapon of darkness, a sword meant to rule the night. Another system message followed. The Midnight's steel has been forged from mithril and refined remnants of a rare stone. Its mana storage and recovery exceed standard limits. A grin tugged at Kim Yuan's lips. Looks like I won't be getting tired anytime soon. It was better than anything he'd imagined. From across the forge, Hephaestus scowled, face turning pale with frustration as he watched Kim Yuan fully equip the weapon with that name. And yet, Kim Yuan couldn't have looked more satisfied. Running his fingers over the handle, he admired how perfectly the grip fit his hand. Still watching him, Hephaestus tilted his head. So, you really planning to keep climbing? It's the right thing to do, Kim Yuan answered calmly. A bead of sweat slid down Hephaestus's temple as he narrowed his eyes. And what exactly do you plan on doing with Olympus? Kim Yuan raised a finger. Tear it down, he said without hesitation. From the top, all the way to the bottom. The old man clasped his hands, studying him closely. And then it hit him. Kim Yuan wasn't joking. He really meant to wipe them out completely. Steam hissed from the massive furnaces of the forge, filling the air. Volcaro watched him leave, noting how calm the kid looked. Even after everything, even after nearly being crushed by all of it. Not a shred of doubt in his eyes. Amazing guy, the blacksmith muttered to himself. Doesn't hesitate for a second. With that, he decided there was nothing more to add. We're done here. I won't be seeing you out. Kim Yuan, wearing his red cloak, stepped through the forge doors. Head down, he caught Hephaestus, giving him a brief, dry farewell, just like always. Smoke curled around the iron blade in his hand, the black handle warm in his grip. Kim Yuan couldn't help but think how long this strange connection with his uncle had been there. A memory surfaced, standing before the old man, asking if he'd ever forged a weapon from adamantium, knowing how rare even scraps of it were. Hephaestus had only smirked and said, "Lost the ball." Kim Yuan had stared at him, confused, only to be told that fighting these damn external creatures took a blade of that level at least. Bloody and exhausted, the blacksmith had extended his hand, fist clenched tight. "Why not just use your fist?" Kim Yuan had asked back then. "Tired," Hephaestus admitted with a grin. Baring his teeth, the old man had waved him off. "Quit wasting words. Take the weapon." Snapping back to the present, Kim Yuan's grip tightened around the sword's hilt. That man, the one who had literally torn the weapon from his own heart to hand it over, standing outside the forge, Kim Yuan gave a respectful bow toward the door. Yeah, he was grateful to have met someone like him. Meanwhile, in an ancient building draped in fog, a green glow pulsed softly from a cluttered table. System notifications flickered across the air. At the table sat the overseer of the Colosseum exam, Proctor Shuri, casually nibbling on a chocolate bar. She glanced up as new data came in. News of a player who had landed on the first floor just 12 days ago. A magic orb hovered nearby, projecting the image of Kim Yuan. Her eyes narrowed. His tutorial record? The best ever recorded. His potential? Officially ranked as Class S. There were a lot of promising rookies this time around, sure, but none of them interested her quite like the one who sat at the top of the leaderboard. Taking another bite of chocolate, she thought briefly of Hargan. Skilled, no doubt, but her attention stayed locked on the man in the red cloak. As she watched Kim Yuan walking away from the forge, a thought crossed her mind. That guy. He came alone for a test that's meant for a full team. And, somehow, that only made him more interesting. There wasn't a single person on this floor who could match him. A faint smile curled on the lips of the overseer in her sleek black suit. Still, she doubted he'd make it through. This test was beyond even the rankers. But despite that, she decided to give him the chance. Inside the massive hall of the first floor exam arena Coliseum, Kim Yuan stood alone. He glanced back with a sharp look. "So, this is just a test of combat skills?" he muttered. "Seems simple enough. Beat the enemy. Move on." Turning to the rankings, Kim Yuan scanned the list, half expecting to see Sun Wukong holding the top spot. But the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Before his rebirth, his own record had barely scratched the 12th position. Now, that's where Hargan sat. It seemed the guy had performed well this time, managing to clear 16 rounds. Kim Yuan gripped his sword tighter. Hargan was climbing fast, boosted by the hand of thunder, like wings carrying him higher. Swinging his sword in one smooth arc, Kim Yuan thought to himself. He had no idea what floor Hargan had reached by now, but he planned to catch up. Then, the system notification popped up. Test start. Dark fog poured through the dungeon. Another alert appeared. Defeat your opponent to continue. Kim Yuan knew this test wasn't one with a clear end. The deeper you went, the tougher it got, and the bigger the reward. His red eyes flashed. This was exactly the kind of challenge rankers were expected to push through. Across from him, a creature stepped out of the shadows, its hair tied into a ponytail. Small, glowing eyes burned like bloody embers. With a roar, the monster raised its weapon, baring its jagged fangs. Kim Yuan's magic sword lit up in a streak of blue, mana swirling along the blade. One clean slash. The creature barely had time to react. Its body split clean in two, hitting the ground with a heavy crash. A system message appeared. Heaven-slaying star completion increased by 0.008%. Then another. First floor test completed. Kim Yuan lowered his sword, steady and focused. This is where the real work begins, he thought. Just as he caught his breath, another prompt appeared. Would you like to challenge the next test? Kim Yuan tilted his head slightly. No, I'm done here, he said. But the system didn't stop. Next test unlocked. Second round starting. Back in the Coliseum, the Hargan overseer frowned, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way, she whispered. Flashes of Kim Yuan battling the orcs played through her mind. Hargan had managed to take down a few creatures himself. But this was different. This wasn't just impressive. This was historic. Kim Yuan had cleared the test faster than Sun Wukong, the all-conquering Buddha, the great sage equal to heaven. And he wasn't even slowing down. The Coliseum shook as Kim Yuan leapt high into the air. Creatures scattered below as he landed, slicing through the flying monsters without missing a beat. Watching from above, the overseer noticed something strange. He's been fighting non-stop, she thought. It was clear he wasn't using his strongest skills. He was conserving both his stamina and mana, pacing himself like someone who knew exactly how far he planned to go. Kim Yuan drove the tip of his sword through another creature's chest. Shuri, observing from afar, realized something else. He's not even looking at this test, she thought. His sights are set way beyond it. With each passing round, the count kept rising. Kim Yuan tore through another enemy, severing its head in one clean motion. The overseer narrowed her eyes. He wasn't just surviving. He was chasing the records of the highest rankers. Another system message flashed. Next test available. Accept the challenge. Kim Yuan's brow furrowed. Bring it, he growled. Gripping the sword's hilt, flames erupted from the blade as the system announced. Cinder eyes activating, colossal fire control engaged. The trial field ignited, engulfed in roaring flames. Across from him, the iron-armored creature lowered its head. Kim Yuan noticed the hesitation. No point dragging this out, he thought. He launched forward, slamming into the giant. Armor flew apart on impact. A system alert appeared. Warning, giant's power transferring to user. Endurance low. Partial gigantification effect triggered. Skill level decreased. Cracks splintered through Kim Yuan's iron sword as he drove it deep into the creature's chest. The monster's helmet shattered into pieces. Kim Yuan ran to the fallen figure now kneeling before him, its face bloodied and worn. This is my second defeat, the armored man admitted quietly. And that gray-haired kid, he was strong too. Kim Yuan watched him closely. For the first time, the opponent continued. I've met someone who just keeps getting up. Doesn't matter how many times you're cut down or stabbed. You rise. Back then, the difference in our strength was barely noticeable. But now, you're something else. Kim Yuan glanced at the battered sword in his opponent's hand. If your weapon hadn't been so worn out, he said, I might not have one so easily. The armored man nodded. Victory is yours, he said. Kim Yuan reached out and touched his face. Thanks for the fight, the man whispered. A system notification popped up. Level up. Another alert followed. Stats increased by +1. And then, Heaven-Slaying Star completion increased by 4.78% for clearing 19 rounds. Kim Yuan stood silently, gripping the hilt of his sword. I've finally caught up to Sun Wukong, he thought, but his eyes were already fixed forward. Next was the 20th round, the one no player had ever passed. A system prompt appeared. Next challenge available. Will you continue? Kim Yuan didn't hesitate. I'm not done yet. As the countdown began, a notification warned him that if he didn't respond within 30 seconds, he'd automatically be sent into the next round. Kim Yuan smirked as the seconds ticked down. They're not even giving me time to breathe, he thought. 18 seconds left. Kim Yuan glanced at the scoreboard. If they gave us time to rest, he thought, there wouldn't be much point in calling it a Colosseum test. With steady hands, he gripped the hilt of his sword. All right, he said, but as the timer dropped to 10 seconds, he frowned. I'm out, he declared, deciding to end the challenge. But the system had other plans. Player has accepted the next challenge. Without warning, a new alert flashed. Final test, starting. Kim Yuan's eyes widened as the entire battlefield filled with dense red fog. The iron gates groaned open, releasing a suffocating wave of mana so strong, it felt like it stripped him down to his very bones. Tensing every muscle, Kim Yuan braced himself. This is it, he thought. The one I've been expecting. Another system message appeared. Giant's power is transferring to the user. Kim Yuan pointed his sword toward the gate as a dark, heavy aura poured out. Then came the creature. Two bright, yellow eyes glared out from the mist. A system alert confirmed his suspicion. This was the boss of the final challenge. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, holding his ground. Through the swirling debris, the massive black serpent slithered into view. The air thickened as its presence pressed down on him. Even with gigantism active, Kim Yuan felt himself getting crushed under the sheer weight of its power. The monster's gaze locked on him, daring him to fall. Kim Yuan dropped low, digging his nails into the dirt to keep from collapsing. A memory flashed through his mind. Sun Wukong, facing the 20th floor test, getting wiped out by a single strike from a beast's tail. That same fate was staring him down now. One wrong move, one misstep, and it was over. As he watched the serpent's head sway, Kim Yuan confirmed what he already feared. This was no ordinary boss. Someone called out to him from the shadows. Kim Yuan, the voice echoed. Baring his teeth, Kim Yuan snarled, recognizing the tone. You didn't think a monster like this would go unnoticed, did you? He didn't need to ask what it was. Its massive body shimmered with thick, armored scales. 8 heads, 8 tails. A creature so large, it could coil around entire mountains. Divine or demonic, it hardly mattered. This was no simple beast. This was an ancient fragment of an external god. And here it was, standing before him in the final test. Sweat dripped down Kim Yuan's face as realization sank in. The managers really went all out this time. The serpent's eyes burned like fire as the system displayed a new mission. Objective: eliminate Yamada no Orochi's 8th head. Kim Yuan glanced up. Who set this difficulty? He thought bitterly. The dragon lunged, jaws wide. Kim Yuan dashed to the side, dodging the deadly bite, heart pounding. Looking back, he scowled. One slip, one misstep, and this thing wouldn't give him a second chance. Not with a monster like this. Chunks of stone exploded toward Kim Yuan as he sprinted with everything he had. Behind him, the creature's long tail swept across the battlefield in a violent arc. It smashed into Kim Yuan, sending him skidding across the ground, barely able to stay upright. Digging his heel into the dirt, he looked up, just in time to see the massive tail swinging back at him. With a heavy slam, the boss pinned its tail to the ground. But before it could press the advantage, Kim Yuan slipped behind it, blade drawn. "This isn't the Orochi I remember," Kim Yuan muttered, his sword glowing with blue light. Channeling the power of the pure, dark divine crystal, he struck the monster's head with all his strength, the blow cutting through the thick fog. But as the impact landed, he bared his teeth in frustration. Too shallow, he thought. That won't be enough. The dragon roared, shaking the entire arena, its massive body thrashing wildly. Kim Yuan tightened his grip on his weapon, already realizing the truth. Even with the pure, dark divine crystal fueling him, the creature's scales were almost impossible to pierce. He darted along its body, landing stricrices wherever he could, but none of them hit deep enough. This test, it's unreal, he thought. A powerful blow sent him flying across the field, his red cloak billowing as his eyes ignited with fierce, burning flames. Still, he knew the tower never set tests that couldn't be beaten. Squinting, he scanned the creature's body. There had to be something, some weakness, some clue. From the balcony above, Shuri watched anxiously, sweat trailing down her cheek. She couldn't figure out why Kim Yuan suddenly stopped attacking. With the furious dragon still rampaging below, it seemed obvious to her. He must have realized he'd pushed too far. "He's already gone beyond impossible," she whispered. An image of Kim Yuan flashed across the magic orb. Her heart skipped. He found something. Shuri wanted to scream for him to back off. Hurting Orochi was already more than enough. But down on the battlefield, Kim Yuan's eyes glowed brighter than ever, flames blazing from within. He launched himself across the serpent's scales, his weapon flashing green. Shuri leaned over the railing, gripping it tightly. He's aiming, she realized, pulse quickening, right at Orochi's heart. The only weak spot, the only place the scales didn't cover. Kim Yuan raised his sword high, his focus razor sharp. One shot, this was it. With a powerful thrust, he drove his blade deep into the exposed spot. The dragon's agonized scream tore through the Colosseum, echoing as its massive body writhed beneath him. Standing atop the beast, Kim Yuan didn't stop. He kept striking, each blow forcing the blade deeper. Orochi's gaping maw opened wide, its eyes rolling white as a dark aura poured from its body. With a final, earth-shaking crash, the serpent collapsed to the ground. But something wasn't right. Even now, even with its body broken, it refused to fall silent. Shuri trembled as she clenched her fists. This shouldn't be happening," she whispered. Black fog swirled across the battlefield, covering everything in darkness. Susanoo once managed to put a powerful, magic-wielding serpent to sleep. A beast so massive it could coil around 8 mountain peaks and valleys at once. The secret? An unbreakable, enchanted sword designed to seal away creatures like that. The warden also remembered that Susanoo had struck Orochi's heart, leaving a wound that never healed. That injury became the serpent's only weak spot. Exhausted, Kim Yuan tightened his grip on his weapon, the weight of it grounding him as he realized the old legend had come back to life. Sitting atop the enemy's corpse, his red cloak draped over the remains, a notification popped up before his eyes. He had successfully taken down Yamato, no Orochi's 8th head. Another alert followed, showing his heaven-slaying star's progress had jumped by 12.85%, boosting several of his stats. But the news didn't stop there. The final test had been completed, and just like that, his achievements were officially recorded in the Colosseum. Head lowered, Kim Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. A window appeared with his updated stats, level 69. Sliding his sword back into its case, he recalled that he'd leveled up during the 19th test. But now, reaching higher levels past 60 wasn't going to come easy. One successful hunt wouldn't cut it anymore. Stepping down from the monster's scaled remains, Kim Yuan did the math. Still 31 levels away from hitting 100. But somehow, his progress was moving faster than he'd expected. Then a voice called out his name, pulling him from his thoughts. Annoyed, he looked up. A girl in a black dress was making her way over. Just one glance, and he recognized her. An elf with lackey blades strapped across her back. Her movements so subtle, she left no trace behind. It had to be Shuri, the supervisor of the first floor trial. Shuri studied him closely, about to ask if he was Yamatano Orochi, but stopped herself. Instead, she asked if he knew the dragon's weak point. Standing beside the monster's body, Kim Yuan shrugged. "The tower doesn't give out impossible tests," he said. Even though this was the final stage, he felt like the difficulty was something he could manage. That's why he'd taken a closer look. He tapped his forehead. That's how I figured out. Shuri nodded, then asked if he had cinder eyes with golden pupils. Kim Yuan smirked. Not quite there yet. Frowning, Shuri pursed her lips, clearly deep in thought. Cinder eyes with gigantification. If that were true, then this player might be on par with the highest-ranking peak-level fighters. Tilting her head and resting her chin in her hand, Shuri asked him straight out. Was he the heir of the great sage equal to heaven? Whatever doubts she'd had before, they seemed to vanish now. But Kim Yuan wasn't impressed. His expression darkened as she reminded him that test supervisors couldn't reveal details about the battles or the participants involved. Right then, Kim Yuan realized she'd probably already figured it all out. Shuri had misunderstood him. With confidence, she grabbed the handle of a weapon and told him she had an extra reward from the manager. The weapon came in a rusty case. According to her, the manager had instructed her to give this item to any player who could clear every trial on the first floor. Glancing over at Araka's remains, she admitted she'd never thought the day would come when she'd finally hand it over. Kim Yuan took the weapon, gripping it tightly. Watching him, Shuri realized the sword had finally found its rightful owner and encouraged him to check it out for himself. The blade inside was small and rusted. Approaching Kim Yuan, Shuri glanced at the worn weapon and remarked that it was nothing but low quality. Kim Yuan caught his reflection in the dull metal, and soon after, a window appeared. It revealed the truth. Tosca's sword was a fragment of the very sword Susanoo once used to seal away Yamatano Norates. Without wasting time, Kim Yuan stored the blade in his inventory. Things were starting to make more sense now. He was beginning to understand his next steps. If you're unhappy with the reward, you can take it up with the manager, Shuri offered. But Kim Yuan shook his head. No need. This is more than enough. After all, this was just a bonus. The real reward was still waiting. A notification popped up. All his stats had increased by 2, and he'd earned 20,000 points for clearing every test on the first floor. Right after that, alerts confirmed he had received both Tosca's sword and Orochi's 8th heart. Kim Yuan stared at the small heart, feeling the powerful aura radiating from it. Another window opened, explaining that this was one of the 8 hearts Susanoo had sealed and divided, packed with immense power. A red crystal floated above Kim Yuan's hands. He knew the deadly poison within the heart couldn't just be extracted through normal means. But if he neutralized it properly, he could create a miracle cure, something even the highest level rankers would chase after. Just then, a bright yellow spiral appeared near his hands. Shuri looked uneasy. I'm not even sure the heart was supposed to be part of the reward, she admitted. But she still congratulated him, pointing out that its value couldn't even be measured in points. As system alerts filled Kim Yuan's view, Shuri leaned in and offered a final piece of advice. Don't use it carelessly. Thanks, Kim Yuan replied. But as he reached toward the floating window, another notification flashed across his screen. Something inside the heart was reacting. Kim Yuan froze as the creature's voice echoed in his mind, complaining of hunger. Suddenly, fog spread across the entire battlefield. Another message appeared. The creature was awakening. Shuri's hand shot to her sword, her face tense. What is this energy? Scanning the fog, Kim Yuan spotted something. The egg wasn't hatching. His pupils narrowed. No, this wasn't about the egg anymore. A pair of glowing eyes glared at them from within the dark fog. Shuri looked up, bewildered. How did something like this make it into the Colosseum? The tower's power should block anything from entering. Kim Yuan rushed over to Shuri as she prepared to attack. Hold on, he said, teeth clenched. Standing beside the creature, Kim Yuan raised a hand. Just give me a second. A notification flashed. The creature had started devouring Orochi's 8th heart. Its pink scales shimmered, now coated in waves of blue mana. Jagged, jutted from its body as dark fog twisted around the fallen boss. Watching the scene unfold, Shuri narrowed her eyes. Is it absorbing the corpse? She wondered aloud. Lowering her gaze, she frowned. This wasn't like anything she'd seen before. Turning to Kim Yuan, she reminded him that Araka's remains were technically his reward. Whatever happens now, it's not my concern anymore, she added. Then, with a glance at the creature, she asked, Is this your ability? A bead of sweat ran down Kim Yuan's face. He hesitated, then nodded. Something like that, he admitted. Honestly, even he wasn't sure what was happening. As the fog thickened, the strange beast, its body a mass of shifting eyes, opened its mouth. Kim Yuan watched closely. You full? He asked. A system message appeared. S-Egg nods, ITS head. Then, to his surprise, S-Egg is singing a song. Black energy rippled out, engulfing the entire Colosseum. Kim Yuan stared in disbelief. For all its terrifying power, the monster behaved more like a child than anything else. The eyes covering its body slowly faded as another message popped up. Egg fell asleep. Curious, Kim Yuan opened his inventory. Only now did he notice movement from the egg. Checking the system tab, he saw the hatching percentage had increased. Shuri stepped closer, her voice calm. Do you understand what just happened? A little, Kim Yuan replied. Shuri gave a faint smile, watching him carefully. At first, she'd suspected he might be a descendant of Sun Wukong, but seeing his recent display of strength, she wasn't so sure anymore. After all, the heavens wouldn't hide something with this much raw power behind an unimpressive name. Reaching out her hand, she made him a promise. Whatever happened here, I won't speak of it. Their eyes met. I'll be praying for you, she said. I hope to hear your name again on the upper floors. Kim Yuan frowned slightly. She had that same habit as the others who said goodbye after a test, like they were sending him off for good. Still, he accepted her handshake. To him, she seemed honest, a strong, straightforward warrior. Maybe a bit naive, but there was no denying her skill. I'm glad we met, he said. Moments later, the Coliseum rankings updated. Kim Yuan was now in first place, having cleared all 20 rounds. Word spread fast. In the city, someone mentioned the news to a friend. Looks like someone just took the top spot on the first floor. The same guy from the tutorial? A Hargan warrior extended his hand. What? You think a monster like Sun Wukong made it in the tower? No idea, his friend replied. All I know is that guy came from some random land, and now he's first in everything. Off to the side, a man in an iron mask smirked. Give him a few decades. He'll be a ranker before long. Meanwhile, fog thickened above the 9th floor labyrinth. Something was clawing its way out from beneath the ground. Back in the trial, Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, holding on with everything he had. A notification appeared. He'd cleared the 9th floor test labyrinth, and with it a new path had opened. As Kim Yuan made his way past towering rocks, a notification chimed. He was receiving a reward for securing first place. Glancing back, he thought about the paths he'd carved through the maze. The goal was just to find a route, but with how many shortcuts he'd created, he figured he might have made things a little too easy for the next challengers. Still, none of that mattered now. What he really needed was the reward from this test. A grin tugged at his lips. It was time to finally collect what he'd been waiting for. Inside the forge, the heat pressed down like a heavy blanket. Kim Yuan stepped up to the table, spotting the familiar figure working away. It's been a month, old man, Kim Yuan said casually. I'm here for my order. Volcaro, the blacksmith, didn't even look up at first. He just kept hammering, his face set in stone. When he finally did glance over, his glare could have burned holes through steel. Still smiling, Kim Yuan took a seat across from him, resting his elbows on the table. A whole month, he repeated with a chuckle. I came for what I left with you. The hammer clashed against the anvil with a sharp ring. Volcaro scowled. Wait your turn, he snapped, returning to his work. Kim Yuan leaned back, watching the old man work. Sweat dripped from his face, but Volcaro looked completely unaffected by the heat. Kim Yuan found himself wondering just how high the man's fire resistance was. Without looking up, Volcaro suddenly asked, Took you 10 days to clear the 9th floor? What were you doing, sightseeing? Still fuming, he glanced over. You sure you even want to take this thing with you? Kim Yuan smirked. By the way, was there really only supposed to be one exit in the maze? Seemed like a few extra paths showed up. Volcaro grunted, shaking his head. I don't do things the normal way, kid. Not my style. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if already thinking about Kim Yuan's next challenge. So, what's the plan for the next test? Kim Yuan laughed softly. I'll tell you when I'm back. Turning away, Volcaro picked up the weapon he'd been working on, a blade made from a strange mix of materials. This thing, worst mana conductivity I've ever worked with, Volcaro muttered. And somehow, it still turned out decent. First time I've ever made a weapon like this. The mana resistance is awful, but the balance is perfect. He held the sword out toward Kim Yuan. Figured minerals like fail and tar and obsidian would suit you. Armor great stuff, but seems you'll make it work. Kim Yuan took the blade, feeling its weight settle into his grip. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, one of his skills flared to life. And before Volcaro could finish his sentence, the weapon was already responding. The sword in Kim Yuan's hands was technically a failed creation, built with the worst mana conductivity possible. But for what he needed, it couldn't have turned out better. In its own way, it was the perfect success. As he turned the blade over, inspecting its unique form, a holographic window appeared. It warned of a failure in his civilization skill. Some unknown force had blocked his mana flow. Even so, Kim Yuan couldn't help but admire the blacksmith's craftsmanship. Walking back over, Kim Yuan gave a nod of approval. I like it, he said. Volcaro smirked. Figured you would. Definitely one of the more unusual challenges I've worked on. Not every day someone asks for a weapon made from materials meant for top-tier armor. They shook hands, and just as they did, a notification popped up Kim Yuan had automatically transferred 10,000 points to the blacksmith Hephaestus. Volcaro stiffened. What's this? Why are you paying me? Kim Yuan grinned. Take it. Get too used to free things, and bad luck bound to follow. The old man scoffed, but said nothing more. Expect me back, Kim Yuan added with a smirk before stepping toward the portal waiting outside the forge. As he crossed through, messages flowed in confirming the 9th floor test completion. Another deducted 10 points for using the portal. Now, all that remained was selecting his next destination. Kim Yuan glanced ahead, realizing the moment had come. The double-digit floors. Facing the portal, he made his choice. 10th floor, Wuhan of Abei. The system checked his clearance, and the transfer began. As the light faded, a sprawling new world unfolded before him. The land of Murim, alive with bustling cities and countless people. His journey began in a northern stronghold known as the City of Martial Arts. Looking over the map, Kim Yuan understood just how vast this place was. Surrounded by sea, the entire continent was shaped by the power of its strongest warriors. And here, there was no waiting. The test of the 10th floor started immediately. Shouts rang out from the crowd. One man raised his hand. Recruitment for the Dragon Clan is open. All you need is the will to fight. Before the words could settle, Kim Yuan cut in sharply. All swordsmen, access to the Gentleman's Blade Room is now available. Moments later, a burly man from the Heavy Steel clan stepped forward. We'll turn your body into living steel. No one crafts warriors like us. Then came the notification. The 10th floor trial had begun. To clear it, players had to select a clan, train under them, and pass their unique test. Before Kim Yuan stood a sea of people, each promoting their own clan, each offering their own path. This wasn't like the floors before. Here, the rules were different. The challenges were deeper. No wonder so many players got stuck here, never able to move on. It almost felt like its own strange world. As Kim Yuan stood, considering his options, a voice called out from behind. Hey, is that yours? For the first time in Murim, a towering man blocked Kim Yuan's path, grinning as he looked him over. Judging by your gear, you must be pretty skilled, he said. How about it? How would IS? Stretching out his arms, the man declared that their meeting was no coincidence. Fate had led Kim Yuan here, and now he was meant to join the Blue Blade clan. At the mention of a clan, Kim Yuan glanced at him, puzzled. Something about the word didn't sit right. A few more members of the Blue Blade clan gathered around, proudly explaining that their clan's legacy stretched back long before the tower itself. Kim Yuan scanned the group, thinking it was strange. Big-name clans wouldn't waste their time hanging around a place like this, definitely not in person. The clan leader extended his hand toward Kim Yuan. Hey, are you even listening? But Kim Yuan shook his head. Sorry, but I'm aiming for a different clan. The man's grin vanished. His expression darkened as he glared at Kim Yuan. Did you just brush off the Blue Blade clan? Without waiting for an answer, he reached for his weapon. Kim Yuan sighed, watching the man prepare to fight. Drawing his own sword, the clan leader sneered. You've been lucky so far, but you're acting way too cautious for someone who made it here. You sure you know what you're getting into? Kim Yuan didn't even know who this guy thought he was. He barely knew anything about the Blue Blade clan to begin with. Still, as he stood tall across from the man, he realized this had turned into an annoying situation. Guys like this like to throw their weight around, bullying weaker players just to show off and drag attention to their small-time clans. Looking directly at his opponent, Kim Yuan gave a cold warning. If you so much as lay a finger on any player who's already down, it's not just going to hurt your reputation. It'll wreck your clan's name. The man scoffed. Smart words, but this is Murim. Here, only strength matters. You think I can let someone disrespect my clan and just stand by in silence? He shot Kim Yuan a glare full of rage. Too late to start begging. Kim Yuan stepped forward, his voice steady. Beg? Not interested. But since you're so eager for trouble, I might as well give it to you. The clan leader raised his sword, facing Kim Yuan head-on. But something shifted. Kim Yuan noticed the man's expression twist into something strange. His face flushed red, sweat pouring down his temples. Whispers rippled through the crowd. People exchanged confused glances. Why was their leader just standing there like that? Kim Yuan, still calm, kept his gaze locked on him. Then, as if realizing all eyes were on him, the clan leader dropped to his knees, head bowed, frozen in place. Murmurs spread. Some thought he was obsessed with testing strangers. Others couldn't believe what they were seeing. Without waiting for more chatter, Kim Yuan turned away and left. He didn't have time to waste on this nonsense. Behind him, the man finally snapped out of his daze, pushing through the crowd, shouting after him with a mix of anger and embarrassment. The humiliation stung, but Kim Yuan wasn't sticking around to hear it. Instead, he focused on what lay ahead. 10 days had passed since he'd arrived on the 10th floor. Now, he was moving at full speed through the day forest. As he dashed forward, a thought crossed his mind. This distance was ridiculous. In just 10 days, he'd already covered over 10,000 li, and there was still more ground ahead. Deep within the forest, Kim Yuan pressed forward, his thoughts heavy. This was turning into a serious problem. In the vast world of Murim, challenges like this never seemed to end. Up ahead, a towering heavenly mountain stretched into the sky, its peaks slicing through the clouds. Standing on a cliff's edge, Kim Yuan surveyed the landscape. With no other way across, there was only one option: keep moving on foot. Setting his sights forward, he clenched his fists. He was close. No time to slow down now. As the sun dipped behind the trees, golden light poured through the forest canopy. Kim Yuan's pace stayed steady and swift. Before long, he entered a wide clearing. Glancing around, he counted roughly 20 others nearby. Each looked capable in their own right, no doubt skilled players. Then, from the shadows, whispers broke out. Low voices questioned his presence, confused about what he was doing standing there in the open. Kim Yuan raised his voice. Relax. I'm not your enemy. Still, the whispers continued, suspicious and restless. They must have realized why he was here. Kim Yuan looked around the gathering darkness. This is the heavenly mountain of the new region, right? Base of the divine demon cult.